Top sirens right as the live stream
Yeah.
starts. I love it.
So Gojo Satoru apparently thinks that Diet Pepsi is spicy.
Yeah, I've heard lots of rumors about
I had to
Gojo
tone that
Satoru.
opening line down a lot for you guys. Lot.
Is it working? Are we live? Is it happening?
Is it? If we're not, we'll switch internet sources real quick.
Sounds good. That sounds good. That sounds consistent. That sounds in time. That sounds...
Are we here?
It sounds like it might be happening.
Holy shit. I got condescended by a 19-year-old... I guess we're just... we watch anime.
We watch anime. I'm B.
I'm Bird. We're jumping into Birds and the Bees because I got condescended to by a 19-year-old gas station employee today.
Yeah.
Or convenience store, I guess is more accurate because they didn't have gas. And that really annoyed me as a previous 19-year-old gas station employee.
Yeah.
Who really made it a point to not talk down to people. I'm trying to not smoke as many cigarettes as I do.
Yeah.
Not that it's a lot compared to most people who smoke cigarettes. Just trying to phase away from that.
Yeah.
And so I went into this gas station.
It's not a gas station. It's a convenience
whatever.
store. You just explained that.
Look, we understand. We know what I'm talking about. 2 nights ago, I'd gone into a genuine gas station and bought what, to my understanding, were called zines.
Yeah.
And when I asked for them, I was given them.
Yeah.
In a wintergreen flavor. Not a huge fan. This time, we went to a plaid pantry, as opposed to a Chevron, which was the original gas station. And we went to the plaid pantry with a 19-year-old who had to disrespect me like this.
What makes you think that guy was 19? He had like
because
a
of the
beard.
way he talked in every way.
I thought he was just a dweeb.
He's just a dweeb, whatever.
Like, that guy could have been 35.
The start of the conversation, he was, like, trying to make jokes with me, and by the end of it, he was talking in a Swedish accent. So I don't know what the fuck was going on with him.
Yeah.
But my problem with him is I said, hey, do you have zines here?
Already the chat is making fun of you for how you pronounced it zines.
Yeah.
Says, aw. Which is exactly what this guy's reaction was. He said, oh, sweet child.
Z-Y-N. I'm sorry.
We call them zins.
Zin. It's not an I.
That's true.
There's not an E, I'll give you that.
When I think
Zin or zine. I don't know.
I think of, like, zines, like magazines. Like
those are dead. Those have been dead for 10 years.
Not in my heart. Not in my soul.
Well, and I don't care. More the problem I have is... Have you really never heard anyone say zine to get the thing that you know is spelled the same way that it could be pronounced?
Oh no, Ellen thought you were actually asking for zines, I think. Like magazine zines. Like,
No. They're nicotine pouches.
yes, called zins.
Zines. Z-Y-N. I will not accept that they're called zins. I get it. Whatever. Zin. But... if it was Zin, it would be Z-I-N or S-I-N.
This is how our anime podcast starts. Is with a trauma dump about going to the plaid pantry and being corrected.
I just feel like I need to be more honest with my life about you guys, you know?
With my life about you guys.
With, about my life with you guys. Shoot me in the head. I've had 2 shots of whiskey and 2 Rainier beers and much more alcohol aside from that.
Well, now we're.
But god damn it, that guy really had to correct me on Zin versus Zine. Who fucking, you know what I was asking for? It's
surprised
call back.
I was surprised how hard he went on you about
He really did go hard about it too. That's why I had a problem with it. Is like, I literally walked over to the display to look at them.
Yeah.
And said the words I was saying. And then he felt the need to correct me as if he didn't know what I was talking about. And I was like, wow, I hate you as a person and everything you stand for. I don't know what you stand for. You could agree with me on everything I agree with you politically on.
That guy immediately gave me the impression of, like, board games. Like,
I cannot talk shit on people with board games because of my twin brother.
Yeah, but he also is into other things.
No, but he's
other than
like board games is his thing.
He also likes cooler board games. I'm imagining that guy goes home.
You kids playing Catan?
Plays like fucking Shoots and Ladders.
Shoots and Ladders. All right, so we're out here in the Birds and the Bees. I've spent about the past 10 to 15 minutes, or maybe less than that probably, knowing my sense of time.
It's been 4.5 minutes, 5 minutes since we started this live stream.
So, Birds and the Bees. What's up with you, Beatrice?
Well, you know, we're really late and gay, so I'm trying to remember.
We've gone through a lot, to be honest with you. Well,
I don't think so.
Did we record the last podcast in Reno?
I think we did. I think we were in Reno.
Yeah, that sounds right.
No. We only did the Haruhi podcast in Reno.
So when was the last
We
one?
were in Redding, probably, or something.
All right.
We went from Northern California to Reno, Nevada, which is close to Northern California, relatively. And
3 hours.
We spent like 4 days there, and we finally have Haruhi Suzumiya bonus episode recorded. You can go listen to it now on patreon.com/goldenwitchfire.
If you want to hear me be really upset...
You interrupted me saying the name of the Patreon. At patreon.com/goldenwitchfire, you can get for $5 plus patrons. Anyway, what were you going to say?
My apologies. If you want to hear me get really upset and then so bored that I fall asleep... This is a good bonus episode for you.
You did pass out during the episode, I think, towards the end.
I think a couple times.
Yeah. Well, you like rage exploded so hard that you just like lost steam and then passed out.
Haruhi is just not an interesting show.
Yeah.
Bird
could not handle listening to me trying to talk about what people like about the show because he's like, I can't, like, if you like this show, I hate you for putting me through having to hear it.
Having to watch it, yeah.
Like, having to have
I'm
seen
more excited
this.
for Heike Monogatari because I've looked into what that's about and that seems interesting.
That's our next bonus episode, which we will be recording as soon as possible.
Haruhi seemed interesting at first. And then I watched it. Haruhi
honestly,
is the worst person ever.
Our review is pretty scathing from both of us. I think I came away giving it like a 6 out of 10, but even then feeling like a lot of that's like...
Did I give it a 2? I feel
nostalgia.
like that's what I gave it.
No, you gave it a 4.
Okay.
Because we agreed that Mushoku Tensei Season 2 was a 2, and it was
No,
still
but overall
worse.
I give Mushoku Tensei like a 5.
Like the whole show as a combined effort. I agree.
I think Mushoku Tensei, unfortunately, is a better show than the Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya.
Kind of has higher highs than Haruhi does, and like the stuff that really impressed me
I
about
would like
Haruhi
to
when I
make
was
it
young
clear.
just is not stuff that can impress me today. Like
because
Yuki getting stabbed with
it's
all those
chuny
swords.
shit.
Yes, it's very chuny. It's it's self-aware chuny shit, but it's still chuny shit.
I mean,
and, like I like self-aware.
I was only
chuny
pretending
shit.
to be a chuny.
I guess I feel like people have taken the ball from Haruhi and run with it so far. This is a lot of what we talk about in the podcast. Like, even I feel like my own has a lot of similarities to Haruhi. Like, rewatching Haruhi, I was less interested in that story than I am in my
Your
own
light novel
story.
goes places.
Crazy places.
Real
like,
quick, Ellen said... Oh, wait,
talking about Kusomega.
Force Bird to watch Code Geass. I've seen all of Code Geass, and I love it. It's way better. It's been a couple years, maybe 2 or 3.
We're still live.
But Code Geass, yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Code Geass has lots of twists and turns. And
when I first got with Beatrice,
great characters
it genuinely annoyed me that she called it Code Geass.
Gay ass. Well, it is technically pronounced like Gasu.
I know.
Gasu. So I insistently call it Code Gay Ass.
I enjoy Code Geass. I think there are things they could have done a little better, but I'm not going to get into that. Pay us.
Yeah, no, we'll have to. Well, Code Geass is kind of long to do for bonus episodes because it's 22 episode seasons or something like that. To keep.
What is Masaki Yuasa?
Masaaki Yuasa is the guy who created Science Saru Studio, the one who, Kimi ga.
Oh, I love Ride Your Wave.
He directed that movie. And
that's the other
studio.
thing. I like plenty of other stuff I've seen from that guy.
Yeah.
I can't name all of them, but
he didn't direct Heike Monogatari. It's his studio did it, but
he did do Ride Your Wave, right?
He did do Ride Your Wave.
I loved Ride Your Wave, actually, unironically. I don't know. Haruhi's just...
Haruhi wasn't too experimental. It's fucking boring.
Yeah. No,
like,
Haruhi's
honestly,
a bad person, and that's
it,
not enough of an interesting plot.
There's nothing... okay, I really think that a lot of what was groundbreaking about Haruhi has just been done so much better. Like, the slice of life stuff at the time... There wasn't a lot of anime that was doing, like, super grounded, realistic slice-of-life moments between characters. But the characters are so fucking boring and one-note and unrealistic that those scenes don't hit the way that they do in K-On! Or the way they do in Bocchi the Rock, or, like... Which, we have a bonus episode on Bocchi the Rock. We both enjoyed that show thoroughly. I think you gave that a strong 7,
no,
like
Bocchi
8,
was good.
Something like that.
Well, because Bocchi the Rock, I mean, I guess, doesn't think / not think she's God. Mm-hmm. So she can't just do whatever she wants. She's literally going...
Bocchi's about real emotions that real people have. Yeah, exactly. Like, Kyon is the only... Kyon and Haruhi are the only really relatable characters in that show.
I don't agree with the Haruhi bit, but I
think Haruhi's relatable if you're, like, a terrible person the way that she is, which plenty of people are.
Sure.
Who like
I
anime.
hard relate to Kyon, except for the fact when he's like, yeah, Haruhi was gonna sexually assault Mikuru, but then, I just let her do it more.
I think we both kind of agreed that, like, and again, this is something... Oh, we're getting way too into Haruhi. We're spoiling our bonus episode, but, like...
I'm sure I'm saying things I didn't say on
I do think it was groundbreaking at the time that Kyon, like... His whole internal dialogue is, like, always being spoken to you, and that made him really relatable to people like me who think all the time and hadn't really seen a lot of characters who do that in anime, like, with the constant narration. But that, like, by the time you get to, like, the Monogatari series doing it, it has leapfrogged. Like, the characters are so much deeper and so much more interesting and have so much better dialogue in that series that when you go back to Haruhi, it's like, actually, I don't relate to this guy because he's a pushover and he lets this bitch do whatever the fuck she wants.
I feel like this question is going to embarrass me. Is Monogatari the one with the witch who can explode things?
No, that is... I mean...
The one who explodes things and then
probably a witch
out.
Who can't explode things,
but
you're thinking of Megumine from Konosuba.
Okay, sorry, I'm new here.
Konosuba is maybe the biggest specific influence on Kusomega, if you can't tell by how similar the titles are. But, like, it's the dumb isekai parody that convinced me that, like, those could be good, and so I should write one.
Since I read Kusomega... And I've watched anime that came out after Kusomega. Mm-hmm. I'm like, well, they must have drawn influence from this.
It's just that they're not so incestuous.
No, like I literally know they're not. I know you drew off of anime for it, but
they're just drawing off the same
like
anime.
Slime. Slime was a big one for that.
Slime was an influence on Kusomega. It came out before that.
But the later we watched a little bit of the second season. Oh, and it started to get real Kusomega-y.
It's just that
you really have
we're
to
just using the same
book.
tropes. It's really that RPGs all have the same storylines, and so people who like play a lot of RPGs and then start. Gary always gave us $2 for mentioning Kusomega. Thank you so much for continuing to be like Gary. If I ever fucking finish these books, it's gonna be for you.
I'm
it's
going
for
to
you,
be.
Man.
I'm not joking. If you die and don't finish Kusomega, I will be upset with you.
I'll be upset with me. I do want to finish it.
No, but that doesn't matter because you'll be dead.
It's just hard because...
I'll be upset and I'll be alive because I'm like, what the fuck happened to the characters whose names I can't remember? Yeah. Serena?
I guess it's difficult for me to continue writing
the
story in a way that won't like require me to shift a bunch of things in a way that will make it really like anyone reading it will go, okay, and this is the part that was written 3 years later.
Oh my god! Wait, what if you transitioned Kusomega into a comic?
There's already comics.
No, but I mean like the next one.
There, like I had God, if we get into what my plans were for Kusomega circa 2020, I was going to create an entire side comic about all the so. In Volume 3, which there's, like, the preview chapter that's out there, I know Gary always has seen it, read it.
I've read it, too.
He's done fan art of the characters
been a couple years.
But, in the preview chapter, or collection of section, we'll say, Part 1 of Volume 3, or whatever.
So, real quick.
Yeah.
Remind me... What of Kusomega is out? It's Volume 1, Volume 2, and Volume 3?
Volume 1, Volume 2, and then the first part of Volume 3.
Right. Because that's when shit really starts to go down in Kusomega, right?
Yes. It's part 3 is the Great Esper War. So it's basically like all the gods are at war because some of the gods are.
Am I correct in thinking that's when the cool metal chick comes in?
Yes.
Yeah.
Libely, the lolly goddess of metal.
I didn't remember that she was a lolly, but whatever.
That's Gary's favorite character, I think. Also.
Oh, that's awesome.
But no, that character, and then she plays guitar, the bass player, and I think she plays guitar, and then Gil,
and that was my other question.
Magical girl.
Can you remind me? There are 3 main characters. I remember their necessary kind of power. There's like the deerkin person, and that's Gil, I assume.
Yeah, I guess she's got like a ram horn.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
She's like a satyr.
They're just beast people. They're like generically beast
Thank
people.
you.
Yeah.
Her name's like Serena or something. She's like an Esper. She's the big. I don't remember. Her name's probably not Serena.
Yeah, you threw me off by giving me.
Sorry, but
it's
she's
similar
like
to that.
She's the big
is it
brain.
Soraya?
Soraya. That's it. Yeah. And then there's
Gary, give me another $2 for Lively being mentioned.
And then there's the main character, the guy. Correct me if I'm wrong. Kusomega is still an isekai, right?
Yeah.
And is that the one where it's like 18 species of
beast girl are lusting for my human dick?
And that's the main character, right?
He
What's
wrote that book.
His name?
Hold on. I'm literally... I've gone to kusomega.com so that I could actually open up the information
Oh god, it must
page.
have been 2 years since I've seen all of this. I love it.
His name is Takuma.
What's the goddess's name?
Fuck. Shit.
She's a really
remember.
important character a couple times throughout the story.
Don't do this to me. I'm on the spot. I'm drunk and high. I can't just remember all my characters' names. Oh my god, I'm looking at all this beautiful fan art now.
You have a blog page devoted to this?
There's like hundreds of fan arts on this page that I like embedded. But it got to be like a lot to load. I'm actually surprised it's not crashing right now because it was for a while. Yeah, if you go to kusomega.com, I think I'm still paying for this domain.
All right. Last question about Kusomega I'm going to ask.
Yeah. I can't believe I forgot the goddess's name.
The gods.
Yes.
What are they? Like, I don't need the names. I just mean, like, how does the power system... Because, there's the metal god.
So... Well, the girl herself is not yet actually
She's not like the Avatar yet.
But she is training to take over the position of the god of metal. Because...
Okay, so she's not even an Avatar.
Not yet.
She's going to become the god.
Basically, in Kusomega...
I didn't catch that. That's interesting.
In Kusomega, spells are just... Or magic is just programming languages, basically. So each god has their own language that they devised, and that is how they create things.
I do recall this.
So it's like metal, for instance. Like, there would be a specific language devised by the god of metal that is used to control metal. And so if you can learn that language and you can write in it, you can use spells that control metal. So most people just specialize in like one or two things.
So more what I was asking.
Yeah.
The gods themselves. Yeah. What are they? What are the being like? There's metal, obviously. What else?
This is all... It's sort of explained in a very abstract way at the start of Volume 3.
Remember.
But basically, like... So, the ultimate god that everyone's worried about...
Is man god.
No.
The god of man. No. And then there's dragon god who wants to kill the god of man. Who eventually Rudius sides with. Oh, whoops.
Code bending. Thank you, Anonymous. I was literally thinking it's like code bending. But there's like 12 or 13 elements.
That's what I remember.
I've tried to make it as convoluted as possible.
Not enough.
Yeah, it's true. I'm not like that good. Convoluted magic systems aren't my thing. So like in the first volume, the magic was so vague that everyone was like, "You need to come up with a magic system." And I was like, "All right, motherfucker, I'll come up with the stupidest, most convoluted." Because if you try to explain how the psychic powers work, that's
a whole fucking chapter.
Yeah.
And that kind of annoyed me, but it was fun.
And being psychic allows you to have an easier time using more spells and understanding more of them. So
Question.
that's why they're
Outside
so powerful.
of Kusomega, what do you think is the most convoluted yet understandable magic system you've experienced in anime?
I mean, I
and
don't
manga?
understand the fucking Jujutsu Kaisen system at all.
You know, that's actually
Supposedly,
that's my example, actually.
But neither do the characters in the show. Like they learn things
because
as it's happening.
so I
they're
think
like, oh shit.
That's what makes Jujutsu Kaisen really interesting to me, is because they're all constantly learning things.
No data.
Oh, we might have to switch. Oh, no, excellent.
Oh, it came back.
Anyway.
Scary shit.
That's a really interesting part of Jujutsu Kaisen for me, is because I feel like I pretty much understand their powers exactly how they explain them. And then the only difference is every now and then one of them like breaks the boundaries of what is understood.
Gary said the longer it takes to finish it, the funnier it gets. It's just funny to hear it talk about sometimes. That is really funny. Don't encourage me to take forever on that story. It'll be better if I finish it sooner.
I want you to finish it.
Yeah, I have a.
Oh my god! The next time we're camping,
I have like 3
you don't
or
get to
4.
do anything. I'm gonna go hiking without you, and you have to finish Kusomega.
It's really just The only 2 like writing projects I have unfinished that I really care about are
Kusomega and Good People.
And no one's ever read any of Good People. I've read it to you and Riley. And
I read it,
and that's. You read it like physically.
Yeah, myself.
Okay, yeah, I read it to Riley and Mint at one point, but that's it. So,
but
it's really good, and
what's
everybody
Good
would
People?
love it.
Just real quick, you mentioned
No.
it.
I don't want to give any. I don't want to create in people's hearts a love for something.
Give
that
me
never
a sentence,
get to see.
please.
It's about podcasters going hiking.
There you go.
And there's a baby involved.
Was the scientist consulted before making up this power system?
No. I mean, there's a god of blood named Jesus Christ.
You're right. I forgot about Jesus.
And it's actually like our universe's Jesus who got isekai'd to the Kusomega universe and became the god of blood.
Because he's actually a character for a little bit.
He gets killed, pretty quickly. He's kind of an asshole.
I forgot you literally included Jesus in
I think he's
Kusomega.
a giant black man also, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah. So
Man.
right.
All right, what are we... Oh, wait, no, sorry. I realize I've kind of hijacked this Birds and the Bees into being about Kusomega. Birds and the Bees, what have we been up to? This is the most
we've ever talked about anime and anime-adjacent things during this segment. I'm seeing a no data but a green dot, which is confusing to my tiny brain that doesn't understand the
Leave it
connections.
alone. Until people complain about it, I don't care.
So, yeah,
Birds and the Bees. We were in Reno.
We're in Reno. Well, that's the thing. We really kind of took being in Reno as a chance to, like, chill out for 10 seconds and fucking...
We also got bad sinus sickness. I don't know what it was exactly.
We both were, like, constantly coughing up phlegm. Reno's cool. It's a chill little... It's the littlest big city in the world, and it really lives up to that name. Yeah. It is, like, physically a massive place, but without a lot of large buildings.
It doesn't feel like that at all. It
feels like everybody knows each other, even though it's a city. It's a strange feeling, but it's cool. We were in a neat little hotel.
We were in South Reno. It was called the Aiden by Best Western.
They had a breakfast place called Two Chicks that was pretty good. That's like connected to the hotel.
They had a chai White Russian, which is the best take on a White Russian I've ever had.
And yeah, like, while we were there, we got the Haruhi episode done. We watched the anime we are covering right now in this episode. So we were going to do this podcast then, but then,
but my sinuses were like, hey, have you ever considered going to sleep and or playing the new Cyberpunk DLC? Because Cyberpunk 2077, I don't know if you guys know this, just released Phantom Liberty, a huge rework on the game itself, as well as a new DLC. I played through all of it.
So I figured we'd probably mostly in this segment talk about the video games we were playing last weekend.
Oh, you played Shantae, right?
Yeah, instead of doing the podcast, Bird did the cyber... Well, tell us... I mean, you said the Cyberpunk DLC improved the base game considerably.
Well, because it completely reworked all of the skill trees and how the police system works and everything. It really made it a completely different game. Even if you don't buy the DLC. I mean, I don't... So here's the thing. I don't really understand, like, if you don't buy the DLC, will the skill tree rework come in if you just buy the base game? But it's worth buying both of them.
Mm-hmm.
And that's hard to say, knowing that that is like a $90 purchase right now.
Right.
But, man, it really reworks everything. And I was like a Cyberpunk apologist after I watched Edge Runners and started playing the game 2 years after it had come out.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was great. I thought it was perfect. I thought it was the best evolution on a Grand Theft Auto, and I still say that about it now. I said that to...
You're just shocked how much better it is even after already thinking that.
No, I mean, the perks, you kind of have to specialize a little more, but they give you 10 more levels to work with.
I know you said it had a fucked up, depressing ending.
All of the endings in Cyberpunk are fucked up and depressing, but this one, I was like...
Up. We're dead. Did the stream die or did my internet?
Alright.
Wait, it says we're excellent now.
Okay.
Are we alive? Are we alive? Are we alive? Are we alive?
So anyway, all of the endings in Cyberpunk are fucked up and depressing, but then they added one where you could just live without the... Oh god, I have to say this loudly and constantly. Spoiler alert, spoiler alert, spoiler alert, spoiler alert, spoiler alert, spoiler alert. Phantom Liberty gives you the option to just, like, get Johnny Silverhand, Keanu Reeves, excised out of your head. But at the consequence of never being able to use combat cyberware again, which is what you use to excel through the game.
Right.
And they really hammer that in. It's really depressing. It's not fun. You're like, by the end of the ending, V, the guy who was the Solo, the Merc, the man or woman, all throughout Night City, she could do anything. By the end of the new ending, it's basically, yeah, you gotta find your way to live in Night City as a regular person. Like everyone else you've taken for granted for the rest of your life. You can't be who you thought you were. There's no option to fix you of that.
Bad. It's just normal.
From the perspective of Cyberpunk 2077 and the perspective of the character you're playing in, it's incredibly depressing.
That makes sense. I see Ellen in here talking about some people talking about Crosscode, which is a great game. I still have never beaten it.
Never heard of it.
It's like 16-bit, but has... Actually, it's too hard to explain. I'm not going to get into it. It's a good game.
Can you real quick explain to me the melancholy of Ari's?
Those, we got Bochi the Rock, Cyberpunk, Edge Runners, Keep Your Hands Off the Azo Ken, Haruhi Suzumiya. I think those are all the ones that are out so far. And the next will be Heike Monogatari. We also have the We Read Manga podcast is out. The first episode of that for $15 a month plus, or $150 a year plus patrons. It's like 3 hours of us talking about Berserk, Vagabond, Vinland Saga, The Land of the Lustrous, and JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 7, and we will very quickly be launching the poll to decide what is the 6th manga. I think everybody on the tier has submitted their vote so far, or their pick so far.
So if you want to get your votes in quick...
I'm going to launch this poll in like the next day or two, so if you don't subscribe today or tomorrow, you're not going to be able to pick what manga gets picked. But all the contenders are fucking strong. Well, there's one that's
scares
silly,
me.
but like all of them I'm like, well, I could see any of these winning. Like Oyasumi Poon got elected, Akira got elected, fucking like just all the
I didn't
classics,
know what the first one
all
was,
the
and then I
classics.
exactly knew what the second... Oh my god. Actually, Birds and the Bees were still here.
One Piece also.
Hang on, Birds and the Bees were still here.
Yeah.
Right before we started this podcast, I went down to the bar that's right below our hotel, and I was talking to a guy who was playing pool against himself. And he said to me, yeah, I see this anime from like the 80s or 90s, like Akisa or something.
Akisa.
And I had to explain to him that Akira was good and that it's been referenced in almost everything.
Yeah.
And I really couldn't do that. And then I had to try to explain Maison Ikkoku to him. And then, even worse than the other two things I mentioned.
This is what Bird's life is like, by the way, is going to bars directly before a podcast to have a drink, finding a guy playing pool by himself, and trying to explain Maison Ikkoku to that guy. This is Bird's everyday life.
You haven't even gotten to the hardest thing to explain, which is Revolutionary Girl Utena. I tried to explain this to him. And the way I chose to explain Revolutionary Girl Utena to what, from my summation, is a very normal human being who just likes to play pool with himself, was, well, you know, it's a bunch of high schoolers fighting for, like, it's this girl that they want to be married to, but she's like the Rose Bride, and they're revolutionizing the... It's a really hard show to explain.
So you're just like, I don't actually know what's going on, but it's interesting.
And actually, earlier in the conversation, I had tried to explain Soso no Frieren to him. And he asked me questions.
That should be an easier one, I feel
But he asked me questions about it, and I went, I don't know. I've only seen the first episode. I don't actually know where the show goes.
I just realized this image that we have on screen from Dr. Stone, it looks like that guy's holding up his tits in the back. Doesn't he look like he's like
kinda
got tits that he's just holding up? I like out of the corner of my eye had thought that's what was going on, forgetting what I was looking at. Like,
all right, so we were in Reno. We did the Haruhi Suzumiya.
Did you want to
podcast.
talk? You finished talking about the Cyberpunk game. You played a little bit on Armored Core. You got frustrated and.
No, that was before Cyberpunk. But yeah, I've at this point I played a fair amount of Armored at podcast collaborator Quinn's house.
Yeah.
And gotten a fair amount into it, but
so you started back over on your computer, and now you're
which is so
farther
much better. Controllers, I genuinely.
Bird cannot play video games with controllers at all. He beat Elden Ring to 4 different endings with a mouse and keyboard. First time playing a Souls game.
Well, and that was the other thing too. When I was playing, because at Quinn's house, I was playing with the controller, and everything was hard.
Yeah.
And then the minute I start on a mouse and keyboard, it's like, wow, I killed Baltius on the first try.
Yeah.
Wow, I did all of this on the first try. And it just makes me think, I'm not that good at controllers.
Yeah, you didn't grow up with consoles, so you're not used to them as like a concept. But to me, the only times controllers are really like
Tears of the
really
Kingdom.
beneficial. I guess I could see that, but like for me, it's like 2D platformers or fighting games. Like games that are in 2D, if you play them with a D-pad, tend to be a little bit easier to me than using the arrow keys on the keyboard.
Yeah. Well, I guess so. I think the biggest thing that made keyboard easy to me was I had started, using a keyboard in typing class. And so there was typing class, and then there were the arrow keys. But then I started playing video games on the computer. And WASD and the arrow keys did the same thing, or sometimes slightly different things.
Yeah.
And it was just, as long as I know where to place my fingers or move my hand, why the fuck would I want a controller?
Or Luna, don't get me wrong, I love arrow key platformers too, but like I feel like it's difficult to get the level of precision. Because when you play Super Meat Boy, like every time you start the game, it literally tells you like you should plug in a controller right now because you're always doing this thing.
And
where
I don't think Super Meat Boy is a good game. I've watched you play a fair amount of it. I think
lots of people argue that it's not a great game. I like the physics of the game, which are very much based on like holding down a button that lets you kind of control your arc really specifically.
There was that game Quinn played where it was about cleaning stuff up. Do you remember what I'm
talking about? Dust Force.
Dust Force. That was so much more interesting to me than Super Meat Boy was.
Yeah, but it's way harder. It's like
I don't care.
It's like a billion times harder. Like it's cool, but I've beaten like 10 levels of Dust Force, and then I literally got skill walled at like 10% of the way into the game. I made it almost to the end of Super Meat Boy.
A skill issue.
Literally skill issue. I don't play super hard games. They're fucking frustrating. That's how you end up with what was the syndrome that she has? The hands, like broken hands.
Oh no, repetitive stress injuries. Well, and I don't even think that's anyway. No, like that. The not the repetitive stress injuries, but I won't get into fighting games just because. Look, I can remember things, but I would much rather remember things in a vast open world game. Like, my basis for entry for video games is the Borderlands series.
Yeah.
Or
that's like your idea of what a video game is.
Or maybe before that, Grand Theft Auto, and not the new one.
Yeah.
San Andreas.
I think that's. I mean, for a lot of people,
like
Grand Theft Auto is the basis of what video games are, which is why it is so influential, and there's so many games like it. You know.
Yeah.
For me, equally so with Zelda: Ocarina of Time, where like I had played plenty of. I played Diddy Kong Racing. I played Tetrisphere. Like I thought of video games more being like a game. Like Ocarina of Time was the first. Like lose yourself in this big world full of lore and characters and crazy shit that I
playing the first Legend of Zelda for me was a really weird experience because it
is very open world.
Exactly, and it's 8-bit, and it's actually fucking difficult.
It's not that dissimilar from the early, like, you've seen what Grand Theft Auto 1 and 2 look like, right? Where it's just like a top-down with a car,
No, they're goofy. The San Andreas was probably the first one I did, and I was not allowed to. It was just I went over to my best friend's house across the street. I don't know, other games, I guess, like, Wii Sports? I don't know. Oh, I do remember playing Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess because my dad had got that game for me for Christmas, and I couldn't get past the first level. And then my dad played it while I was asleep and was like, "You're stupid. What? You can't get past the first level? It's really easy, actually." He didn't say I was stupid, but he was like, "You can't get past the first 4 levels while you were asleep." And I just went, "Cool, Dad. You're better at Wii games than I am."
Wait, which game was this, you said?
Twilight Princess.
4 levels. That would be... Like, I don't know what he means by
this
that.
This is from a person who was heavily addicted to Toontown.
Just getting, like, 4... Like, if he means, like, 4 dungeons into Twilight Princess, that's, like, 10, 12 hours of gameplay. Like, to have just done in a sitting while you were not there would be nuts. That game is longer than
not while I wasn't there. While I was asleep.
Yeah, like if he just played through your whole sleep session, I could maybe see.
He would.
Maybe see getting through 4 dungeons. I've never even gotten 2 fucking
real
dungeons
quick,
into
a
that
little
goddamn game.
Window into my dad. We all got into Toontown when it first came out because, hey, it's Toontown. We've been to Toontown in Disneyland, Los Angeles. We've gone there. It's cool. We've seen Who Framed Roger Rabbit, and then we played it. And then my dad learned that we were playing Toontown, started playing Toontown to spend time with us, and he didn't beat the shit out of us in Toontown because that's not a function.
He was just a lot better at it.
He, like, immediately got to the end. Like, he was fighting endgame bosses over and over again.
If I'm going to play a game, I'm going
when
to
the big problem with that
game.
for us was he wouldn't, like, let us come on raids with him to get more experience.
He's just like,
he was
you
just
guys
like,
just got to catch up, dude.
Yeah.
What's wrong? Why aren't you playing as much as I am?
Why aren't you beating the cell boss?
I think he was just like trying to shame you out of playing video games. Like, I'll play video games so much better than
no.
you. Like,
I watched genuine enjoyment come out of my father's face playing Toontown.
That's adorable.
I watched him be genuinely upset when I spent a lot of his in-game currency that does not cost real money. You just have to take a lot of time on the stupid fucking in-game pets called doodles.
Yeah, you've told me. Okay, I don't want to get into a Toon hole. Should I talk about the games I played, or should we try to wrap this segment?
No, go for it.
Okay.
Again, it's not late.
No, we're just 40 minutes into the Birds and Bees segment.
I don't care.
All right. Shantae. If any of you know this game series, there's 5 Shantae games. The one that 2013 they were making a Kickstarter to launch a new Shantae game, and it was like this was like peak Kickstarter, like when Kickstarter was becoming like a big deal and all these.
This wasn't your dad's Kickstarter.
Well, it was. This was first wave.
This was your
literally
dad's
first
Kickstarter.
wave Kickstarter. Like the era when your dad would have heard of it and told you about something he heard about on the news that was like on Kickstarter or something. Like right around that time, around the time that I was promoting the Under the Dog Kickstarter, which kind of turned me off of doing because it sucked. Under the Dog sucked and it did not live up to the promises at all. They were clearly trying to. They were clearly trying to have a Kickstarter that their amount they wanted was to show to investors that there was that level of interest, and investors weren't interested and did not back it. So they only had what they had from the Kickstarter to work with, and that was not enough to make the level of product that they were promising through the Kickstarter. Anybody who does that, Shenmue 3 did this. Not a good idea, not a good business model. Shantae did not have this problem. Shantae was a small development team who knows exactly what they're doing. They know exactly what they're capable of.
Zom 100. Sorry.
Unlike
something came in my throat where I just, I love the show and I love the product they're producing, but they're kind of
in fairness to Zom 100.
I'm sorry, I think you said the wrong phrase.
The Shantae studio.
No, I think it was a 2B.
No. In fairness to Zob 100, I suck cocks. To be fair, it's a Dick Show joke.
You just should have said to be fair.
The people who made Shantae would not have been so competent if not for the fact that they've been around for 25 years by the time they were launching this Kickstarter.
And the Kickstarter's for the first game you played, right?
No, it's for the third game, which I only just started playing.
The new one, the one you just bought.
It's not new to me.
Sorry,
yes. It came out in 2015, so it's old.
Are there more Shantae games since then?
There has been another one, and there's one coming out next year.
Okay.
And the one coming out next year was the game that would have been the second Shantae game, except that it got shelved because nobody wanted to publish it, so they never finished it. So they just went on and did other things. They did Sigma Star Saga, which I think kind of sucks. But anyways, Shantae started as a Game Boy game that came out in 2002 when the Game Boy Advance was already out. And it is maybe the greatest Game Boy Color game ever made by people who are obsessed with the Game Boy, who had played every fucking Game Boy game in the world and found all the gimmicks and knew how to exhaust the software. They just made a great fucking Game Boy Color game. Highly recommend the original Shantae. I'd give it a 9 out of 10. It's a fucking Game Boy Color game that I would give a 9 out of 10. That's the review. Then again, they started developing a sequel for the GBA. It got shelved. It's coming out next year as like an actual cartridge, like a limited release. People are doing like a GBA release, so that's cool. I'll probably try to reserve one of those if they're not already all reserved. But anyway, Shantae was revived in like 2010. They were able to start on the 3DS, the DSiWare, where like it was very cheap for developers to make games and publish them through the DSiWare. So they did Risky's Revenge, and then later Risky's Revenge Director's Cut, which is like on Steam and stuff. I do not recommend that game. It very much is a budget game. It's like, let's take Shantae, bring it back as like a cool budget game. But it got them a lot of attention because it was the best thing on DSiWare, which was mostly a bunch of shovel bullshit nobody cared about. So like, the fact that it was like this recognized IP, a classic game revival, it has really good art, the controls are nice. It is a fun game. I wouldn't recommend starting with it, just because it's like the budget version of Shantae. Whereas the one they did after that, because that one was decently successful, maybe I'm thinking of, I don't remember if I have these out of order. The second game is the one that's not that great, but the third game is really solid. So the third one is the first
schedules. Preventing me from seeing my friends.
Bird is showing me totally unrelated information that has nothing to do with the conversation I'm having with the internet right now. Anyway,
I don't get to see my friends.
The first game of Shantae is really good. The second game is not as good. The third game is really, really good. The fourth game is the one that they had the Kickstarter for. And I, at the time, wanting to play that game, determined I have to play all the other ones first. I don't know who this character is. I don't know the history of this shit.
Didn't give any money to them.
No, I did not give them any money. Instead, I went and bought the third game on Steam. I think I bought the set. Maybe I have them both on Steam. I ultimately beat it on the 3DS.
Yeah.
But I bought this game in like 2014, and it's taken me until now to beat it. Not just because it's hard. It is hard. But also, like, it took me a long time to sort of understand it and fall in love with it. And it was only last year when I played through the original game that I really understood. I was like, oh, man, the original's like a classic. Now I really want to go back and beat the third one. And I did, and now I'm finally playing the fourth one, and it's also fun. And I don't want to talk about this anymore because Bird has totally checked out, and I don't know if he's gonna even be prepared to do a podcast if he forgets that he's in the room with a microphone. He's still typing.
Are you
something
kidding
on his
me?
phone. I'm like giving him every signal to come back and talk.
Excuse
onto the
you right now. I'm
but he
sorry.
is in the
I
middle
just
of
got a
me.
text from Butthole Weeb.
Why is he? Hello, Butthole
Sixth
Weeb.
stream.
What's going on?
You two come with us to Japan in a few months. We should podcast too, my friends. Landon, I'm going to tell you right now, we are probably not going to be able to come to Japan with you. However, would love to podcast with you anytime you have any opinions on any of the shows we're covering.
Yeah.
You don't need to be caught up with them at all.
I think Butthole Weeb would like So No Freyre.
I do too.
That seems like his type of show. Although we've only seen the first episode.
What was it? He had texted us about a show recently too, also.
Furiren, I think.
Furiren.
Can we start talking about anime now?
No. The one. Well, actually, yes, we can. The one Butthole Weeb had asked us to watch was Kashimashi.
Kashimashi. That show is not very good, but it is about trans. Kind of. The guy gets hit by a spaceship and turns into a girl. Whoops. Oh, the one girl is a lesbian, so now she likes him. And the other girl is terrified of men, so she likes him too, now that he's a girl. But I think he turns back at the end, also.
Sorry, I was about to start whistling the Doctor Who theme song.
It's a goofy-ass show. I saw it a long time ago.
Butthole Weeb, you are welcome anytime, as long as you have something to say about at least 3 of the shows we are covering. I don't care if they're current. I don't care if they're not.
We will eventually cover Galaxy Express 39 on this show.
We've got to cover Gosick too, right?
Gotta is a strong word for Gosick because that came out in 2009, and the
So that's 2000s.
is loaded with shit I'd rather talk about than Gosick. But
Name one.
the 70s is not loaded with shit I'd rather talk about than Galaxy Express 39. So it's way more likely that we'll cover that. Name one. Code Geass.
You want to cover Code Geass on this show?
More than Gosick. Well, I don't even want to cover Code Geass. Hold on, I have a list somewhere. Nana's the next one I want to cover after Monster.
Munonanana? Talentless Nana?
No, that's from the 2020.
Are you sure? Because that was a really good show,
From
and I
the
don't know why we stopped
2000s,
covering it.
There is not. There's
Oh no,
been
because that was
another
a
episode.
content. That was a content thing.
It was
wasn't
Cantan.
Yeah, Cantan.
Well, they haven't made any more of it.
Of content? Yeah, I know.
Of
It
no,
got
of
canceled.
Muno no Nana. It has not had a second season.
Well, the manga has expressed itself more.
Like there's more of it.
Yeah, there's more manga.
There is more manga. All right.
Landon says, sure, podcast anytime. I always have something to say. By the way, Gosick manga will win manga poll. Also, and Gosick came out in 2011, not 29.
Oh, okay. Well, if it's for the 2010s, it has better odds. Maybe. I kind of want to
Also,
do Sangatsu
Landon,
no
I'm sorry.
Line.
I'm reading your texts, personal text to me out on stream right now. I am sorry if you didn't expect
I
that.
don't think he would give a fuck.
He also said, I've seen all of Galaxy Express 999 and movies. Get me in on that podcast for show.
Will do.
Actually, that's what we need to do with Landon, is Galaxy.
Yeah.
That bonus episode, Landon.
No, it's not a bonus episode. We're going to cover it on... It's 110 episodes long.
Oh, well, then we're gonna have Landon as a
That's
regular
why we
guest.
haven't seen it yet, even though he demands that we watch it and talk
All right,
about it.
I'm excited. Landon as a regular guest for that one podcast is gonna be wonderful.
Yeah. All right. Are you ready to talk about anime now?
What are we talking about?
We made it
first?
from Reno to fucking Oregon, whatever.
What else did we do?
We drove 9 hours from.
Do you want to talk about
worked.
Imbib?
Imbib, the brewery. We went to a lot of breweries. We
Name
went back
5.
to. Fucking, I can't. I don't even intake the names anymore. It's too much for me. I can't.
In the
remember
time
them
since
all.
we last talked to you, we went to Great Basin Brewing, Imbib Brewing.
Oh, Great Basin had amazing food. Amazing food. Best brewery food I've ever had.
Yeah.
At Great Basin in Reno, which was right
Worst
next to our
service
hotel.
I've ever had.
The service
anywhere.
was shitty, but the food was fucking amazing.
So we've got Great Basin, we've got Imbib. Those were the 2 we covered in Reno. And then here, yesterday we did Ancestry.
Bird apologizes for reading text that loud. Also, Bird keeps reading them out loud.
I don't think Landon cares. Otherwise,
No,
I
probably
wouldn't.
not.
Because he's responding to things I'm saying on the
screen,
podcast
yeah.
in the texts. Anyway. Yeah, he's responding again, actually, right now. I'll read it in a second. But anyway, so we did Imbib, we did Great Basin, we did Ancestry. There was another one. Fuck. What was the other one? Day Shoots. Yeah, we did Day Shoots as well.
Day Shoots was alright.
Day Shoots,
Overpriced food.
pretentious as hell. Good
Pretentious
beer,
food.
also terrible service.
Never eat an elk meatloaf because while it is unique and it's
I'm gonna-
not bad,
I'm gonna
it's
level
just
with
not
all of you
the
who
right
listen to
meatloaf.
our podcast right now. You're probably not gonna like elk. You're probably not gonna like venison. You're probably not gonna like most of the gamey meats that exist out there. Just avoid them.
I didn't even dislike it. It was just like, oh, like
Me neither.
And I know I recognized it right away. I was like, I've had something like this before, and it was all right.
Have I told you
is
the
all
first
right.
time I ever had venison? Do you know what venison is?
Isn't that like
It's deer meat.
yeah?
So, first time I had venison, it was when I went to pick up Riley in Louisiana.
Yeah.
I was hanging out with a lovely woman named Daphne. I'm not going to explain any more than that. Basically, I said to them about 2 days into hanging out at their house, "Oh, you have venison? I've never had venison." Expecting like a
Yeah.
seared meat type thing.
Yeah.
And then I got a bunch of, like, not giblets, because that implies organs,
Right.
but just a bunch of fried venison.
Like just pieces of
Just
fried
pieces of fried venison.
meat. Interesting. That's weird.
And I tried one piece, and I went, no, this is not how I would like to eat venison. I don't even dislike the taste necessarily. I don't even think she cooked it wrong, to be honest with you, because, bless her heart. She's not going to hear this.
No data. Excellent connection. All right, it's time to talk about anime before I completely dissociate.
Have you not already?
Dr. Stone. What do you mean? I've been talking for an hour. Dr. Stone season 3 part 2. Do
It's
you
good.
remember this?
Yeah.
Do you see what's happening here? Do you know who these guys are?
That
Are you
I
in this
mean, that
mortal
guy
realm
works.
with us?
That guy works for the island people.
What guy? What
The
dude?
Pharaoh man. Pharaoh man.
You are pointing at the screen, which I can see.
Okay, apologies. The guy wearing a very obvious tribute to pharaohs from ancient Egypt is carrying. Is that Ryusui?
Yes.
Because he's wearing. Yeah, the other guy's holding his hat. So, Pharaoh man is carrying a Ryusui, and
And his clothes.
yeah, and so the main guy.
Not his own tits, which is what I've been trying to.
And
parse.
so the main guy
an hour.
whose tits that you're talking about
Yeah.
holding, that's the main antagonist of this season.
Yes.
I don't remember his name, but
Well, he
he's-
works. I think
he wants the
He's
hat.
like the second in command to the other guy, the handsome dude who wants to like fuck all the girls. I think.
Oops.
But he's close to. I think he's the antagonist of this.
Oops,
little
I
mini-
did it again. I spoiled the show.
No. So.
That guy's dead.
Don't spoil anything.
That's why I covered my hand.
Basically,
Kohaku, right?
the
That's her
bad
name?
guys, they kidnap.
They kidnap Ryusui, they bring his stone thing back to it and go, we
Yeah.
think we have a spy. Do we have a spy? Kohaku, we thinks this spy is you.
And she's like,
And then
oh, yeah?
Kohaku goes, oh,
Watch
you
me
think
break
I'm
this
a
guy
spy?
into a billion fucking pieces.
And then immediately after that, she goes to her allies, I broke him up as precisely as possible so you
Yes.
could put him back together.
She's so skilled.
Because do you really think that those other people, those savages, would have any bearing on dismantling a person? They just do it mindlessly.
Yeah.
But I did it in such a way.
I did it specifically.
I did it so good.
meticulously.
So good.
Surgically.
I'm the best dismantler. I will dismantle
The real
people like you've
dismantle
never
queen.
seen.
Yeah, she really chops him into pieces, and
No, she doesn't. That's the point. She
well,
doesn't really chop him into
she,
pieces.
She does. He's in like 100
No,
pieces.
I get
They're
it.
just very clean pieces.
Exactly, that you can put together easily because
Yeah.
it's not... Taiju's the guy. I don't remember the girl's name.
Just to Junsu, who says medium fried elk tenderloin, 6 out of 5 taste. I'm just basing this on.
I don't disagree
just,
with you.
Just today, Josh Wiseman put out a video ranking the best food from every state. And elk was what Wyoming picked, and he made elk steaks, and they all agreed that it was like D or F tier, like just not the best. Now, obviously, I should not import my opinions from some fucking Texans whose opinions I don't know if I trust. But
I trust Josh Weissman's opinion on
yeah, honestly,
almost
I do.
anything
I'm not gonna
food-related.
lie. I'm not gonna sit here and act like I don't think Josh Wiseman knows what he's
But
talking
that being
about.
said, I don't think an elk steak couldn't taste good.
It probably could.
You
I
could
mean,
do-
elk
you-
meatloaf
look,
probably could be better
You
than the
could
one
put
I had.
Danos
too.
on it. Am I wrong?
Am I wrong?
You could put Danos on it.
Danos is pretty good.
Danos
Danos
spicy
is a
chipotle
really-
might be one of my favorite seasoning
really good
mixes
seasoning.
ever. My big complaint, which is one of their selling points, is I have to add salt and MSG to it.
Yeah, well, you have salt and MSG, so it's not a. it's
Well,
not
it is a
that big
complaint
deal.
because I have to do it.
Just mix it into the container.
It's hard to do that. Like, because you have
Like
to
initially,
use...
sure, but now that you've got half a container, you can just put salt and MSG in the rest of
Yeah, but that's annoying.
it. It's just anyway. So I really like that they use this idea of like, yeah, well, they can be broken apart and put back together. So let's have one of the good guys have to break another friend apart and put them back together. It's good. Good shonen writing. I also love this. This is the most adorable fucking thing in the world. Suika, the just adorable kid who they have around to spy
To
on
be
people.
cute. She doesn't exist for anything
That's
except
not
for
true.
to be
She
cute.
she does spy work and she knows things. She's
And-
actually pretty fucking useful. And
Sure. She looks like a melon every now and then, but mostly she exists to be cute.
she does exist mostly to be cute, but this is the cutest moment she might have ever had, which is that so when everybody was being turned to stone on the boat at the end of the last season, I realized we haven't explained what's going on in this story, but if
her off.
if you're not watching Dr. Stone, it's going to be really difficult to explain. We've got like a small team of our main heroes who are not currently on the boat that they showed up on to this island. And those guys are trying to figure out how to get a hold of everyone else who was on the boat who all got turned to stone. And meanwhile, we've got 2 girls and a cross-dressing boy who have infiltrated the opponents on the island's
Alright,
base.
she's done a really bad job of explaining where we are right now.
What? What did I get wrong?
So basically...
There's 3 groups.
Yeah, you did a fair amount explaining that there are 3 groups, but anyway... If you haven't seen Dr. Stone Zero, or whatever, I'm just calling it that because that's what the Jujutsu Kaisen prequel is called, is Jujutsu Kaisen Zero.
By 0, do you mean the rest of Dr. Stone
No, I
up
mean...
until now?
No, I
or-
mean the Ryusui episode.
Oh,
And the last season.
Yeah, the Ryusui was like special, I think.
Yeah,
Like
so
a
if you haven't
TV
seen those
special.
two, our main characters, they build a ship, they build an engine, they're rocking and rolling, they can do everything they can on the mainland, but now it's on a ship. And they've only taken the most important people.
Yeah.
Which
is most of the fucking cast, but
Yes.
they left like 3 or 4 people behind so that we wouldn't have the most bloated cast ever.
Name one of the people they left behind that you remember.
Kohaku's sister.
Because she's sick.
Did they bring the big lady?
Yeah.
Okay. They didn't bring Spear Boy, did they?
No, he's actually in prison and waiting to be killed.
Okay, but like back on land.
Yeah.
Okay. And then do they have Magma?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no, actually I don't think they do.
Are you sure he might be there?
Well, because he's part of the construction team.
Okay, then yeah, they might not have Magma. It honestly, again, the cast is fucking huge. There's a few characters who stand out.
I think genuinely one of the things I like about Dr. Stone the most is that they explain their cast as they introduce them and what their purposes are and why they are important. Even if it's like a 1-minute segment of like Magma's introduction.
Yeah.
He's the strongest guy. He can punch.
Okay, I thought so. Yeah, Spear Boy's in prison in the ship.
Oh, he's in the ship?
That's what I thought.
That's really dumb.
Because they said we have to bring them because they're too dangerous to leave with the people who we
Kill
left behind.
him!
Yeah, just fucking... Well, now he's currently turned to stone at the bottom of the fucking lake, right? With everybody else?
That's where Suika escaped the... Oh, no, she had to swim. She did have to swim.
They threw... Well, Ryusui threw her off of the boat. That's why she built him
Alright.
a new captain's hat out
So,
of paper.
if you don't remember, how everyone on the ship got petrified is that the people on the island have petrification weapons,
Yeah.
and what they do is a very primitive thing of, like, they tie a string around it and then throw it as far as they can, as best as they can. So, like, the Kasaki, right? That's his name. The old man? Kasaki?
I think so.
Yeah, Kasaki's frozen, Ryusui... Everyone's frozen.
By the way, just because you know these characters by name, and I want to point this out, this show's good.
Yes.
It was so refreshing to watch this, because I think we watched this first out of anything we watched this this episode,
Mm-hmm.
and it was not too long after like finishing Mushoku Tensei and like all the bullshit we've been watching recently, and just like when we started this up, even for me, I know you really like Jujutsu Kaisen. I'm kind of in the middle on it, where like it hasn't really hooked me yet.
It took me reading the manga to be interested in Jujutsu Kaisen.
Yeah.
Until then, I wasn't.
And you're a lot
far.
far. Like you read so fast that you probably blew past where we
I
are in the
wanted to
anime
start
in,
this
like, an
episode
hour.
by saying Gojo fucking.
Yeah. Everybody, you either know or you don't know. I don't know how long.
And if you don't know, now you know.
I don't know how it could be possible that if you're an anime-only viewer, you won't get spoiled for what happens in the, 5 fucking years it's going to take to get there in the anime adaptation.
Because, as far as YouTube knows, I am an anime-only viewer, and I get endless Jujutsu Kaisen shorts or videos or explanations recommended to me where I would just know what happens. Mm-hmm. I would just know what happens. And that sucks. That really does suck. I don't enjoy that, actually. Because if I didn't know...
That YouTube just feeds you spoilers all day.
Yeah, and if I wasn't the type of person that enjoyed that kind of thing, I know there are plenty of people in our audience that would really not enjoy if I said something like, Gojo is half of the man that he used to be.
I'm half the man I used to be.
But, I'm saying it in a cutesy way that you really have to look into.
Yeah.
But YouTube literally recommends me shorts and full-on analysis videos of Sukuna just did this.
Yeah. I've heard
How did he do this? What's going on with that? Isn't that crazy?
I'm surprised that you're not getting fed Dr. Stone manga spoilers. Maybe they're too old at this point. Because this show...
Dr. Stone is over.
Dr. Stone... Oh, really? It's fully over?
The manga has been over for a while.
Oh, wow. This anime has been taking so fucking long to come out.
It's my biggest problem with it. It's just that it's good.
This is the Walking Dead of anime in terms of how slow it is, how long it takes for new episodes to release, how fucking long the arcs are.
Amy talks anime. Amy talks Annie. I got a second monitor just
so I can have Gojo as my wallpaper. Ah!
Amy, can you please in the Discord and We Love Stuff just send me the thing you use as your Gojo wallpaper? Because I'm genuinely curious.
I assume she meant that as a joke, but...
I don't think she did. I trust Amy to be genuine most of the time. And if she's not, you got me. But I am curious.
But yeah, like, you like Jujutsu Kaisen. I'm a little middle on it, mostly because I don't care about any of the characters that much. I like Nanami. I like Gojo. Yeah, I know. I like Geto is cool, even though he's like a brain demon or whatever. But like,
I like the 3 characters that are going to become
Suffer
not
the
important
most.
for the rest of
Yeah.
the next 100 chapters.
Well, I assume that Jujutsu Kaisen is going to successfully introduce characters that I might care. Also, I kind of like the robot.
I've
but
explained... Well,
dead
Mechamaru's fucking dead, too.
Yeah.
I've explained Hikari to you.
Hikari is which one?
The
is
gambler.
Yes, has he been introduced yet?
No.
Okay.
And he won't be for a bit. But I feel comfortable explaining him.
I am willing to bet that I will enjoy bits and pieces of Jujutsu Kaisen a lot. Dr. Stone has like a very particular vibe that it just does so well. And I think a lot of it is like it's written in a way where all the characters are really trying to do something together. So I've talked about before, this is my favorite type of show, is shows about a bunch of people coming together to do a thing, and about how difficult it is, and like how their different skills or weaknesses and strengths sort of match each other as they're trying to do things. And Dr. Stone does that so well because every character feels useful, because like the goal is build society. Well, society only exists in as much as there are all these people with all these skills that can make these things happen.
Well, it's not even that as much as what is society?
Yeah.
What does society mean?
That too.
Because that's a big thing that we're experiencing now. Of like, they're going to the island, everyone got frozen, what is society on this island? And that is terrible.
Yeah.
Really bad for all of the men. Let's be real, boys.
Yeah.
It's not cool to be a man on this island.
No. It's not really cool to be a woman on this island either.
It's not cool to be a woman either, but
differently
like,
uncool.
yeah, like a woman, you just get rejected eventually. A man, you don't get any promise of sex.
Or
ever.
you are like a sex slave to the boss.
Well, or as a man, you don't get sex ever, just ever.
So yeah,
that's how
it's no fun for anybody.
It's not fun for anyone, which is how as my understanding goes, monarchical societies used to work.
You ask what is a society? Dr. Stone has a very clear philosophy on this.
Be faithful to your wants.
Yeah. So
I'm very faithful. No, and that's not Dr. Stone. This is Ryusui. I'm sure Senku has a different opinion.
Yeah, but so ever since Ryusui's been introduced, it's been like...
But he's the
favorite.
He's the insert,
He's clearly the favorite.
Ryusui's the guy that everyone wants to be. I'm Ryusui. I won't say that with shame.
I don't even know if that's true. I think him and Senku and Taiju are all like guys that some guys want to be.
Sure. What about Gen?
Gen, you mean the silver or wait? No, you
the
mean
mentalist.
Yeah, okay. Well, he's like more non-binary, but he's
sure,
like
but I
still
think
definitely a hero.
I think
a heroic character.
So like,
all of them are big damn heroes in my mind.
I don't disagree with that, but I would say in terms of like men today, it's Senku, Ryusui, or Gen. I don't think Taiju really factors into like.
I think if you're like a farmer, you want to be a Taiju guy. Like super loyal, just like a salt of the earth, like I just get shit done.
And how many people actually occur with these personality types?
Okay, you think it's rarer to be a Taiju just because like nobody's that genuine and like good or whatever.
Yes, or strong.
Or like raw strength.
And more because you
have to actually be as strong as Taiju to be like.
Because you brought the farmer analysis also of like that's a dying.
Yeah,
that's
type
a
of
dying
archetype.
Career. I don't want it to be. I'll say that.
Ryusui is the Wolf of Wall Street.
Yes,
Senku is Oppenheimer, and Gen is. I was gonna say a slur against my own people, but what's a cool gay or something?
A cool.
He's Robert
gay.
Downey Jr.
What do you mean? What?
An actor,
what?
like a cool, like a heroic actor.
Timothy Chalamet.
Okay, yeah, he could be Timothy Chalamet. All right. This show rapidly turns into a gay porno in this episode.
No, it doesn't.
It
They're
really does.
scuba diving to save Kasaki.
It gets so gay. Because, okay, so Ryusui was recently introduced into the show.
I hurt myself today.
Ryusui was introduced right before season 3, right?
To see if I'm still gay.
And for the first half of season 3, they just would not stop sucking this dude's dick. Like, everyone around him, especially
Talking about
Senku.
Ryusui?
Yeah. Senku would not stop talking about how cool Ryusui is because the authors are trying to sell you on this guy being, like, main character
Because
tier.
literally he is.
Yeah.
Like, literally
Like,
in the terms of... It's not Senku just sucking his dick or
No.
anything. He understands... Like...
He is at that level,
Sure.
but, like, to make it work, the
Let's
manga
pop back
has
to
to
the-
make everybody reassure you, like, this guy's as important as Senku. He is the new number 2.
It's like... You know how Senku understands all of science?
Yeah.
This guy understands how to get around the world, which is...
Yeah.
I'm
Money.
going to say...
He understands money.
Well, that
Power.
too.
Power by
money
way
and power, sure.
influence.
But I think more than that, it's that he understands how to get around the world.
Yeah.
I'm sure Senku could figure that out eventually.
Oh, that he's a navigator. You mean like literally?
That is literally
ship,
why
he's a
Ryusui
ship
was
captain.
brought back to life.
Yeah. He was brought back to life because he knows how to captain a ship. All of the capitalism shit is incidental to that. Senku didn't necessarily care about all that, but he loves it though. He loves the way
Ryusui is good at it.
Yeah. Well, because Ryusui's whole thing is, be true to your wants and, like,
I
help
definitely
other people
relate to Ryusui more
get
than I
their
do to
shit.
Senku. I mean...
I think it's the fact... What makes Ryusui heroic
that's the thing
is
also.
that he sees other people being true to their wants and helps them.
Yes.
Like, that's the
And
real
Senku's
part
just
of
kind
it.
of like, we're at the end of the world as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
We're doing what I want to say because I can rebuild society. And Ryusui is kind of, well, your worth is in how much you want to do. It's how much you want to change society.
Yeah.
And he has a lot of good moments, because initially when Ryusui is introduced...
He is a great character. It is just funny how, like, they had to really big him up to make you feel like he's
But when Ryusui is
important,
introduced, he's kind of like, oh, he's this capitalist asshole, blah, 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 blah,
Right.
blah. And then Francois comes in and goes, no.
Yeah, that's
No,
true.
I mean, he's not paying me anything
I forgot
right
there's
now.
a whole character who exists just to tell
To
us how
justify
cool this
Ryusui,
guy
yeah.
is. Yeah. But, so now that Ryusui has been justified in the story, he is trying to...
That's not even what this episode is about. It's about getting Kasaki.
It is about saving Kasaki. But this whole scene right here, where they're doing this...
It's Ginro
Ryusui...
and
No, that's Ryusui.
Ginro.
That's Ryusui.
That's Ryusui.
That's Ryusui. He's just naked. Remember, he goes down with...
How do they revive him?
That was the last scene. So,
Shit.
they went
You're
down...
right, they did. Shit.
They got
Sorry.
him because he was broken into pieces. So they got the pieces, and then they revived him.
Yes, they
Suika
did.
gave him a little paper hat because
he's the
he saved
captain.
her,
Yeah, fuck, sorry. It's
and they
been a
had
week.
stolen his hat. So then, Ryusui and I can't fucking remember this bald guy with the X on his head's name.
So, his name is the name of the island they're on,
Right.
which is the name of the chief of the island that
Yeah.
the main antagonist is working for.
I can't remember what that is though.
None of that has been revealed yet. Sorry.
This whole scene, Ryusui is doing for this guy what Senku was doing for him before, which is just like talking about how cool he is the whole time. Like, wow, he could sense things from so long away, and he knew exactly how long, like, to hold his breath or like whatever. I don't even remember the specifics of why. I just remember that they both keep thinking about how cool one another are every time one of them makes a decision, which I thought was hilarious. But anyway, so they're trying to bring Kasaki out of the ground. They can't get him because he's too deep. So then they realize that they could revive Taiju and he could him out of the ground.
Soyuz. His name is Soyuz.
Convince me I'm
Sorry.
not looking at gay pornography right
You are.
now.
His name is Soyuz because because that was the name of the fucking satellite that Senku's dad was on, was the Soyuz. And if you so everyone that exists currently are descendants of people on the Soyuz.
Yeah. So just to remind
or
everyone,
people that just existed
because
anyway.
we have a short about this on the channel, our most popular short, because there's only like 6 of them, which is about how ridiculous it was when this guy just got introduced on the boat. Like, the boat has already left. We met all the characters on the boat, and then... Oh, wait.
This guy shows up.
Also, this guy was also on the boat. You've never heard of him. He was in the background one time.
Don't worry.
He's a
As
major
someone who
character
spoiled everything that's going to happen
Yeah.
in this show, he's really important.
Well, I figured that because of the fact that they started having Ryusui suck his balls throughout this whole episode. And I was like, okay... If Ryusui thinks this guy's amazing, this guy's gonna be, like, amazing. He's gonna do some, like, crazy shit. But he's also impressed with Ryusui, who, like...
I've said enough accidentally that you can probably assume where he's going to end up if you really listen to this podcast, but anyway.
Ryusui, like, uses his last of his oxygen to revive Taiju with the fluids, and then, like, there's this whole bit about how... Ryusui and the bald dude had been, like, struggling... Soyuz. Ryusui and Soyuz had been struggling to communicate underwater because they can't really use words. As soon as they revive Taiju and they are able to communicate...
They just, like, make hand signals to him and he immediately gets it.
And then he, like, very clearly gestures, like, he like, has a conversation to Ryusui.
He has the
like,
confidence gesture, you know?
Yeah, he's just so good at communicating.
And Ryusui gives him his goggles.
Without words.
Ryusui just needs to breathe air, that's all.
Again, like, this show's
such a
the
dork.
character dynamics are really good. Like, aside from the fact that this is a gay pornography, I like all these guys. I like watching them work together. I like what they like about each other. I agree with. Like, it's, you know, it's a nice little sausage festival going on here. This is what shonen manga is about, you know, homosexuality.
But then the problem, they get Kasuki out. The problem, as you can see here, he doesn't have his fucking arm. His left arm is gone.
Oh, yeah.
They don't really address that in this episode.
Muse of Salberg is puking at that we can communicate with our hearts. I don't remember if he says that, but even if he does, like, the actual set of gestures Taiju makes at him are understandable. Like, if he made that set of gestures, like, it makes sense what they translate it as. I was like, wow, this is really clever, actually, the way they did that.
It makes sense because Taiju obviously understands what they're trying to do. So Ryusui just kind of needs to go, hey, over there.
Well, Taiju's also the kind of person who would think, if I got revived, I must have to do
I must have to dig
I
something
must
up,
have
right?
to lift something.
I'm the strong one. I'm the strong one. I'm not nervous. I'm as tough as the crust of the earth is.
Oh, God.
I move mountains.
Oh, I guess that's all I had.
I build churches.
Yeah, well, they get Kasuki. I think they get everybody out. They like get they find all the bodies and they're like exhuming them.
Well, they get I don't remember honestly what exactly they do
get him
in this
out, and
episode.
the idea is that he's going to be able to build the thing they need.
More oxygen tanks to get the rest of people
Yes, that's what it is.
That's what it
they
is.
need more oxygen tanks. Great episode. Love to see Dr. Stone back. I'm surprised how much I missed it. We were kind of sick of season 3 because there was like before the very end, like the last 2 episodes, it had gotten interesting, but like most of it had been really plotting.
And boring.
It was boring. Not a lot was going on. And now it's gotten way more interesting. The character dynamics are really good. I'm glad they're using the whole cast that they brought with them. You know. Yeah, it's good. We have not seen today's episode yet because we are late and gay. But, you know.
Post it in the Discord if you can find
I hope
the
we're not
Discord
late on
invite.
Jujutsu Kaisen already. That would really suck.
probably
Because
are.
we're covering 2 episodes of that just to catch up on this episode.
Maison Ikkoku? No, this is
next
Gundam.
Is Mobile Suit
This is Gundam.
Gundam.
I
One
thought
of
that was
my
Char.
favorite. This
Honestly.
episode is amazing. It's Char's sister lounging on the beach.
Is this not the episode where Amado meets his mom?
It is. You passed out halfway through this
I
episode.
did, but
so-
I totally don't remember this shot of Char's sister.
So it starts off with the white base is just like landed on a beach, and they're all just kind of chilling on the beach and having a good
Sisters
time.
on white base.
Yeah, it's
Right.
Sayla Bass.
Sorry, this show's kind of hard to keep track of.
Secretly
sometimes.
Artesia, Char's sister. It's just that they haven't fucking brought it up again. They brought it up in episode 3, and they have never brought it up again.
They brought
or
it up
2.
in the first episode too.
It's like
where Char and her meet each other.
Yeah, that's the only time. I think it's episode 2 actually. But yeah, they've never brought it up since then. He just said Artesia, and she went
because it's really
whatever his fucking
it's
name
really
is,
fucking obvious if you look at because.
It's just a little undercurrent they threw in there that they're not going to address.
Gundam's old.
Mm-hmm.
They don't
79.
really reuse hair colors.
No, you're right. Yeah.
Char and Sayla, Artesia,
Very
or whatever,
much blonde.
are the only people, and not even just blonde. There might be other blonde characters.
Platinum blonde.
We haven't seen them yet. But Char and her are the only people with that hair color.
Yeah, that exact yellow. Yeah, I think they really wanted to hammer
And
it
Char's
home.
just fucking off right now, right?
Char is like, I don't think he shows up in this episode. No, yeah, he's just.
Yeah, no, because the last episode we saw him
he's
having
just
his
in a bar,
sunglasses
yeah.
and being at a bar, as all good,
he's just
good boys
chilling
should
or
be.
whatever.
Don't fight in the war.
Also, so in this episode, I guess the implication is sort of that in defeating Garma, they kind of got away. Like, I mean, they're on the fucking beach relaxing. This was not possible. At any
Last
point,
episode, yeah.
at any point throughout this has not been possible. So I guess they got enough Zeon soldiers off their tail that they could chill for a second. And
now,
where they end up is basically like a backwater place that like there are Zeon soldiers there, but there has not been combat here in such a long time
that they won't expect it to happen.
Yeah, and everyone's kind of this episode is really interesting because it paints a picture of a certain type of place that exists during wartime where like the
Jerusalem.
chaos of war still applies, but it's not actually a battleground. So it's like this weird interstitial space. We'll get into
say
it.
any more words.
But so yeah, these guys are all just chilling on the beach at first, but they're close to where Amuro's mom is. Now, Amuro has been living on the Side 7 colony.
With his dad for the last 10 years or something.
Yeah, his mom left for Earth at some point, and he hasn't seen her in a fucking long time, since he was like a kid.
Shocker. His mom doesn't like war.
And neither of his parents really were not there for him. Really not at all. Like, his mom went to Earth when he's a kid, and then his dad has been working away from home. He's just been living on his own.
Fucking robot.
That little Haro is the only thing taking care of him.
Has been there for Amuro more than either of his parents.
Haro and fucking Frau Bo are the only reason that he's alive.
Frau Bo sucks.
She
I'm
does
sorry.
suck. Haro's cooler
good.
than Frau Bo.
Because Haro has existed throughout the Gundam series. I've seen Haro's.
Yeah, he's in everything.
Frau Bo, I haven't seen her since.
No,
Frau Bo sucks.
She's not as cool as either of these girls, Mirai or Artesia.
I don't honestly remember the other girl.
Mirai is like the one who basically always gives Bright Noah the tactical advice he ends up using, so I consider her like...
So they end up banging.
Maybe. I know she is the real brains of the operation. She is the one who is way... Like, Bright Noah's good at being a hard-ass and punching people in the face. Mirai is good at making hard-ass decisions, which Bright is not. Like, he doesn't want to make an inconvenient choice. She's like, you need to blow through those guys or we're not, like, gonna live. So... That's what makes her cool. But anyway, Amuro goes home, and what the fuck is going on?
There's a bunch of fucking soldiers at his house, and he goes, what the fuck? This is where I live. Where's my mom, you assholes?
This is why we have the
Third Amendment
here in
Grand
America.
Admiral C. I know you're not watching this, but hell yeah, the Third Amendment is the most important. No quarter to soldiers during wartime.
Yeah.
I know we don't consider that a huge amendment here in the United States.
Well, because we don't have
When the fuck have
soldiers
we
in
had-
our fucking houses, and we would consider it a huge deal if it started happening, if that amendment didn't exist.
But when the Bill of Rights was made,
Yeah.
We had just experienced a war where soldiers were just taking people's fucking houses.
Yeah.
That's not a thing that should be okay.
No.
But we learn they didn't just take this house. The house was empty.
Yeah, his mom's not around.
Not to say that that would not violate the Third Amendment.
But may I remind you?
No, you may not.
These are Federation soldiers. These are the men that Amuro has been fighting.
And they're just sitting in
directly
his
to
mom's
protect.
house and getting drunk.
Yes, there's a gaggle of drunk soldiers in Amuro's house.
Can you imagine being Amuro?
I would fucking have killed these men.
Exactly.
I would be so pissed off.
Can you imagine being Amuro and having, for the last 3 or 4 episodes, gone through like, wow, I really just killed a bunch of fucking people.
Yeah.
I just killed a guy who was like gonna get married, and I killed his wife too. Or, I didn't kill his wife, but she's dead because of me, and all of this. And then you go to your mom's house expecting to see your mom, and you see a bunch of fucking soldiers.
This episode hits so fucking hard.
That was the other thing.
Because this scene, like you're explaining, proves how soft Amuro is. He doesn't do anything.
No,
he doesn't do anything to any of these guys.
He literally does a lot.
Well, he mostly is just like, where's my mom? Like, he comes in and he's just like, where's the fuck's my mom? Where's my mom? What's going on? And they're
I mean, in a grand war scenario, he does more than these soldiers do.
Oh, yeah. What I mean is that, like...
The other thing I tried to explain was Mobile Suit Gundam to that guy playing pool by himself.
Uh-huh.
Of just like, yeah, war is bad. And there's the point of Gundam is a guy wanted to make the point to everyone that war was bad, but he still had to be able to sell action figures.
Yeah.
And to be completely honest, I forgot to mention this.
Well, he also just wanted to draw big robots.
I forgot to mention this, but in the background, there was a guy sitting at a booth by himself who I watched react to every single thing I said about anime without chipping in at all. I just knew he had opinions about all the things I was saying.
Like, and he was an anime fan, you mean? Like,
yeah.
Oh, that's hilarious.
He was just sitting there by himself, drinking his beer, and every now and then I would see him crack up or be like, like...
Yeah. About your anime opinions. That's hilarious.
But it's okay. People are allowed to be wrong.
I just realized the facial expressions you made don't translate it anyway over audio, but...
Just, okay, look, the facial expression I made was basically like, really?
Yeah.
And yes, really.
But, yeah, I'll say of Gundam, of your... The difference between what Tomino wanted and what he had to make is that he wanted to draw a big all-white robot because it's a war machine. If it was serious, they would have painted pretty colors. Yeah. I had to make primary colors because it's a toy. But yeah, it's that off from his vision what he had to do.
I also, I get War Machine painted in all one color. Not gonna be fucking white, you dumbass.
No, yeah.
It's gonna be camouflage.
Why would it reflect the sun and maybe just so it looks like a star in space? Maybe that was the logic.
No, it wouldn't.
It would be a moving star, which is highly suspicious. Yeah, no, I don't know. Paint it black. It's in space. Yes. Paint it fucking black. Anyways. I love the scene. Amuro is just so he's so distraught about where is my mom, what is going on, that he's not even trying to fight these guys. And like
Beatrice, Landon wants me to ask you, how hot is it in the manga when Char butt fucks his sister? Full metal cock block mode.
There's no way this is real. Does he fuck his sister in the manga? There's no way.
I had to say that because Landon started the text with no balls. You won't ask Trixie this. Landon, I'll pretty much read anything you text me because it's really funny 9 times out of 10.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
No balls, won't ask Trixie how hot it is in the manga when Char butt fucks his sister.
If this really
full
happens,
metal cock block mode.
What does that mean, full metal cock block mode? What does that mean?
Landon is...
What does
I'm not
saying.
Not trying to get a laugh. Not trying to make anyone have the worst day at their job. Landon is one of my idols when it comes to reviewing anime, because I can't hate anime as much as Landon does.
That's true. He loves and hates anime even more than I do.
I dropped this show harder than when my balls dropped at
when I was
13.
12.
I cannot tell you how many times I've heard that sentence. I
all
fucking love him for it.
Gundam. Gundam.
We'll get into some shows that I would have dropped harder than my balls at 12 later.
Yeah, Zeta Gundam has a black Gundam and a protagonist who would beat the shit out of strangers at his house. That's true. But Camille would also beat the shit out of anybody just for saying he has a girl's name. Anyway,
Camille?
The main character is the next show, Zeta Gundam, the 80s.
That's...
He has a girl's name and he does not like to be told that. Anyway.
He responded, "Full Metal Cockblock, I told you. Think amongst yourselves."
What the fuck? Alright. I mean,
Edward Elric does
chastity
not
belt?
have a sister to fuck.
Chastity belt. Well, there's also Full Metal Panic. There's Full Metal Cockblock style. Who is he cockblocking? Anyway.
Landon, please explain your jokes.
Anyway, no, he doesn't
sorry
have
to ask
to.
that. You don't have to.
It's just as funny if we never know. So, yeah, Amuro doesn't freak
It's
out
so
on these
funny how
guys.
quickly he's responding to me.
But, so Amuro goes outside and he sees that these soldiers are being
assholes.
real fucking
Real
dicks to this lady. A guy just kind of tries to come up and just like eat a fruit from this lady's stand, and she's like, "You have to fucking pay for that." And he's like, "Fuck you, I'm a soldier." And she's like, "There's not even fighting happening here. What the fuck?
And
I
then
I have to live."
And then Amuro pops up and goes, "I'll pay for it. Whatever."
Well, no, the dude on the ground,
right.
and Amuro says, "Make him pick that up for you. Do not pick that up." And the soldier's like, "What the fuck is wrong with you, kid?" And Amuro just jumps on this dude and starts beating the fuck out of him.
This ain't a song for the broken-hearted. Wow, wow.
Now, the show does remind us, and I guess this is the real reason Amuro didn't beat up all those guys. Tiny 13-year-old boy cannot, 14, 15, I don't know how.
How fucking old is Amuro?
He's a teenager. He's in high school.
He has to be like 15 or 16. I don't imagine 13 or 14.
I would bet he's probably 15. But, yeah, he jumps on one of them and starts beating the fuck out of him, but of course these are Gundam, so he gets
No
his ass
silent prayer for the faith departed. Wow, wow.
And also, Amuro never pulls the, like, by the way,
I ain't gonna
alright, I get it,
be
you're,
just a
you're,
face in the
you're,
crowd,
what's his name, Bon
gonna
Jovi.
live
You are John
my
Bon
life
Jovi.
when I shout it out loud.
Boom, boom, it's
Amuro, I'm gonna kill that asshole.
Okay,
I ain't gonna live forever.
fucking
I'm
Evangelion
gonna
strangle
see
you.
Shaw revive 3 times.
That's not true.
2 times.
No, Char doesn't ever revive.
No, he doesn't revive, but fucking come on.
He does have like a clone in Unicorn though, or something.
All right, I have to look up Char's alter.
It's oh god, well no, the well only one is like a literal clone of Char, and that's
No, but he goes by like Amuro.
Oh yeah, Quattro Bagina.
Quattro Bagina.
Yeah.
And then there's another
That's
one
in Zeta
too.
Gundam. He's Quattro Bagina. Wow, I can't believe our chat knows the Bon Jovi song. And likes it.
So
I guess it's a Brazilian
It's Quattro
thing.
Bagina. Yeah, I actually do. I do happen to know that Bon Jovi is very popular in Brazil. It wasn't
that
just.
makes sense.
Fuck, it's Quattro Bagina, and I got to tell you this one,
Edward Mass. That's a good one. Char Aznavour also, of course, is a pseudonym. It's just a guy who looked like him, whose identity he stole, according to Gundam Origin.
What is Char's real name, actually?
It was, she said it in episode 2.
She did,
He
yeah.
called her Artesia.
Casval Rem
Casval.
Dekun.
Yes. And the Dekun is the family that,
Yeah,
you know.
that's the one who actually started the Xeon
the
Empire.
revolution.
I'm sorry, guys. I know these are spoilers.
Well, they're not really, because a lot of this is not actually explained in Gundam. Like, the fact that,
At all?
well, like, in the show, we know that his original name was Casval. We never learn how he got the name Char. But, like, Gundam the Origin, which is essentially, like, as I understand it, kind of a fan fiction.
So I can
prequel.
comfortably say, if you haven't looked this up or watched it, fuck yourself.
Yeah, this is not really a spoiler. It's like Char, unless it's a spoiler for Gundam: The Origin episode like 2 or 3 that Char Aznable is like a guy who our version of who Casval found in the military at age 18
and
who looked
killed him.
Literally exactly like him.
Killed him.
Just got him
with
killed.
fire.
Yeah. Similar to what he did with Garma. He like got him into a situation that would get him killed.
Did he call the original Char Aznable while he was getting killed and go,
"No,
you're fucking
he
stupid,
didn't
you
fuck with
asshole.
him that way."
This is because you were born rich."
It was kind of because he was born rich. It was kind of like a, you know what? This isn't easy enough. It was
You're
like
not
a privileged
selling me
guy.
on Char, actually.
Char's a bad guy. He's an asshole. He's a bad man.
That's not
He's the villain of
take I'd
Gundam.
had on him.
When you get to so the funny thing about Char is like in the first show he's just on a revenge quest. He's fun. He's kind of evil.
And that's where I'm at this point of like,
yeah.
the zombies are the bad
The zombies are the bad guys. But when you
Char's
get to
just kind of
Zeta,
there.
he's kind of a good guy. He's
But
kind
he's
of
still
working
trying
with the
to be
good
a bad
guys.
guy?
Not really. I would say in Zeta he's mostly a good guy.
So
but when you
who's-
get to Char's counterattack, he decides like the Earth has to go. Like we just gotta blow up the Earth just has to go. And that's when you're like, all right, Char, what?
Why does he decide
I
this?
don't remember. Just humans are shit, dude. Earth's just not. It's not worth it.
World
it's not worth
doesn't
holding
fuck.
on to. Yeah, like world doesn't fuck. 10 billion dead cops. Like Char's counterattack is at the end of the 80s, by the way. So like 10 years.
But like in,
is where he
in
ends
the
up
span
going.
of Gundam, Char goes from like being a slant bad guy to being a slant good guy
To being just the bad guy. Yeah, pretty much. And
Where is Sayla?
Sayla's just in the first season. Look, the reason Char ends up really wanting to kill Amuro is well, spoilers for this show. Amuro's
Say it
gonna
a
kill
couple more times. Spoilers. Just
Wait, not Sayla. I'm thinking of
His sister. That's what I'm asking
yeah.
about.
Sayla will last.
Talking about Fraubo?
No, there's a girl who we'll get introduced to later, who Char is in love with. She's also underage. Char is always in love with an underage girl in every Mobile Suit Gundam, which is why he is the ultimate anime character.
What?
I have been building a theory for years that I will not make a video about until I've seen all of Gundam. This is part of the motivation that Char is the greatest anime character, the most of an anime character.
We don't even see
Like-
his mom die on screen.
Char, we do in Origin. We
Well-
literally the first episode you watch his family die. So
Fucking fuck me in the ass, I guess.
Char is the greatest and most anime character of all time, but he does only seem to date underage girls. We even meet a girl late in season 2, Haman Karn, who is an adult who dated him when she was a teenager, and he like lost interest because she became an adult. Is the implication?
More like Leonardo de Aznable.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, does Char DiCaprio work better? I mean, Leo doesn't even have... Leo doesn't even cut him off till 25, you know? Like, Leo's got him till 25. Char seems to be, like, age of consent, I guess. I don't know.
No. Age of consent is too old for Char.
18?
Teenagers, like...
Well, no, I get what you're saying, but, like, Char, 18's not the cutoff for him? What's the cutoff for Char?
Okay, yeah, it might be the cutoff is 18.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Age of consent. You know, not in Japan, obviously, because in Japan, the age of consent is 13 in some provinces or whatever. I'm sorry, it's not the age of consent in those provinces anymore. I forget, because Beatrice reminds me all the time.
No, I think it still is.
It still is? Fuck. Japan's
It's
weird.
National, that's 18, so...
Yeah, that's always been the fucking case.
Yeah.
Reasonably.
No, maybe it's the opposite. Like, the national is 13, but most provinces are 18?
No, because the Twitter notes that I had seen about it were like, well, you know, in some provinces.
All right, this is how we end up on a list, is by talking about the age.
Do you think we're not on a fucking list
Gary
already?
always gave us another $2. You can always tell when the drugs have kicked in. Nah, we were just drunk before we started this podcast.
Gary, you keep super chatting us
I had to
$2.
pee, that's why I went away.
We will get enough drugs to be fun on a podcast.
Yeah, we travel so much, all we really carry is weed, usually, because it's easy to come by.
Even that, in illegal states, we would never carry.
Well, the fact of the matter is, it's not very easy to, like, find illegal drugs in places you don't live in and don't know anybody, so, you know. Anyway, getting back to Mobile Suit Gundam.
So Char's only interested in underage girls, you say?
Yes.
Why?
It's never really explored. It's just kind of something you can notice if you pay attention to everyone he's dating in the show.
What about Amuro?
Amuro, I think, gets, like, married by Zeta Gundam. He, like, properly...
To Frabo?
I think it's to that redhead girl that he likes.
Oh, the one from
yeah, she's
Maison
gonna be in.
Ikkoku,
She's gonna be in
who's,
the
like,
next
got
episode.
the red eyes and the red hair, and the manager's
She
really
has red
jealous.
eyes?
Yeah, yes, she does.
I did not notice that.
That was the only thing I noticed about her, to be honest with you.
That's funny. So basically, Amuro is talking to the woman that he helped out because the soldiers were tormenting her, and she basically says that they got left here. Like, at some point, this outpost was deemed not worthy of support from the Allies.
At some point, the Allies made a push that did not succeed. And then instead of supporting the push that did not succeed, they just left everyone there, and everyone there didn't know what to do. They don't have a commanding officer.
So they've just become a bunch of drunk
dickheads.
dickheads. Yeah.
I watched this episode right after I watched Hacksaw Ridge.
But the same thing happened in that, or
Kinda, sorta.
Okay.
Kinda, sorta. Hacksaw Ridge, if you are not aware, is a movie about a person in World War II who would not pick up a gun. He was only a medic. And ultimately, it's about his triumphs as a medic of, like, he saved literally 70 people, lowering them over a cliff face. But more importantly, like, one of their commanding officers just fucking dies pretty immediately, and then none of them know what to do.
We've been talking about Gundam for 40 minutes. No, wait. We talked about another show before that.
That's Stone.
That's right. Okay.
I'm glad we're leaving this hotel tomorrow.
Yeah, so basically Amuro finds out from this woman that his mom is alive, which he wasn't even sure of, and is currently working at, like, a medic camp, like a refugee camp. That's the word. So Amuro's like, holy fucking shit, really? He goes from, like, I didn't get a screen cap of it, but probably Amy or somebody in the chat, in the Discord, pointed out that, like, Amuro has, like, the happiest face you will ever see him with when he finds out his mom is alive. It's pretty adorable. He goes from literally this face right here to, like, immediate elation. And then he flies his little core fighter over to that base, and immediately the old people are there like, bro, your enemy has a base right the fuck over there. And they definitely saw you fly that plane in here. You need to move that fucking plane. You need to do something different. You fool.
Bro, would you show up to my house on an Instagram live stream in front of 5 million people and then expect me to not try to get you deplatformed from YouTube? Yeah. Jax Films is one of my favorite YouTubers ever. He's being a total fucking bitch for someone who wrote, "Baby, did you know that most Christmas songs were actually written by Jews?" But baby, like, seriously, do you think you get to write? I don't even think the edginess of it factors into it.
Yeah.
Because he's been on a fucking hate campaign against Sniper Wolf for 6 months.
Yeah.
It's why I unsubscribed from him.
Because he wouldn't shut up about it.
I don't care. I don't care if anyone's stealing content. Most of the things on YouTube that get recommended to me, and I'm not saying this as a positive, are stolen content whether it be Jujutsu Kaisen manga follow-throughs of...
I clicked on one of that girl's video, like her latest video.
She's not
It
bad.
did not seem like stolen content. It seemed like very normal YouTube content to me. So I don't really know what the fuck he's on about.
You have to watch his last 6 months,
Sniper
I guess.
Wolf, the Metal Gear Solid character? No, this is some like hot
No, it's
chick
3
on
S's.
YouTube.
3
Yeah,
S's, Sniper Wolf.
it's a hot, crazy girl who Jax
Hey.
Films has been accusing of
Here, I'll explain the full situation. She had some kind of film or photo shoot 5 minutes away from where she knew Jax Films lived. Her and her sister went to where Jax Films lived. Jax Films has been posting shit about her and trying to get all of her videos removed or deplatformed for the past 6 months.
Yeah.
And she posted a video outside of Jax Films' house going, hey, let's talk like adults. Let's see what's going on. And Jax Films was live at the time and went, what? Huh? Get her deplatformed. Get her off of everything, YouTube.
Yeah, this man is terrified because a woman with a lot of subscribers showed up to his house
More than him.
live streaming the fact that she was there, and he's really not okay with it.
No, it wasn't even live stream.
Or
it was on her Instagram
live,
story,
wasn't she?
No,
it was just a story. Okay, well, she went to his house and streamed it, or not streamed it, posted it, whatever the fuck. 2 hot little fucking women showed up at Jax Films' house, and he's losing his mind over it.
On a live stream. You can find it, and it's very entertaining.
Well, he's still losing his mind over it. He platformed from YouTube, and a bunch of people, even YMS, who I like, is like, you should definitely kick her off. I'm like, what
at
the
YouTube.
fucking cares?
Hey, at YouTube, the best time to deplatform Sniper Wolf would have been 3 days ago when she showed up at my house and broadcast my YouTube everything to whatever. But the best time to do it would be now.
Jax Films, it's bitch made.
Jax Films is bitch made.
I'm sorry.
Actually, genuinely, because he was live at the time, I only respect Aaron. Because Aaron's response
was going to go outside.
And Jack went, no, don't
Jack
do that.
Jack didn't let her do it.
Aaron should have gone outside.
Bitch made Jack. Aaron,
which sucks.
Aaron is we all know Aaron's wears the pants in that relationship.
Oh, absolutely.
But,
Aaron's like, I'm not going to watch a Jackass if it's not an Aaron Jackass.
About YouTuber drama.
Hang on, real quick. Just as a caveat to all of the things we've just said, we have had someone show up at our house.
Yeah.
In a much more, let's say,
way more
traumatic way than Jax Films did, of someone showing up outside of his house on the street saying, let's talk.
Yeah.
We had a fucking person break into our goddamn house.
Yeah.
I don't care. It didn't matter ultimately because he was just a crazy person and he has been arrested since. But because, very importantly, he actually broke the law.
Right.
He broke into a house.
Yeah.
Standing outside on someone's street and taking a picture outside of their house is not illegal.
Yeah.
It's not doxing. It's not anything you think it is.
Well, and again, like to me, there's a lot of nuance in the situation.
I'm not even going to say I would be comfortable with it happening to me. I'm just going to say...
It's uncomfortable, obviously, but the problem
But it's not
is,
illegal.
So...
Jax Film is trying to get her deplatformed off YouTube.
Okay, but backing away from that, he was already trying to do that.
Yes.
He didn't start trying to get her deplatformed because she came to his house.
Yes.
He's just like, oh, now it should definitely happen.
Well, now she's broken your TOS, and YouTube, thank the fucking Lord, because she didn't... I mean, YouTube has had a really good out, which is, well, she did it on Instagram.
Right. That's not our...
What are we going to do?
Yeah.
Ban her off of a platform for things she didn't do on ours?
Yeah.
I mean, I just...
Kanye 2020 says, if she docks his address, she's very obviously in the wrong. His address
she
was
didn't
public
dox the address also.
But like...
She did not share his address. She took a video outside
of his house. But the fact of the matter is, his address...
It was publicly available.
He made it his... When he incorporated himself, he made his home address his business address. Therefore, anybody can easily look up this motherfucker's address, and moreover, he lives...
Whoa. You shouldn't have said any of that, because now Jax Films is going to try to get us deplatformed, because we have now made it publicly available that he made his address publicly available.
Look, you have to understand, LA literally thousands, tens of thousands of famous people living in it.
I have a really good comment.
Everyone knows where all of them live.
What would Amuro say about this?
Amuro would not give a fuck about this. He would be playing on his computer. Anyway, so he hugged his mom. He got back. He found his mom.
I'm sorry. It's been
They gave
bothering
each
me
other a
all
big
fucking
hug.
week that this has been happening.
Well,
And mostly it's because... I'm sorry. Last thing I'm going to say about it. I grew up in Southern California. I grew up going to LA every single weekend. Always been a thing. Do you think as an E-celebrity, you don't have the same not level of privacy that every other celebrity does? Celebrities have literal bus tours going by their houses every single day.
So, okay, the reason we're talking about this is because I was on a tear about this on Twitter earlier today because
everyone is having a really stupid take on it.
People were calling me victim blaming, and I, in the same way as Dick Masterson has said, like, protect yourself. Like, it's not victim blaming to tell people.
Answer your door
Protect
with
yourself.
a gun.
Yeah, like, or just don't fucking...
Or don't answer,
talk shit about people on the internet.
Well, and I don't even care about
Fucking...
that. Actually, before Jax Films did any of the outreaching, get her deplatform stuff, he had the best reaction, which was, Aaron, do not answer the door. Do not go out there. Do not feed into this. And then he chose to, on the internet, publicly feed into it.
Right. If he never said anything, it would be different. Because he wouldn't have had a stance that was specifically bitch-made. But, I mean, it not even home defense. What is he afraid of? Like, either the argument is, I'm afraid that this woman... this hot 5-foot-tall fucking...
And I will give him
90,
credit.
like 70-pound
He has
woman.
been convicted twice for...
Jax Films could put his hand on her face and into a ball of paper.
I disagree.
She is fucking tiny.
You've seen Jax Films. Jax Films is as tiny as that woman is.
No, he's tall, though.
No, he isn't.
Is he not, like,
No.
over 6 feet tall? You don't think?
No. And besides
Hold
that...
on, our data... We've got no data. It says we have no data. Are we live? Jax Films could put his hand on her face. No. Sounds like we stopped there. Wait, now it says excellent. Okay, it continued.
But no, I don't think the man that made We're All Just Assholes Talking to a Camera could get in a fight with anyone.
I just think that Sniper, tiny little woman...
I don't disagree with what you're saying.
And
I just don't think Jax Films is the type to go out and doom man her or
No.
guy.
I'm not saying he should or could do that. I'm saying, what are you afraid of? You're afraid of that person specifically, which you shouldn't be. Or you're afraid of other people being encouraged to come to your house because she broadcasted it.
This is the thing I'm comfortable saying now, because it's happened to us and we took this course of action. If you're uncomfortable with someone showing up to your house, you call the fucking police on them.
Yeah.
And we did that because that person broke into our house.
Yeah.
If someone rolls up on your street, fuck off.
Yeah.
Well,
and, like, taking pictures of your house, like, again... Think about how many famous people there are. You can look up where any of them live.
One of the biggest comments that I thought was, like, actually insightful, that was, like, negative towards you and you saying all of the stuff on Twitter you said was, well, why don't you just have a fucking gated house? Why don't you? If Jack cares that much, get a fucking gated house.
I just think it's unrealistic not to expect... that if you talk shit about people online...
For 6 months!
They are going... Especially if you're attacking their livelihood. They're gonna do something about it. They might just do something. Especially if they can afford to. Millionaire? I wouldn't fuck with a millionaire. I don't have the money to fuck with a millionaire.
No, but that's the other fun thing, too. Sniper Wolf and Jax Films are both probably millionaires.
They're both definitely millionaires.
I just... and here's my big thing also. Aside from anything that has happened in the last 2 weeks with Jax Films and Sniper Wolf, I had to unsubscribe from almost every Jack's film channel except for the second Jack, where he started doing Guy and Jackask again.
Yeah.
Because it was all Sniper Wolf content. I don't fucking care about Sniper Wolf.
Real quick, breaking away from that, because Ellen said it blew my mind that the USA houses aren't fenced off usually. You can't comprehend how safe the USA is. Me and Bird travel constantly. Think about who we are. We're very public people. We're out and about all day. We're not worried about threats of violence.
Ladies and gentlemen, a story.
Is it about your dad with the bumper stickers?
Yeah,
I think we told the story before.
I might have. I'm going to tell it again.
All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom.
It's
not about Gundam.
We're not. We're departing from anime because that's where we're at right now. Our
podcast is bad. It's all right.
I don't think it's bad. I think this is good. I think that's what people are looking for, unfortunately. From age 0 to 19, I lived in the same house in San Marcos, California, which is about 45 minutes north of San Diego. None of that really matters, except for my dad, after about... I'm 24 now. 6 years? After about 6 years, he's still living in that area. He is now recently moving to somewhere on the East Coast. And he knew we were coming to see him, driving across the United States, through all the southern states, the problematic states, if you will. And he asked me to get him a Blue Line bumper sticker, a We the People bumper sticker, and a Don't Tread on Me bumper sticker. And initially I said, of course, yeah, I'll get these for you. Whatever, it's not that big a deal. He'll pay me back for them. And then I asked, why? Why do you feel you need these? You're moving from Southern California to the Upper East Coast.
Yeah.
Why do you think you need these stickers? And he, in all earnest of his heart, and I do think he might listen to this someday, he said, well, I want to protect myself from all those crazy Southern people who, might vandalize my car because I have a California bumper, or a California license plate.
And bike racks.
And bike racks. And I didn't say this to him personally. What I said to him personally was, Dad, I'll get you the bumper stickers. But what I've said to him in almost every other story that I've told this in the context of is... Anyway... How I've explained this to most people, outside of my father, is, Dad, Beatrice and I have gone throughout almost all of the continental United States, and not once have we had a problem. And outside of when I had Beatrice with me, I was driving around the continental United States with a California license plate and a bike rack, through the real deep South. Not once did I have a problem. He's not even driving through the Deep South. It doesn't make any sense. I'm just so confused why he thinks that 3 bumper stickers are gonna,
save him? That will be a ward?
It doesn't make... Yeah, it's not... Maybe he played Toontown too much.
Anonymous says, we gonna steal them bike racks and feed them to the gators.
Exactly. No, exactly. Because that was the last thing I asked him, because I got him to the point of, I don't like to ask my dad pointed questions, because I don't like to give him accusatory things, because he reacts very similar he reacts very similarly as I do to very pointed questions, which is, I'm not going to answer that. And so I just went, okay, I'll get you these bumper stickers.
Sorry.
What states are you most afraid of?
I'm still thinking about, I'm really, it's a privilege check kind of moment that the Brazilians in our chat are telling us how they're, houses without walls around them? What do you mean? And I'm almost none of the houses here. Unless you live in fucking Compton, where every house has a gate. And Compton is infamous for being, one of the most dangerous cities in America. So,
real quick.
You really have to live in a dangerous
I would
place.
like to read you the list that my father, who has lived in Middle and Southern California for all of his life, is afraid of.
The list of states that he's afraid of, for our American listeners.
Oklahoma, No.
One of the most accepting places we've ever
Oklahoma is one of my favorite states. I'm being dead ass honest with you right
and
now.
I'll say a lot of Oklahoma's probably not very accepting.
Fuck Tulsa.
Oklahoma City. Well, no, Tulsa's
no, it isn't.
Acceptance-wise, I think Tulsa's probably fine.
No, but
Compared
I'm
to,
not talking about
backwater
sure
parts of the
acceptance-wise.
state.
Most of the states he lists, fine acceptance-wise. We've breezed through there.
The reality is, if you are in a city, nobody cares who you are. If you live in the middle of nowhere, every single person who shows up is a stranger. Doesn't matter what's strange about you, you're a stranger. They'll pick it out. They'll figure out what's fucking weird about you and find that a reason to get rid of you if you are not capable of fitting in.
All right, all of that being said, and more importantly, the thing I want to make very clear, my dad will not be traveling through any of these states to do his move.
The route does not take you through these
My
states.
dad is afraid of Oklahoma, Arkansas, Tennessee.
He will not go to Arkansas. He might go to Tennessee.
To be completely honest with you.
Which is a very liberal place.
Well, in Tennessee,
for the
we've
most
been to
part.
some liberal places in Tennessee,
Yeah.
but when we went to Fort Pillow, I was a little scared.
But, like, the people there invited us to a kegger. Like,
No. That got those people did.
Yeah.
Everyone else at Fort Pillow, I felt a little.
Oh, that's just because it was like
It was Eastern Tennessee, you know.
Well,
Yeah,
it was
I get
specifically a place that was like a Confederate
It was a Union fort that was taken over by the Confederacy.
It seemed like the kind of place you would visit if you were really interested in the Confederacy.
And to be clear, we visited there
because
it was a fucking cheap
the
campground.
cheapest campground in Eastern or Western Tennessee.
I want to be level with you. If you don't need to stake your tent in, if you have an RV, go to Fort Pillow National Park.
Amy says, I would understand if he was afraid of Ohio. I am. Is that because you've seen that Welcome to Ohio TikTok guy? That guy's fucking hilarious.
All right. Finish the list. Oklahoma, Arkansas, Tennessee. This one offended me a little bit personally. Kentucky.
Where we happen to live, where we have our permanent address.
I get it.
Not a hateful place.
But any place he's going to pass through, Owensboro, Lexington.
Kentucky, you are either just like a very normal person or on meth. Those are the only types of people that can exist in Kentucky. Milk toast people who never leave their houses and meth
There's
heads.
2 more states. What 2 states do you think they are?
West Virginia and...
You're right on one.
Virginia?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Can you imagine being scared to drive through Virginia?
And not through most of it, no.
But even West Virginia. I'm not even, like...
I'm not afraid to drive fucking anywhere in America. It's a civilized place.
I get that too. But, like, I want to be able to have the conversation on a phone call with my dad of none of these... You're not going to get, like, hate crimed upon for existing with a...
No.
I can see reasons why he might. I can see why he's concerned.
I think his concerns are hilarious because the drive is probably going to take 2 or 3 days, and the only places they're going to be stopping are fucking gas stations and maybe restaurants.
National parks.
Or national parks or hotels, none of which are dangerous places. Nowhere that only travelers go to is a fucking dangerous place. That doesn't make sense. Danger happens where people know each other and know the environment and know what they can get away with.
I'm gonna take one more aside into what the fuck my family is doing right now. Most of my family that I care about
is on a trip.
are in Rome.
Yeah.
I mean, at that point, they're not in Rome anymore, but they're on a Mediterranean cruise.
M&M, why are you terrified of East Virginia? That's the liberal part of Virginia.
East Virginia's the best part of Virginia. I'm not even joking with you.
Well, I will say there's, like, Newport News and Hampton and...
sure, from
and
that
Norfolk
perspective,
are,
whatever.
have, like, dangerous parts that maybe you shouldn't go to at night. But
I went to Charlottesville when I was 16 years old.
that would be Western Virginia.
No, it isn't.
Yeah.
I mean,
Charlottesville,
it's not west.
It's on the western top part. It's on the west of the top part of Virginia.
No.
It's closer to West Virginia.
Can I
than it is to the
explain
ocean.
why I haven't a difference with that.
Why?
It's center more than anything else. Because we've been to Western Virginia to drive to Corbin, Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
And Western Virginia is just cow country. Charlottesville is, like, right near Richmond.
It's like 45 minutes.
That's not that far. Richmond. But more importantly, what I was trying to explain, I went to Charlottesville for a week when I was 16. I saw James Madison's house, which does not exist anymore. It's all been burned down.
So the Virginia border's there, Charlottesville's there, and the ocean's there. So Central's pretty fair. It is pretty much in the dead center of Virginia,
yes.
if such a thing could be found.
And then I also went to Monticello, Thomas Jefferson's house, which I've taken you
Beautiful
to.
place.
It's very incredible.
Charlottesville is a great city.
Charlottesville is a place I would like to drop $150 for us to do the real tours of.
Yeah.
Which is something I've wanted to do since I was 16 years old when I went there originally. But anyway, we spent a week in Charlottesville in that area of the country, and then we spent a week in D.C. in that area of the country.
Amy asked, do you know why the state borders in the U.S. are so squarish? It actually depends on the states you're talking about. So what you have to
because most of them aren't.
What you have to understand is, like, Virginia, where I come from, is where the English landed who, became us eventually.
Let me explain something about the United States really quickly that you won't be able to.
What?
This country started as the 13 original colonies.
Why would I not? That's literally what I was about to explain. Why would I not be able to explain?
Because I'm from the rest of it.
Yeah, and I'm from the actual 13 colonies where it's all we learn about is what the fucking settlers did when they got here. And it's all we learn about.
And I have to correct you on stuff that the settlers did constantly.
They showed up in Virginia and Massachusetts, which are both on the upper East Coast.
Name the first colony in the United States made by the English.
Jamestown.
Fuck you.
It's right by my house. I fucking been there when I was 6. It's all we learn about in fucking Virginia is Virginia, the first state.
You would be surprised.
The place they landed.
You would be surprised at how much we learn about these 13 states.
I wouldn't, because it's half of America's history was just on the East Coast. The reason that the stuff on the West...
That was why it was so important for me to come to why it felt so important for me to come to Virginia at 16 years old and see Thomas Jefferson's house and see James Madison's house and see James Monroe's house and go, wow, these two things are kind of burnt down.
Amy said, yo, I started a fight. Let's go. Look, all right. The East Coast of America is where...
I've been to Maine.
Was settled in...
Have you even been to Rhode Island?
I have, yes. I've driven through all of them. Except for Maine. I have not been to Maine, New Hampshire, or Vermont that I can remember. Those are the only ones I can't remember having been to. But anyways, the United States, it started on the East Coast. It was just
the middle of the United States pretty much unequivocally sucks.
Well, it's also where all the farmland is, so it's kind of...
No, I'm talking about the middle. Okay. This middle.
Just let me finish this so I can fucking get through it, goddammit. I'm just trying to explain why they are square.
They're not.
It's fucking... The whole middle is square. What do you mean? Or rectangular square. Look at that.
I will give you...
Colorado is almost a square.
I'll give you the...
Utah's borderline is square.
Dear.
Fucking Kansas.
I will give you that 5 to 10 of our states are perfectly square. That is not.
The question was, why are state border-ish?
Most of them have to do with rivers that run through them.
That's not even the answer to this particular... The answer is that the East Coast was settled 150 years before the rest of the country, and the rest of it we bought in one gigantic purchase, and then fucking very slowly moved our way across, and a lot of it's desert, and there's nothing there. Yeah, but the straight lines aren't the rivers. The rivers are the jagged edges of states, like Montana's jagged edge, or fucking... Oklahoma's jagged edge or Missouri's jagged edge is because of the rivers. But the ones that are perfectly square is because they wanted to make it a perfect square.
Do you know what I think of when I think of a perfectly square state?
What?
Colorado.
Colorado is incredibly close to being a... Wyoming is more of a square than Colorado, though.
Yeah. But
the
both of those
delineations-
states are incredibly cut up by their borders based on the rivers that run through them.
The rivers have a lot to do with how they decided which ones, which states would go where. But ultimately, the reason that they're so square-like is that they used multiple different types of, like, they were trying to create squares. So they just said, like, okay, this mountain and this river and this mountain, like, if you go between those three, that's a straight, like, almost straight line. So there you go. That's a state border. Like, it's really
Could you
all
see it
landmark
from a
driven.
mountain? That's
Yeah.
probably a state border.
That's the biggest. It's usually determined by, like, what's just easy to navigate through.
The United States is my favorite country I've been to. Their borders don't make sense, and they never will, and you can't expect them to.
No.
A lot of them, especially if you go driving around the Oregon Trail, are just like, well, you know, you could see that. And then you see that, you stop there,
It's usually
and
like,
then you drive, or whatever.
if you were to, like, just walk down the border of a state, you would probably go from, like, one specific mountain that's in the corner to, like, another specific mountain that's in the corner. Like, there's usually something that is the landmark, but I do think they like when you're in the West, a lot of the times you'll be in a state for a while and it still feels like you're in the last state, and then suddenly, like, there's this transition where you're like, so this, like Kansas, for instance. If you're near Missouri, Kansas still looks like Missouri. But once you start getting into Kansas, you're like,
oh, this is Kansas.
Yeah, like it's a big flat plain full of
As
fucking
someone who
nothing but
watched
corn.
The Wizard of Oz a lot, anytime you leave Kansas, you have the thought, we're not in Kansas anymore.
It's true.
But I will also say...
And anytime you're in Kansas, you're like, I'm going to Wichita. A
That's-
7 Nation Army couldn't hold me back.
there is not a lot in Kansas.
There's Wichita.
Yep.
There's the other side of the Kansas City border from Missouri, you know, because Kansas City is not in Kansas. But there is a Kansas City, Kansas. But it's on the other side of the border from Kansas City, Missouri, which is the Kansas City people talk about when they say
Overland
Kansas
Park.
City.
That's the other one.
Yeah, Overland.
That's the place where all the rich people on Kansas side that want to live in
Yeah.
Kansas City but don't live in Kansas City live in.
Alright, we're gonna start fucking blowing people's heads to tiny pieces talking
Gojo fucking dies,
American
guys.
geography.
Gojo is cut in half. Gojo fucking dies. I'm sorry if you were expecting me to not get into Jujutsu Kaisen spoilers, but Gojo is fucking dead. Okay? All of you who have hated Gojo for all of this time, I hate you. I'm really upset with you. I'm really upset with Gege Akutami because he fucking killed Gojo.
We talked about this in the We Read Manga podcast, available to our $15.
Not as much as how I was upset about it. Which, I'm very upset about it. Unless, and that's the other thing.
Half the horizontal or vertical, though? Horizontal.
Yeah.
Right across the waist. Just a waistline.
Oh, yeah. No, cut in half.
You just see the bottom half. It's
No, you
just,
see both.
You just see
You
it
see
sitting
both. You
there.
see Gojo. I'm doing it. I'm not going to really do it for Utena, let's say. That's the one I can't. That's
This is
the
by
holy
far
one.
the most out of control episode of this podcast.
Good, it should.
Currently on no data. Oh wait, you came back? Do turn on your thing though. I'm gonna connect to that.
Keep that. If it's excellent connection, it's good.
We're here. It didn't break. It didn't kill.
But everything I said was recorded, and anyone who didn't hear it is gonna be really upset.
All right. Okay. All right.
Just give us more Hawkery, damn it. Give us more Restless Gambler.
I'm really nervous because we've never been this far into the podcast with so little
2 anime.
of the anime talked about. That's not true. We talked about we did a 2-hour Birds and the Bees
Stone.
a couple episode ago.
Well, no, I'm talking about the anime we've covered.
Yeah, Dr.
We've covered Dr. Stone and we
Rebels
covered
and
Gundam.
Yeah.
2 anime.
Yeah. No data. You should really turn on the 5G so I can connect to that in case this shit keeps dying.
Do it.
Alright. How do I do it? Connected. Are we good? Are we live? Are we here? Are you okay? You're doing like a Marilyn Manson dance next to me right now. Brent seems to be going off somewhere. And he patted his tummy. I asked him if he was okay. He patted his tummy again, and then he got up to go to the bathroom. So we'll see what happens. He's got the Tums. I think we're live. We've covered like 1/3 of Gundam, yeah. Oh my god.
His fucking mom doesn't want him to be in a war, okay? Like...
This is actually exactly where Bird passed out when we were watching this episode. So I think I could do the rest of it by myself while he goes to the bathroom. So Amuro finds his mom at this camp. This episode hits so fucking hard because he goes up to hug his mom and like there's a moment where they're kind of looking at each other like we both still identify one another and love each other, right? Like before they run in to hug. And then they do. And immediately one of the little kids in the group of kids around the fighter goes, "Huh, lucky guy." And I'm just like, God damn. God damn. Gundam does not let up. And this scene goes hard as shit. So, Amuro, he's reconnecting with his mom. They go inside the little camp. He's in the bed. And then, he re-hit his core fighter, but a couple of Zeon fighters did in fact see it. And they come in, they're like, we got a report that there was a fighter here. What's going on? Y'all trying to hide somebody? And they're all like, fuck you guys. We ain't saying shit. And the Zaku's like, really? And then they come over and they see a guy in the bed and they're like, what's going on here? And she's like, it's just my son. He's just sick. And they're like, I don't fucking believe you. And so they're getting ready to reach. They're reaching now. They're reaching for that blanket. And then Amuro fucking gats one of them through the blanket, right into the side. Guy goes down. The other guy's like, what the fuck? These dudes have not seen combat in like a year, so they're just freaking out.
Do you ever feel like you've got to kill 2 Zaku soldiers, but your mom is a bitch?
Well, yeah, so he kills one, the other one runs away. Amuro is shooting after the man who is fleeing because he's in like a shell-shocked terror state of gotta protect my mom, like freaking out, understandably. But Amuro's mom is like, what the fuck are you doing? You can't just kill people.
You murderer.
That's bad. I didn't raise you to kill people. And Amuro's like, you didn't fucking raise me, bitch. Get the fuck out of here. I am at war. I would literally be dead right now if I hadn't killed people. You want me dead, Mom? You want me dead? She's like, no. And he's like, kind of fucking sounds like you do, bitch. This is literally
Do you want
what
me
happens.
living on the streets, Mom? Like you are right now?
He was a boy who couldn't even kill a fly, she thinks. Maybe it's because he was raised by a man. She literally says that. Maybe it's because he was raised by a man he became so violent. Maybe
like
it's because you weren't fucking there, woman.
It's almost like this show is trying to promote the idyllic, nuclear family or something.
I mean,
I'm not saying it's ideal
what it's trying to say is, if you're not there for your children, can you really complain about the way they become? Can you really say shit? Mom, you did nothing about this. You weren't there.
Mom,
and now you're crying
played World
about
of
it?
Warcraft for all of my life. And now you're playing
Bird's
Neverwinter.
talking to
Can
his
you really
actual
expect
mom.
me to take anything seriously from you right now? Do you really think I'm not going to kill these people that are trying to kill you because you're playing Neverwinter and better than them?
So you. So Amuro goes.
It's really sad when your mom becomes actually homeless. And you don't have anything you can do about it.
Amuro is murdering everybody.
As he should.
He basically runs off. He's like, fuck you, Mom. Fuck you, Zeon. You do not need to play Neverwinter at some point, Ellen. What do you mean? It's a fucking 10-year-old MMORPG. Why would you need to play that?
I've played Neverwinter. It's worth playing at least once.
Why?
Because my mom was...
There's no... I am never going to play Neverwinter. I can confidently say that.
Do you have a concept of what Neverwinter is?
It's an MMORPG.
Based on what?
Fucking Dungeons and Dragons. What do you mean? It's the same thing as Neverwinter fucking Nights, which was made by fucking BioWare in 2002.
And
I knew this shit 20 years ago. It's not worth playing.
She jumped from World of Warcraft to Neverwinter.
Neverwinter is the boiled down baby version of an old D&D online game that is just a WoW clone. It is.
I
not
tried to
worth
get her
playing.
into Star Wars: The Old Republic, which was the WoW clone I was interested in. I kicked her ass once, and she went, "I'm never going to play this again because you kicked my ass once."
Yeah, Ellen thought I was talking about Neverwinter Nights. No, that's from the early 2000s. Neverwinter is from like 2012 or late, maybe even later than that. It's
anyone who plays Neverwinter
It's
is
just
pathetic.
it's just a modern MMO. It's just like WoW or fucking
Star Wars: The Old Republic.
Star Wars SWTOR. Anyway, Amuro murders everybody.
That being said, though, anyone who wants to play Star Wars: The Old Republic with me, I'll re-download it in a second.
I was saying how this episode goes insanely hard. Even when Amuro is like revenge killing all these Zaku, Bright Noah's like, what the
fuck is wrong with you, dude?
Well, this is a nothing base. Like, this is not putting us at a tactical advantage. You're literally wasting ammo. We didn't need to kill these guys. They don't matter. We're in a backwater place. Amuro's just mad at his mom, so he murdered a
Bright's
bunch of
like,
people.
hey, dog, we were doing a beach vacation at the start of this episode.
Which is, like, it's really funny. Like, they opened this episode on the softest moment in the show so that they could hit you with the hardest shit nonstop for the rest of it. So, yeah, at the end of it, after Amuro's murdered everybody, Bright Noah literally meets his mom and is like, hey, look, Amuro's fucking awesome, dude. Actually, he saved our asses continually for weeks now. Like, we'd all be dead if
And
this kid
Amuro's
wasn't
mom
helping us.
goes, fuck you in the ass.
She's like, what? No way. Not my Amuro. And Bright's just like, yeah, no, like, he's our guy. And Amuro, like, Bright looks at Amuro and goes like, well, what are you going to do? Like, you gonna hang out with your mom? You gonna come with? Like, what do you want to do? Amuro looks at his mom, salutes, and walks away. He's just like, sorry, Mom. I'm just not who you want me to be, and I'm not gonna be. So, fucking, I'm out of here. Classic scene. This episode is really good. Is the break-in at your guys' house you're talking about the house I've been to? Yes, Landon. Where a fat midget tried to break into, it has a voice like a Down syndrome.
This is why I had to have you read this one.
Yes, Landon. Same place that a Down syndrome elf from Middle Earth also came into our house.
Who are you talking about?
That would be Ethan Ralph he's talking about.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I hope that's who Landon's talking about.
A Down syndrome elf? Are you kidding me?
From Middle Earth
That's
is a
what
little
he
too
said.
much credit.
All right. It's true. He doesn't have like a mid-Atlantic accent. Anyway, yeah, he salutes his mom and he fucks off, and she just fucking weeps in the sand about how she lost her son because she wasn't there for him. Like, it's real. This episode it hits on so many levels because you want to feel for his mom because you're like, yeah, I wouldn't want my kid to grow up like having to kill people and shit. But it's your fucking fault.
Have you been there for the last 10 years?
Yeah, where the fuck were you? Like, it's so easy to imagine.
You know, I've been
that
telling
she
you
could
it's
have done.
okay to play World of Warcraft and Neverwinter for the past 10 years.
She's
and
like, I shouldn't have let a man raise him. Maybe you shouldn't have like an opinion on him if you weren't going to be in his life.
I shouldn't have let a man teach him how to give himself worth in the world. Yeah. I'm sorry, Amuro sucks. I will give it that. Amuro
What's wrong
sucks.
with Amuro? He's just been living. He's just been keeping everybody alive for fucking 13 episodes.
The scenario he exists in also sucks.
I think Amuro is one of the best people in this show, and that like he hates war. He's only doing it because he's trying to protect the people right in front of him.
I don't disagree. I just don't think there's a good guy in this.
There's not really a good. There's not
less
really
than I think there was
Gundam.
not a good guy in Legend of the Galactic Heroes.
Amuro might be the best guy. Yeah, in the same sense, like Yang Wen Li was like you like him, but he's not a good guy.
No,
If
I
he
mean
doesn't-
Reinhardt was the good guy, right?
I would say the big difference though is Amuro thinks he's doing something right, and
Yang thought he was doing
did
something
not.
right.
Yeah, Yang thought everything everyone's doing is wrong, and I'm just trying to make it a little bit less. I'm just trying to make less people die.
And then he met Reinhardt and went, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oops.
Well, I'm fucked.
Yeah. All right.
I mean, I think Yang pretty much started off Legend like the Galactic Heroes going, we're fucked, guys. Like, that guy's way better than us. We're fucked. And everybody wouldn't listen to him. And so he just wrote it out as long as he could. But
he died ultimately anyway.
Amuro is actually a badass. Like, the thing that makes this possible is that he is a new type. He is a psychic. He's a new type.
What is that?
It will be explained later into the show, but
fucking better be.
New types are basically the next.
Because Garma's an old type, and I know that.
Yeah, he definitely is not a new type. Well, the only new types in this show, in the original show, are Amuro, Char, and Lala Soon, who is the girl that Char likes. That
won't be introduced for
Amuro
13
may or may
episodes.
not accidentally murder later into the show and make Char.
And
really
she
mad
probably
at him.
deserves it.
Maybe. But they're all new types, which basically means they're the next stage of human evolution, evolved to live in space. So they just have a better sense of how space works. Oh, what
Gundam Witch from Mercury is trying to solve in creating Gundams.
Yes, basically. Kind of. Gundam is always about, like, what is the next stage of human evolution? That's, like, the core sort of underlying theme below all the war is hell shit. But we haven't really gotten into it yet with the show. We just know Amuro's like a good pilot. We don't really know why yet, but he is a new type.
Because
He's
he read
kind
the
of
manual.
Him and Char can like sense one another's presence later on into the show. Like new types sense each other.
They can do that now.
They feel the new type flash, which is like a shiver that runs down you when like another one is nearby. Yeah, we'll get there eventually. I think more of the crew is eventually considered new type. I didn't know that. I don't know. I only knew of it being those three from the original show. But I also have only seen like 5 episodes of Zeta Gundam, so I don't know how much. And I've also only seen the movies before now, which I know cut a lot. Like rewatching the show, I feel like the 13 episodes or so we've seen were probably about the first movie, which is like 2 hours. So yeah, you're losing like at least an hour and a half worth of what happened in the show in the movies. And I do think the show is well paced. Like I had heard people criticize the pacing of this show before, and I don't really get it. There's a couple episodes that are maybe less exciting than others, but overall, way better than most anime. Like I think most shows are fucking boring half the time. So. But Ellen doesn't like this show at all. I don't know what's not clicking with you, Ellen.
I get it.
But I love Gundam. This is my second favorite anime we're covering after Revolutionary Girl Utena. Like
the show flip flops for me. Sometimes I really like it. Sometimes I really hate it.
I think for me, like the two most important things in anime for me are like epic imagery. Which I'm glad I remembered to talk about this, and the reason I chose this screen cap. The storyboarding and animation in this episode are fucking amazing. Like, 1979, we're also watching Speed Racer, which Speed Racer for 1969 was probably the best-looking show of its era. I don't know if Gundam qualifies as the best-looking show that had existed by 1979, but, like, the character animation in this episode, especially the drunk Zeon soldiers in Amuro's house, incredible. There's just tons of it. There's lots of animation in this episode. Lots of character animation that is totally unique. And, like, Bird seems to be throwing up or something. But in Speed Racer, I'm always blown away by how good the show looks overall, but the character animation is goofy. It's obvious that they just didn't know how to animate a lot of what they were trying to. The biggest step up with Gundam, like, I would say the backgrounds are just as good. I think the design sense is more impressive in Gundam because there is more design. There's just, like, more world being built, and Speed Racer mostly takes place in just, like, the Badlands with some cool looking cars. But, like, the character animation is the biggest step up of, like, people move more realistically in more detailed ways. There's more, like, full body shots of joints moving that make sense, and this episode really exemplified all of that. It was one of my favorite Gundam episodes so far. I thought this was legitimately like a 10 out of 10 episode, in the same way I talked about Utena episode 12. Like, both just phenomenally interesting and entertaining for me. But did you sew up? Are you all right? How you feeling, Burger? You want to take a little break and do some smoking or something before we continue on to the next show? Yeah, all right. We're going to take a little break, collect ourselves before we talk about the rest of these anime, so we'll be back in like 10 to 15 minutes realistically.
Just end the stream.
Just end the stream and we'll come back, or?
This is easier than keeping it going.
All right. Because then we have to like
do a whole thing.
Resend the links and everything. I think it'll stay up. I think we'll be fine. I'm just gonna mute us.
I just don't trust this internet.
I don't trust it either. But I mean, if it goes down, it goes down. Whatever. We'll come back and the stream will be back up and we'll be confused, or it won't be. I don't know. We're gonna mute ourselves for like 15 minutes, maybe 20. Who knows? We'll be back.
I know we said 10 minutes when we went away. It's probably been about 5. We're going to be 10 minutes from now.
I said 15:20, so.
Oh, well then trust
We'll
Beatrice.
be back in a bit.
We love you. Oh my god, it's Bird. It's only Bird. He's back, and he's here to do the rest of the anime podcast. If you expected Trixie, you're wrong. She's not coming back. It's just me. I've just had, not a Boilermaker, as most people call it, but a whiskey and a tall guy, which is a shot of whiskey and a tall boy of beer.
Bird's lying, I'm here.
Oh, shit.
Do I have to sit in this chair now?
Yeah.
No. Bird gave me the worst chair.
Welcome to my life.
Alright, we're live again. I assume you unmuted yourself before you started talking. Yes, okay. Yes, we're back. We're here. We're here. We're queer. We're about it. We're aflout it.
We're later and gayer than ever.
I don't know why we came back, because I realized I didn't smoke as much as I wanted to while we were gone. But we're back.
Go do that.
Go do it now? You just want to talk to them while I'm gone for a second?
Whatever.
Alright, Bird's going to continue his therapy session with you all.
Oh, if you thought this was going to be a therapy session for me, you're wrong. I'll tell you that right now.
What are you going to talk about while I'm gone for 3 minutes?
Pretty much purely Jujutsu Kaisen.
Okay. I thought it was either going to be, Jujutsu Kaisen or the other thing I said.
What's the other thing?
Why does this chair make me so much taller than you? What the hell?
Because it's not a good chair. I mean, I'm not sitting up straight either. Here, now I'm sitting up straight.
Alright, you talk about Jujutsu Kaisen. I'm going to go smoke now.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen.
Room key.
Not on me.
What'd you do with it? You just opened the door with it. Like a minute ago.
Just knock.
Okay.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen. If you weren't prepared for this, I'm sorry. But I'm going to say this right now, up front. Because it's just me, and I'm here. And pretty much the only show I really... Well, I'll give it this. The two shows I care about that we're watching are Speed Racer and Jujutsu Kaisen. That's it. Speed Racer... Hard to talk about what happens in the future. Except for, oh my god, Racer X figures out that he's Speed Racer's brother, or... No, I'm sorry, that's wrong. Speed Racer figures out that Racer X is his brother, and that doesn't happen until the end of the show, which will take us, God, a year? Who knows? The show I care about and want to talk about right now, Jujutsu Kaisen. I'm calling out all my Jujutsu Kaisen manga readers right now. Is Hikari not your favorite character? I'm not going to do much more spoiling than I did in saying that Gojo Satoru fucking dies. He gets cut in half because Sukuna is better than him. But anyway, I firmly believe that Hikari can kick Sukuna's ass. Or, actually, outside of that, Higuruma, the lawyer man. I forgot about the lawyer man for quite a while. I think in the last episode of this podcast, I actually referred to him as a different sorcerer than who he is. But if we all remember Higuruma's abilities, Higuruma confiscates cursed energy. And so it's the perfect domain expansion to trap Sukuna in and ruin him. But I just don't think Sukuna is going to be really captured and ruined by Higuruma's domain expansion. Because we already saw Yuji basically go, yeah, I don't fucking care what I did. And destroy Higuruma's domain expansion. So Judge Man's weird, right? The Culling games introduced a lot of really weird sorcery expansions into the universe of Jujutsu Kaisen, and I'm mostly okay with them. Oh, and Amy talks anime. Gojo is definitely 100% dead. I don't even believe that. Just because we saw that Zenin motherfucker come back. if Gojo was such an anomaly in the Jujutsu universe that he stopped other Jujutsu sorcerers from... Or, they're not... Okay, sorry. Just to make a differentiation, the good Jujutsu people in Jujutsu Kaisen are Jujutsu sorcerers. The bad Jujutsu people in Jujutsu Kaisen are curse users, because they are using their Jujutsu techniques for evil. It is explained in this episode or the last episode of Jujutsu Kaisen that as soon as Gojo was born, the curse users couldn't fucking be evil anymore. Gojo's gone. We get the Culling games and all that. But Gojo's fucked, you know? Nothing matters anymore. They all get to do whatever the hell they want. And, I think I largely don't care about the Shibuya incident or the Culling games, honestly. I forgot about Hikari until he had his fight with Sukuna and gave his big speech about everything, but I'm sorry, not Hikari, Kashimo. Lightning Boy. Lightning Boy who only wants to fight Sukuna, and then when he fights Sukuna, gets a really... it's the whole fucking chapter of going, I'm really sad. Can't you understand how sad I am because there's no one around me or you who really understands our power levels? And Sukuna, he has a really, really good line of something to the effect of, I eat when I need to eat. I drink when I need to drink. I kill Jujutsu sorcerers when I need to kill Jujutsu sorcerers. I have almost always hated Sukuna as a character, and I don't think that's changed that much from the beginning of the series until now. What the fuck is Sukuna trying to do? Right? Except for see people that he is, or rather, except for see people that, un momento, por favor. What is Sukuna trying to do?
Sukuna's trying to suck a huge bag of dick or something. I don't know. I stole the good chair again. All right, I'll give you the good chair. You've earned it by keeping everyone around, all 11 people here while I was gone.
So Sukuna, look, if I didn't think it was important for me to spoil Jujutsu Kaisen for you at this point, I wouldn't be doing it.
Belen says Sukuna is just like me then, so whatever they're doing apparently must be pretty relatable. There's a lot of discussion going on about Jujutsu Kaisen right now, and I'm like, holy shit.
That's what I've been talking about for the past 5 minutes.
I didn't realize Amy was also caught up on Jujutsu Kaisen.
Ellen and Amy are both caught up on it. And
on the manga?
Yeah.
Wow.
They're the only people I can, talk shit to about Jujutsu Kaisen about.
I honestly think it would be, especially knowing both of them are, I think it's likely to say that more of our audience is caught up on the manga than not if they're watching the anime. Just because it's
not
the most
fun to watch
shonen.
the anime if you don't understand what's about to happen.
I feel that because I'm watching the anime and
you know what's about to happen.
Fairly middling experience. Well, I didn't know vaguely what's about. I'll probably really enjoy whatever's going to happen in Nanami.
Gojo Satoru is going to fucking die. He's going to be cut in half. Yeah. Because Sukuna uses a fucking curse technique that cuts apart everything and the universe. Caught up.
She just doesn't care about spoilers.
Ellen's the best.
Yeah.
But anyway, everything I just said, you could probably assume, and I'll be honest with you, doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense in the Jujutsu Kaisen lore that has been explained. Sukuna can cut through infinity,
Anonymous is just don't spoil Made in Abyss. Don't worry. I'm way behind, and Bird has never seen or read any of it.
Made in Abyss. Whoo, Lord. No, I just don't believe. I don't
Are you spoiled for Made in Abyss?
No, I don't know anything
you
about
don't know
it.
anything about. All right.
But in Jujutsu Kaisen, when I saw Sukuna kill Gojo, my genuine reaction was, no fucking way.
He's just not really dead. Well, it's just that.
Well, and it's
Jujutsu
not
Kaisen-
even that. It's
Like, there just has to be something more to it. Like, it's not that I don't think he might be dead, because Jujutsu Kaisen's killed a lot of characters. It's a very
problem
violent
with it
series.
that I have
like-
is they killed Gojo and took a 2-week hiatus. Which they had already taken a
Just to
1-week
let it
hiatus
sink
before
in.
they killed Gojo.
Right. I agree, officer. Whatever you're trying to say.
And anyway, so like, I knew something was going to happen, and then now that I've known something is going to happen, because Gojo was fucking cut in half. I am very sorry for anyone who cares about spoilers. Gojo was cut in half. Gojo was cut in half. Oh, right.
Oh, it's Landon.
Yeah, I know.
So, alright. Enough about Jujutsu Kaisen. We have to talk about like 10 more fucking anime before this night is over.
Start doing old style anime analysis videos with footage like Trixie used to.
Can't do it. We can't.
So I can hear you both while seeing
Landon.
footage Gojo get cut in
Okay,
half.
everybody. Now I'm gonna do the thing where I fucking randomly at the 3-hour mark in a unrelated podcast go on about something.
Sorry,
but,
because Landon, if you want to see Gojo get cut in half, you have to read the manga.
Look, this is a comment response section now. I get a lot of comments asking me like,
Are we at free
are
run
you
now?
ever going to do your old style of videos? Are you ever going to bring back like analysis videos with the footage and the written videos and all that? The fact of the matter is that it is not worth it for me. It's just not. They don't make enough money. They don't get enough views. It's too difficult to build a channel off that type of content. And quite frankly, I said most of what I had to say already about the broad concepts, broad spectrum stuff about anime. People will ask me, like, why don't you make more videos that are about, like, all of anime? There's only so many things that apply to all of anime. I kind of expressed most of it. I can't just make new shit up.
I think I entered anime at a peak performance, which is K,
Yeah.
Another,
You have some of the most...
and Fate Stay Night.
Something that you and Landon, who keeps texting us, have in common is that the two of you have some of the most unique anime taste I've ever seen. Both of you are people who... Your list of my favorite anime is different from anyone else I've ever talked to. No one else has K and Another in their top 5. Just like those two shows at the same time. I've never seen it. You're the only person. Landon has Gosick as his favorite anime of all time, and he is the only person I know who has that opinion. I know in his top 5 is probably Galaxy Express 39, Love Live.
Landon is going to be on every episode he is willing to show up for
Galaxy
999.
Express. Yeah, we'll force him
And
to
I
call
will
in
say that because I know
from
he's
Japan, where he'll be.
I know
by
he's
then.
watching us right now.
Yeah.
Because he keeps fucking texting me.
Yeah.
And that is, Landon, I'm going to say this to you. I'm speaking to you. I'm about to text you something different because we're having a real conversation.
Mm-hmm.
You want to be on an episode of Galaxy 999? Every single episode. You fucking call in every episode we do
Amy
that
talks,
we have Wi-Fi up.
Amy Talks
permissions.
Anime says Birdcore is very much a real thing. I'll tell you what that thing is specifically. Imagine being a really tall, handsome guy with long hair, and then discovering that there's a medium in which 1 out of every 200 shows is exclusively about good-looking guys with long hair.
This was a 70-inch plasma TV. Do you know what I'm referencing when I say that? Helsing Ultimate Abridged.
Yeah. Hellsing Ultimate Abridged, which you showed me. It is pretty fun.
I'm a fuck-mothering vampire. I think I'm better than all of you who watch anime at any point seriously.
What do you mean by that? You just think you're better than everybody in our audience? You just suddenly declared you were better than everyone listening to you right now, out of nowhere. How many
people do you think have heard the line, I'm a fuck-mothering vampire?
Lots. About how many views does that video have? 7 million, 12 million, something, 50 million? However many millions of views that video has.
How many people have visited the national parks I have?
What are you doing right now? Is this
I am a fuck-mothering vampire.
Bird's like, I am Alucard. This is why I like the anime I like, is because I am just the greatest human, non-human. I'm the greatest entity that has ever existed.
I am the greatest man in the world.
Bird is going goblin mode.
I am better than all super little boys and girls. And if you see me coming, you better get out of my way. Because my balls are so big, their momentum is impossible to change. I am the greatest. I am the greatest man in the world. Man, the bass problem really fucked me up, didn't it?
Than all the stupid little boys and girls.
In a good way, I mean to say that.
It's time for Maison Ikkoku. Do you remember what happens in this episode of Maison Ikkoku?
It's more of the manager is jealous of Godai.
It is. I will say, this show is. It's been interesting to me in that it always reaches the boundaries of my patience without crossing them, which is more than I can say for other Rumiko Takahashi works that I've seen. Still haven't seen most of Urusei Yatsura. We watched like the first episode, I think, right? Hey.
Urusei Yatsura? Yeah, we watched 3 episodes of it.
3 episodes?
Yes.
Okay. Bird's typing to Landon is why I had to slap him in the chest just now to get his attention.
She thought I wasn't paying attention.
He can hear you through the podcast. You don't have to type about it.
Sure. Urusei Yatsura. Right. Landon, we have to have you on podcast episodes of anime you've actually watched.
Yeah, that's the only reason. I mean, we don't know if you've seen any of these shows. You could let us. If you've seen any of these shows and you want to talk about them, you can rewatch
Read the last text he sent me.
He said, Trixie top 5, Gurren Lagann, Rakudai, Love Live, Prince of Tennis, and Gosick. Yeah, that's pretty fucking unique. Rakudai being the anime that I compared against the Asterisk War, in case anybody forgot.
Which sucks if I don't remember correctly.
Well, the Asterisk War is like a 1 out of 10, and Rakudai, I think at the time I called it like a 3 or a 4, but it's probably better than that. I actually remember the show pretty well, so I'd probably give it like a 5 or a 6. I understand how it could be in somebody's top 5, like... But even though it's
Landon's
not one of my
top 5
favorites.
having Gurren Lagann makes me want to watch Gurren Lagann.
Gurren Lagann's a very good show. It's worth watching. It's very good. It's one of my favorite anime also.
Yeah, but I've seen Cyberpunk Edgerunners.
Yeah, but Gurren Lagann is not like that show. It's also not nearly as depressing as that show.
It's not as depressing as that show.
Oh, nowhere near as depressing. Cyberpunk
Are you sure?
I mean, I guess Gurren Lagann's sad things may hit a little harder because the show is longer and so you care about the characters a little bit more, but I wouldn't say that it is nearly as like a doomer mindset as Cyberpunk. Like, the good guys win.
No, they don't.
They do. In Gurren Lagann, they do.
I'm sorry. In Cyberpunk, no,
they I'm don't. Explaining why Gurren Lagann is less dark than Cyberpunk. Like, in Cyberpunk, like, in the most faint possible way, the good guys kind of achieve some of what they were trying to do, but like
the new ending they gave you in Cyberpunk.
No, I meant the anime, but
I know, but the new ending they gave you in Cyberpunk 2077 is literally, even if you took all of the endings we gave you in the first place, they don't matter.
Landon,
You fucked up.
I'm not going to read your text because we're not allowed to use that
Read
word on
him.
YouTube.
Read his text and everything.
We can't
you can.
use the R word on YouTube. He said, I've seen Mason Ikkoku did a 50-second video on it talking about the blue-haired girl is the one we can't say it. We'll get demonetized.
The manager, right? He's talking about the manager.
Probably. Well, she is kind of an idiot.
Landon, link me the clip so I can watch it, please.
Well, but okay. Here's the thing about. I think Rumiko Takahashi's writing.
What is Landon doing watching our live streams?
That's what he does. He's
I
a live
know,
streamer.
but I love him because he hasn't done it for any of the live streams we've done.
He's probably been doing shit.
Good for him.
Anyway, enough about our friend.
Getting Landon text
most
through
of our
live
audience
streams
has
has
no
made me want
idea
to do these live
who
streams.
Landon is. Butthole weeb, old friend of the channel. Maybe some people know who he is. He asks people if they eat ass and watch anime.
Landon, I have to be honest with you. I'm sorry. I eat ass.
You do eat ass.
It's not mealy as fuck.
It's not that mealy.
I'm sorry, it's not like a Red Delicious apple. It's not comparable.
This is the
not even a little
best
bit.
podcast episode I've ever been a part of, I think, maybe.
It's because I'm funny. You're here to keep it on the rails, relatively.
What rails?
The rails I was here to keep it on for the first 14
you
episodes.
didn't do you know what? I will admit, you've been a rail keeper in your day, in your time. This isn't that time, though.
No, it is not.
Not that time. What are you fucking doing right now?
I tried to put my zins on the table, and then I caught them.
You said you weren't going to call them Zins earlier in this podcast.
Fuck yourself.
Bird versus bird. I'm not going to call them Zins.
It is my understanding that this is a more fun podcast when we argue with each other.
That's what we've been told by some viewers.
And fuck all of you for saying that.
Well, we've had a pretty strong concurrent viewership through this podcast, so I'd say it's working out well.
But we haven't been arguing.
What? We had? Well, I mean, we had a whole lover spat, according to Amy, earlier over something. The U.S. geography, I think, and why states are square.
Sure, whatever. But none of the shows we've covered have reached a point of that I disagree with you on that. Which
On the anime. No, we've disagreed on other things, but not on the anime yet. Well, so far we've only talked about a show that you slept through half of, and a show that we both love because it came back finally. And now we're on Maison Ikkoku.
Godai the Gigolo. Am I remembering correctly?
This is the Godai the Gigolo episode.
A bunch of fucking... So Godai accidentally joins a club.
Yes.
And then a bunch of fucking women fuck with him and Godai through the rest of the episode. And that's it.
I have to assume this is maybe like 2 chapters of the manga. I haven't read Maison Ikkoku. The humor of the manga... How do I put it? Like, Rumiko Takahashi's stories are not in a hurry. She's really trying to make the story take as long as it possibly can. Maison Ikkoku is the fastest moving story of any of her stories that I've consumed. Inuyasha, as soon as they introduced Naraku and explained the backstory of Inuyasha, Kikyo, and Naraku, from that point, that plot, the main central plot, doesn't move again for like 100 episodes. It's just side stories and extra bullshit and all these other characters that get introduced, and none of it fucking matters. In Ranma 1/2, the first 16 episode season is incredible. It's just like great direction, great characterization. You're learning new things about the characters all the time. And then through like seasons 3 and 4, there's just tons of bullshit, tons of extraneous crap that never advances the plot. Every episode is just misunderstandings leading to the characters reverting back to zero. With Maison Ikkoku, there is a constant fear of it just being bullshit. And I have just barely enough faith in this show to think that it won't be. And there's a few reasons. One, I know some people who are... Well, first of all, this is like the best rated of her shows. It's the best produced. It's the least meandering.
Which is really strange, and I understand it, though, because I watched a fair amount of Urusei Yatsura.
And Urusei Yatsura was one of the most successful manga of the, I think it started in 79 and ran through, 86 or something like that. It was a massive manga. And most of the tropes of romantic comedy that we see in anime to this day were established by Rumiko Takahashi in Urusei Yatsura, if not by Mitsuru Adachi in Touch that was running alongside it. 1980, those were the manga that were, influencing everybody. And after Urusei Yatsura, Rumiko Takahashi, I think she was doing both of these at the same time. Ranma and Maison Ikkoku were both, or maybe Maison was running with Urusei Yatsura, I'm not completely sure. But at the end of the 80s, she was running multiple manga, and Maison Ikkoku was the one for adults. Everything else she's done has been a shonen manga. This is seinen. It's meant for adult men. So there's always kind of been an air about it to me that older people take this show more seriously than her other ones because it's made for them. It's a complete story. It ends in kind of even though 102 episodes or whatever sounds like a lot, when you consider that Ranma or Inuyasha are over 160 and Urusei is over 200. I have not seen
Ranma 1/2, but God, I wish I was Ranma 1/2.
Me too.
Beatrice has explained to me Ranma 1/2 quite a few times, and fuck, if I could switch my gender by on myself, I'd be going to the ocean
welcome to me when I was
7 times a week,
13, discovering that manga. Yeah.
No, but I get it. I get what you mean with it. I like being tall. I like having a big cock.
Well, Ranma is boy Ranma is significantly taller than girl Ranma. It is a.
Is she 6'5"? Is he 6'5"?
No, but as a Japanese person or whatever, he's tall for being Asian. He's taller than most of the guys his age, I will say. But he is also implied that he's only 16, so he's probably gonna get taller. Anime logic, characters don't stop aging until they're 40 or something, or they just never stop aging. A character's age is always completely implicit in their design. Which is hilarious, especially for me as a 32-year-old who people can never tell how old I am. It's mysterious because my face looks young, but my hair is gray, so everyone's like, you must be at least 30, but I don't understand. Anyway, this girl who looks...
Galaxy 909.
Yeah, Galaxy... It's 39. Galaxy 39. 70s. I think it's before Gundam.
But we will be covering that after Gundam
I
ends.
think so. I think that was my plan for our next 70s show is Galaxy 39, because I do want to talk about it. Either that or the Rose of Versailles, but I kind of might want to do that for manga, because it's out in English, and I'd like to read
I want
the
to
manga.
have Landon on our podcast as often as we can.
Yeah, for Galaxy Express, we could do... it's 102 fucking episodes.
A big part of this is I'm trying to compose a text to him right now.
He's listening to the show.
I know he's listening to the show, but it's a hard concept for people to understand.
What is?
The show.
What is?
What do we do here?
What do you mean? This show is a hard concept for people to understand? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Who needs to understand it?
No one. Unless they're listening to it.
Wait, why am I explaining to you
Landon.
the show?
I'm sorry.
Landon knows what the show is. He's watching it.
Right now. He's never texted me this actively in any of our shows except for right now.
Do you think Landon does not understand the concept of the We Watch Anime podcast that he is currently watching?
Landon, I'm sorry. Butthole Weeb. I'm going to read the text I'm trying to send to you right now. And I'll send you the image. These are what we're covering this week. It will advance one episode as long as we can cover it. Which is to say, if an anime ends, we will...
It will advance one episode as long as we can cover it. That sounds like a translation of a JRPG. That sounds like you took a
I feel
Japanese
like I'm being
phrase
bullied
and put it
right
in
now.
English.
I feel like I'm being bullied.
You are being bullied. We're talking about Maison Ikkoku.
So anyway.
Stop typing goddamn texts.
This is what we're covering this week. On the episode list that, thank the Lord, Ellen Horizon typed out for us. I'm sending a screenshot of that just to explain. Yeah. This is what we're at. This is where you need to catch up to if you want to come on and talk about anime with us.
Yeah.
It will advance one episode a week.
Alright, I'm just going to say what I think you're trying to say. So here's all the anime we're watching. We're watching Speed Racer. We're on episode 14 next week. Mobile Suit Gundam. Maison Ikkoku. Revolutionary Girl Utena. Monster. Steins Gate. The Mobile Suit Gundam, The Witch from Mercury, of which we'll be starting the second season's first episode. Zom 100, should it ever come back from its infinite hiatus. We have just started Sosono Free Ren. We'll be covering the first episode in this episode of the podcast that is probably going to be 7.5 hours long. We are...
I sent Landon the screenshot,
we're doing
okay? I don't need you to shame me.
Death Play Season 1 Part 2, I guess. Pokemon Horizons Episode 24.
Landon, please, come camp with us.
Dr. Stone New World Part 2, Episode 2, and Jujutsu Kaisen Episode 13? Maybe also 14, depends on how fucking late we are.
We're covering 2 episodes, I know that.
We're covering 2 episodes this week. But I think we're catching up, so it's 11 and 12 or something.
No, I know we're an episode behind.
I think a new episode might have come out today, if there's another one. But I had checked this morning.
Today or yesterday, but again, I say, YouTube loves to spoil things for me.
Yeah. Yeah, so you feel like you've already watched the new episode because YouTube immediately spoiled it for you, is what you're saying.
It hurts.
It hurts.
I don't like it.
Pain is big.
Because I've read the manga of what's going to happen in this fucking episode.
Make me a t-shirt that says, life is long, pain is big. Alright, so this woman is following Godai around. He thinks that she's romantically interested in him. It's a big, long tease.
Can I ask you a question about Maison Ikkoku?
Not unlike this podcast, yeah.
Godai. When he couldn't get into college, what was he called?
A Ronin.
Ronin, thank you.
Ronin used to mean in ancient times masterless samurai. If your master died and you were a samurai, then you're basically useless, so you're a Ronin. You're supposed to kill yourself, but if you don't do that, then everybody doesn't respect you.
Who's gonna fucking kill themselves after we drop 2 nuclear bombs?
Exactly.
You know?
It kind of ended their Well, it didn't end their fascination with suicide, but it lessened it.
But it ended their fascination with
gutting yourself on behalf of your master. Yes.
It ended their fascination with believing that the person in charge of their country was God.
Yeah.
That was the point.
Exactly. That's what Grave of the Fireflies is about. Kind of. Anyway, the concept of the death of the American dream. That movie is about the death of the Japanese dream, circa World War II. It's a
Un momento.
It's a good one.
Seen all of Rose of Versailles.
Oh shit!
Up to date on Zom 100.
All right.
Up to date on Dr. Stone.
All right.
Dropped Jujutsu Kaiser. Mobile Suit Gundam.
I like that he calls it Jitsu Kaisen.
Or rather, I'm sorry.
Jitsu.
Landon.
I call it Jujunko Bunko.
Yes.
And he calls it Jitsu Kaisen.
Landon, I get why you dropped it. I genuinely do. You would.
But did you drop it as hard as your balls when you were 12? Though?
No. All of Maison Ikkoku dropped Steins Gate. Landon, you couldn't have said something that I would identify with you more of instead of...
Bird wants to drop Steins
Gate.
Deep down.
Steins Gate is not good. I'm sorry. It's not good.
I disagree, but we'll talk about that when we get to it.
Seen all of Mach Go 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 Speed Racer, did a video on it. Landon, butthole weeb, I'm going to be honest. I haven't seen all of your videos.
Landon might be the only person I've ever heard of who's seen as many of these shows before this existing. That
If Landon has seen all of Mako Go and has a video on it,
yeah,
I'm going to watch that as soon as we finish this podcast
we'll
because I want to know what Landon's opinion on Speed
Mako
Racer
Go
is.
Yeah. Well, he's watched it in Japanese, obviously, because he's
Which is so much more
he's a
interesting than
total
watching it
Puritan.
in Japanese.
Oh,
God.
In English, you read. All right, so this woman wants Godai thinks she wants to fuck. She doesn't. She wants him to like be her slave work boy or something. She's like, I've got a club. We're short on labor. You're a strong man. Come help all us cute girls to paint shit.
Oh, hang on.
And
He
he's
called.
like- This is like 8
He
minutes.
called
of
Maison Ikkoku Maison Ikkoku.
All right.
Landon.
Is this
I
trans?
can't drop
Hold on.
everything.
All right, enough about Landon. Is this trans? Is this trans? People answer me. Anybody who watched this episode of Maison Ikkoku, I need to know right now, point blank, you tell me, was this trans? Do you know what I'm fucking talking about? Do you remember this? You're
No.
still talking about Landon. I said enough. Enough. Landon's gotten too...
All right.
He's gotten too much goddamn screen time in
Last
this
one.
episode.
His
What
first anime was Metal Fighter Miku.
I already know that. I've seen his video on Metal Fighter Miku. And I've seen Metal Fighter Miku.
You're better than me, then.
It's Akiyuki Shinbo's first anime.
Is that a good first anime?
It is, in a sense, yeah. I would say it would be a good starting point. I mean, if you like it especially, it would be a great starting
Do
point.
you think that makes sense as a starting point for anime for all of the opinions Landon has?
Yes. Yes. It makes sense to me that he got into anime through a relatively obscure 90s show from a eventually well-known art house director.
How do you feel about
With
me?
key animation from the Yu Yu Hakusho guy.
How do you feel about me and my real entrance into anime being K?
Absolutely makes perfect sense.
Do you think that makes sense as like
K
an
is about a
entrance?
bunch of cool-looking dudes in cool outfits beating each other up with like ridiculously complicated powers that nobody understands. Like, that is the show. That is your whole taste in anime.
And I will say, Landon, I know you're watching this. You would not enjoy K. Please don't watch it.
Yeah, he does. We watched it together.
Shit, you're right.
We watched it with Landon.
We watched
and
like
he liked
4
it.
episodes of K and he enjoyed it.
We all watched 6 episodes together. We all thought it was amazing, and then we were really shit-faced and we all passed out. And that we all liked K.
Why am I good at picking out the good anime?
It's just a matter of it's about not convincing yourself that other people liking something must mean it's good.
No, it's
You
about
really
it
have
being
to like
a
let
good
that
show.
go. Yeah. And I've never had, because like as a kid, everything I liked was unpopular, and everything that was popular I didn't like. So it was a problem for me growing up. But eventually, I turned it into how I make money. Is like being the voice of people who like unpopular shit.
I'm gonna be honest. I didn't know about Gosick until I met Landon.
It's not a. I mean, it's like a niche popular show in America.
I don't even care.
Yeah.
I don't care about how niche popular it is. I don't care about any of that.
Maybe a little more than K.
It makes
Not
me
that
want to
much.
watch Gosick.
Yeah. I mean,
Because I want to understand my friend.
Gosick and K are to me on the same level. Wow. No one else has that favorite anime, but it makes perfect sense that you do. And that's what I like. That's what I like to see the most. You know, anytime I see somebody whose taste is like super personal, I'm like, that's the most interesting.
Of all the K you've seen, who am I?
I don't fucking remember any of their names. There are like 90 characters in that show.
What does he do?
He has a sword. Would you believe it?
Yeah, no, I know exactly who you're talking about.
Okay, I don't.
There's one character who has a sword.
All right.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm that guy.
Bird knows what I mean more than I do. Maison Ikkoku, was this trans? Hold on. Did anybody answer my question? Look at the chat and tell me if anybody said if this was trans or not.
Well, you've right-clicked.
Hold on. I don't remember where I started.
Steins Gate is alright, 6 out of 10.
Ellen says this did not feel trans to me, but I see where you're coming from. Okay, so what's going on here is there's this big dude Big, like, buff guy, but he's got...
With the puppet.
He's got a hand puppet of a little girl, and he does a little girl voice, and really just goes all in on performing this little girl, but he's not on stage.
He's not the fucking puppet.
He's not doing this for anybody but Godai. That's what made it feel trans to me, is, like, it would be one thing if this was just a character he has in his repertoire, but, like, this is who this guy is. Like,
it felt trans for me when he started calling the manager.
Yes, when he's, like, doing it to other people.
The first couple calls were this puppet. And then all of the other calls were the club that Godai accidentally signed up for.
Yeah, well, he's also part of that club.
I know he is, but...
The other girls, you mean?
The first couple calls were this...
I'm calling him a guy just because the show doesn't say trans rights, but, like... This dude comes out with this little girl puppet, and he's mostly communicating through the puppet. And to me, this is the kind of way I would pre-transition have expressed my transness.
A very strange connection to make. This guy that controls this puppet reminds me a lot of Todoi Aoi from Jujutsu Kaisen. Let me remind you who he is.
The big dude who
who claps.
Who likes girls a lot.
Yes.
Yes.
And he claps, and that's
that guy doesn't strike me as trans, though. He strikes me as a horny man. Very hetero.
I get you, but I feel like they're the same type of character.
They have the same type of build, for sure. I don't think this guy is trying to get with women. I think he's trying to be
I don't
this
think
little
Toto
puppet
is
girl.
either.
Really?
No.
Okay. What is
Toto's
his real goal?
Be good at Jujutsu. Boogie Woogie.
Boogie Woogie Clap.
Because, do you remember Toto's ability? I'm sorry to call this back to Jujutsu
Ellen
Kaisen.
says this show's way too straight to say trans rights. I have to remind you.
I agree.
This is from the author of Ranma 1/2, though. I don't think anything she does is too straight to say trans rights.
I get where you're coming from. I disagree. I think this is one of the straightest shows she's done.
I think it's pretty straight in that it's about a straight romance, but...
No, it's not even that. I mean, yeah, it's about a straight romance. Godai loves the manager or whatever.
I'll be shocked if there's never a gay character in this show, personally. I will be a little bit shocked. Or at least a slant gay character.
About in my level of doneness with this show as I am with Monster, which is... Yeah. Godai's gonna end up with the manager. Yeah. Tenma's gonna fucking kill Johan at some point.
Maybe.
And we have 60 more episodes.
Yeah.
60! In this show's case, 70.
I think... Well, we know this show is going to go up through them having a relationship.
But I've also been told that there are a lot of weird love interests that get introduced throughout this.
I'm okay with that. Like
I'm
look,
not.
It's about the journey, not the destination.
Exactly.
Like, I don't care that they're gonna end up together. Like that's obvious
really
from the fact
glad,
that they're on the cover art.
I'm really glad that we are covering this show and Monster at the same time, because Monster at this point, in what I've seen, fucking kill Johan. You know where he is.
He's trying. He's trying to find him right now.
Yeah, he's trying. Big air quotes. He's trying. He was fucking...
He's really trying. He's trying to find that guy.
He was standing in front of Johan with a gun. 3 episodes ago.
That was before he learned
Shoot him in the head.
That's before he learned how to shoot. He didn't know how to shoot
doesn't matter.
back then.
Look, I get it. You saved Johan from having a bullet hole in the head.
That was like 7 episodes.
Johan is literally the devil.
That's why he's got to kill him.
I get it.
He's not going to be able to kill them.
But 60 episodes
There's no
more
fucking way
of
he's going to be able to kill
I
that
need
guy.
to kill Johan? Just fucking...
Johan's going to fall off a bridge. He's not going... Tenma's not going to be able to kill that guy.
Unfortunately, because I spoil things for myself. Johan lives through the next iteration.
He's the bad guy, of course. I'm just saying.
Johan's the worst. I don't want to see him live, but I understand why he does.
There's no way Tenma's gonna kill that guy.
And he should, God damn it.
Stop spoiling Monster and talk about this fucking anime.
I'm not even spoiling Monster. I'm spoiling another monster.
Monster yet. What is going on in this show?
Who fucking cares? Godai's
I
gonna end up with
care.
the
I
manager.
like this show.
I do too.
Look at this guy. He might be trans. He says he thinks Godai could be a puppeteer. Anyway.
And then he tortures Godai for the rest of the episode.
They all keep calling... Well, they find out that Godai and a manager around his age are living together, so they all immediately assume that they're romantically involved.
They just call, and specifically the women...
Yeah.
Call Godai's house.
They're trying to torment.
Constantly.
They're doing the same thing as everybody who lives there and deciding to torment Godai immediately.
How I have explained this show to anyone that I've just had to explain it to in like real life of, well, yeah, I mean, this show sucks is, well, you know, there's a Ronin, and a Ronin means like a person who failed in high school and is trying to get into college. And all of his roommates suck. They're not good.
Amy says that you might like the show Recreators. I don't think so. That show is way too much fucking dialogue.
I like the show Get Backers. Thank you.
Yeah, we should watch more of that. We only saw the first episode. Maybe
I've
I'll
seen
put that
so
in
much more of Get Backers than you have.
What? How? What did you just like watch a bunch of clips or like what do you mean?
No, I watched Get Backers.
When? When did you do this?
In between us watching the first episode of it, and then me being interested in Dr. Jackal.
Yeah. When did you watch Get Backers? Literally when? How did you find time to watch more of Get Backers?
When did
How
I watch
much of Get Backers?
When
have
did
you
I
watched?
watch Goodfellas 3 times? When did I watch
I don't know. That's why I'm
Yes.
asking
No,
you.
I watched Get Backers. I have not finished Get Backers, but I was
I know you haven't finished. It's a fucking 152 episodes long. When did you watch more of Get Backers than the first episode?
when I watched it with you.
We watched the first episode.
And then I watched it past that because
Okay.
I knew about the two main characters' abilities, and I didn't care about that at all.
Okay.
I cared about Dr. Jackal hiding
Yes.
260 fucking scalpels in his body somehow.
I remember Dr. Jackal in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure when all the hooks came out of
Yes.
him. Except, no, that was Jack the Ripper.
No, Dr. Jackal is a JoJo's character.
But Jack the Ripper has all the hooks that come out of him in the first arc. It's a guy with a bunch of hooks that come out of his body, and he fights JoJo.
You're talking about Soul Eater, actually.
No, JoJo in the manga in the first arc. This is Jack the Ripper, and he's got all the hooks come out. I know what you're talking about. That's the first episode of Soul Eater. But like 2 or 3 volumes into JoJo.
Which JoJo? Give me...
First JoJo, very first JoJo.
Okay,
He fights
yes,
Jack
he
the
does
Ripper,
fight
covered
Jack
in
the Ripper,
fucking-
and REO Speedwagon saves him.
Yes. So anyway, all these
But-
women torment Godai on the phone.
Gojo is fucking cut in half. Gojo Satoru is cut in half. I cannot express to all of you how upset I am that is where... I get it. Gege Akutami didn't like Gojo as a character, but are you fucking kidding me? He gets cut in half and that's it. I've seen a lot of people speculate on like, oh, well, Kenjaku's just going to take Gojo's body. If that happens, I'm going to become the biggest Jujutsu Kaisen hater ever. If Kenjaku takes Gojo's body, genuinely, it's going to ruin the entire show for me. The entire anime, the entire manga, everything. Jujutsu Kaisen is the strongest manga that I've ever kept up on.
Ellen says, I felt that Gege loved Gojo way too much. Supposedly he doesn't like him. Supposedly.
No, Ellen.
The rumors
I'm
are
sorry.
that he has said
Ellen,
he doesn't like him.
you are the person who told me constantly that Gege fucking hated Gojo. And I'm sorry to say this specifically to you, but you were the person who constantly linked me to things that went, oh no, Gege fucking hates Gojo, because Gojo's the most
Are you
overpowered.
down for this to be an 11-hour podcast?
Yeah.
Okay, because Amy just said y'all are going for the 1 show per hour mark, and I'm like, we really are actually doing that right now. We're on show number 4, and we are nearing the end of hour 4.
I'm sorry, Ellen. It's not just you.
It is Amy who said.
No, and that's not who I'm responding to.
Okay.
Ellen, you were a big proponent of Gojo fucking sucks. Gojo should not be the main character. And I was always the proponent because I was a big Kakashi fan.
I have no recollection of doing that.
Yeah, isn't that fun? Isn't that great when we do that? Anyway, I liked Kakashi in Naruto. That was my first big anime thing. And so when Gojo came in, and he was like the guy, Gojo, you don't remember in the first season, kicked Sukuna's ass. Gojo sat on Sukuna. And then Gojo, I just...
Bird will tuck her out once the sun comes up. I know how these things work. The sun, it's only fucking midnight here. We have a solid 6 hours until the sun comes up.
And that doesn't even factor into how much work we can get in tomorrow.
We have work in the morning. We are supposed to do a lot of work tomorrow. We are supposed to wake up at like 7 a.m. and it's midnight. So...
You're supposed to wake up at 7 a.m. Yeah, me too. Look, I just don't agree with how Gege Akutame decided to kill Gojo, okay? All of you can disagree with the fact that you hated Gojo in the first place. And that's fine. But I know who you are. I saw you do it, and I'm not gonna take it I'm not gonna take it lightly.
Are you talking to Gege right now?
Yeah. You
say I know who you are.
That
saw you do it.
That motherfucker manga? Showed up to anime conventions in a Mechamaru mask.
Okay.
Before Mechamaru died.
Oh.
I do not like Gege Akutami. I will meet Gege Akutami.
What? I don't like him, but I'll meet him.
That's what I feel about most people I don't like, though.
What are you gonna do?
Nothing. I'm gonna go, hey, I disagree with the way you've chosen to take your story. And then hopefully Gege Akutami's gonna go, well, you know you just like that, but... I know you liked how Mahito reached his final form. What he'll say is,
get in line.
I don't dislike Gojo's death enough to think that Jujutsu Kaisen sucks.
Should that person who asked if they should watch it?
Should you watch Jujutsu Kaisen? Yeah.
If you want to be on board with the most popular anime...
My big opinion, too, is, yeah, watch it, and then when you get bored of watching it, read the fucking manga.
Yeah.
Because I will give Jujutsu Kaisen this credit of... I'm sure I've given other animes this credit.
I think Gege should have volunteered to draw Hunter x Hunter. Just let him take it over, guys.
No, and that's
fucking hilarious.
I'm not even disagreeing with that, of, like... Well, actually, I am. I like the way Jujutsu sorcery explains itself a lot more than I like the way Nen explains itself. Nen is almost fucking incomprehensible. And I don't mean that from a perspective of like, oh, Killua and what's the main character?
Gon.
Killua and Gon are learning Nen. And that's how they do Nen. But as soon as you introduce Gon's dad... Fuck off. Because at that point, Gon's gone into his big superpower mode.
Yeah.
Where he doesn't get to use Nen anymore.
Yeah.
Who fucking cares? Because Gon can't do anything anymore because he used it that once in the Chimera Ant arc. That was it.
I think they're trying to fix that or something.
They better be, because otherwise Gon is not an interesting main character. Because that was the whole entire point. I'm sorry.
Talk to the chat. They're giving you a lot of reaction over your current point.
I'll continue with the Hunter x Hunter thing. My understanding of the Gon thing, becoming adult Gon.
Bird has not also seen anything from the end.
I've
of Freed
seen
Island
the fight.
on. You've seen the fight.
And my understanding for the Gon thing is Gon sacrificed all of the, let's say in Jujutsu Kaisen terms, cursed energy he could ever potentially... Nen. He sacrificed all of the Nen he could ever possibly...
He burned himself out all at once.
And then he became an adult and kicked... It's Neferpitou, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he kicked Neferpitu's ass. And then...
Sad moment for me as a big P2 stan. She's...
Oh, P2's adorable.
They adorable.
Who fucking cares? P2 is adorable. I'll give you that. She's called P2 in the real stans thing. But also, that's where Hunter x Hunter lost interest for me. I don't care about Killua. Killua's Zoldix. He's going to kill everyone.
The implication is that Killua is going to find a way to fix Gon.
I mean, I fucking hope so, but that doesn't... I don't believe it.
Like, that's what the last arc of the anime is. Like, Killua is trying to figure out how to fix Gon's thing.
The last arc, like, in the
Anime.
presidential thing?
Like, the election arc, it's like Gon is completely incapacitated. Killua goes to find his trans sister, Alika, to be like...
Alika's not trans.
Alika is trans.
No, she isn't.
What do you mean?
She is a little girl with a spirit that inhabits her, and there's no way to know if it's a boy or a girl. It's a spirit.
All I know is
grants wishes.
Everyone else in the abusive family calls the child a he, and Killua calls the child a her. So everyone has taken this.
And
to mean that the child
Maki
is trans.
from Jujutsu Kaisen takes a much better stance on all of it after she gets her power, which is killing everyone in her family.
Oh, her power is killing everyone in her family?
No, she just gets the power to do it.
Oh, why? What does this have to do with what we're talking about at all? I have no
If you were
fucking
misgendered
idea.
constantly by your family, I mean...
Is that what happens in Jujutsu Kaisen? She gets misgendered so much she murders her family?
If you consider misgendering like, oh, you don't have enough power? You don't have enough Jujutsu power to do anything?
How did you make this leap? My brain is fucking
Am I
boggled.
wrong in thinking no one respects Killua's brother-sister?
Okay. It's not...
I know what Killua's brother-sister can do.
It's a sister. His sister.
Brother-sister, whatever. I'm not trying to come at the perspective of being accepting.
What do you mean? The character wants to be identified as a woman. That's why Killua calls her that.
Yeah, no, I will do that.
Okay,
That's
then his sister.
Than his sister. But if that sister had the power, which I know she does, she'd kill all the Zoldycks. The Zoldycks are all assholes. They're not really doing much except for, hey, look at me, I'm good at Nen.
I cannot fucking believe we are so deep into a Hunter x Hunter conversation right now.
I have never understood why people...
I have never had this much of a Hunter x Hunter conversation in my life, actually. I'm kind of amazed.
I've
We've
never
reached the
understood why people compare Jujutsu Kaisen to Hunter x Hunter so much, except for right now.
Ellen Horizon says, I have no idea what's happening anymore. You and me both, sister. I'm a million miles from understanding where the hell I am. Portland, Oregon.
I don't think
Maison
Alika would
Ikkoku.
kill all the Zoldycks. She's just a kid. Alika is a fucking immortal being who has existed from the... Oh, I get it.
We can't talk about Hunter x Hunter anymore. I will start screaming. Maison Ikkoku, the fucking... She's listening in on the conversation. Good
am
lord.
I incorrect in thinking that the Zoldyck sibling that has Alika in her is not in control of Alika's motions or choices? Because I've seen, like, that sister just being the sister, as well as switching
the
into
the fascinating
Alika.
thing about this conversation is that I watched Hunter x Hunter 9 years ago, and you read a Wikipedia article 6 months ago, and neither of us has
No,
any
I
idea
watched
what
a
the
fair
fuck
amount
we're
of the
talking
Netflix
about.
of seeing Alika.
How? You haven't seen past Greed Island. She doesn't show up till the last arc.
Alika is Killua's sister, right?
Yes.
And then she occasionally becomes this weird thing with, like, the tragedy mask, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Why have you seen that if you haven't seen Chimera Ant? Did you skip to the last arc and watch that?
Probably.
Okay. That changed. Oh my god. Alright, can we talk about this fucking goddamn anime we're talking about?
We're talking about Maison Ikkoku, right?
Do you even know what's happening in the screen cap?
Yeah, so the mom is taking
The
her...
mom. Whose mom?
The mom roommate.
Yes.
I don't
one who's a
remember her
mother of
name.
a
Do you
child.
remember
She's
her
got
name?
The kid. No, I don't know her name.
Alright, so the mom, the roommate mom, is taking her son out to lunch to satisfy the son as well as to spy on Godai. And it's mostly to spy on Godai because the son orders all kinds of lunch that is way too expensive for the mom to actually pay for. And then the mom goes, "Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
I'm trying to spy on Godai.
Yeah.
Shut up." Just
Why is she spying on Godai?
Because Godai's gigolo.
He shows up with the girl that he was seemingly on a date with in the previous
Not the
episode.
people that he is in the spy club with.
Yes.
Or whatever. What is the club he joins?
I don't even... drama club? I don't know. They're painting shit. I assume they're doing theater or something. They seem
This is
like
a
the type.
really confusing
Puppet show? Maybe
episode.
it's just the puppet show club. The first 8 minutes is just about Godai thinking a girl is into him, and then the big reveal.
And then the
she
next
wants him to
12
paint.
to 18 minutes is the manager thinking, "Oh my god, what if it's that guy
What
that's
if
into him?"
Godai is fucking 8 girls? I'm really upset about it.
And the whole time it's like, you know Godai, right? Godai's not fucking 8 girls. Come
Godai
on.
essentially accidentally breaks up with this girl in the middle of the restaurant, causing her to cry in front of everybody and make a big scene. The mom sees this happen, and she's like, "What the fuck was that?" They had a lover's spat, and because he's trying to comfort her, it's not really clear. Are they breaking up? Are they together? What's going on between these two? He gets back home. And everybody's like, "Yeah, you're fucked. You're a gigolo now. You should just give in to being a horny bastard. You should fuck everybody. You should fuck me right here, Godai."
The episode is literally titled
Godai
the Gigolo.
Yeah. And then, the women keep calling. They won't stop. And eventually Godai, catches on that they're making fun of him. And he, takes the phone from the manager and puts it down for her, which I thought was really cute. There's some really good gags in this episode. I think what's kept this show strong for me, even when it's kind of plotting in the story department, is that the gags are funny. There's a very unique way it goes about humor. It's very physical. Yeah, so the next scene, she ends up buying a phone to put in the house. She's like, I intended to do this anyways, but now that I'm annoyed, I'm going to definitely do it. Puts a phone in the middle of the house, and then she kind of gets into an argument with Godai where he's, trying to clarify things, and she won't listen, and she storms off. So then he calls her on the phone, and immediately is like, "Look, I joined a club. That's why all these women are calling me. They're fucking with me. Don't worry about it." And she realizes, I'm a fucking moron. And I guess what I feel about this arc is it will be annoying if this is what a lot of the show is. If a lot of it is manager gets mad at Godai because other women are around, and they never get, it keeps prolonging them advancing their relationship, yeah, it's going to get annoying. If it's more there are multiple serious romantic interests that maybe are hard to choose between, that might be interesting. As it is right now, it seems like he kind of blew off the one girl. He's cleared up most of the misunderstandings, and a lot of it just keeps leading them closer together. So it doesn't
And
feel like we're not making progress.
This is what I mean when I say I feel I'm at the same point. Well, and actually I said the Steins Gate, but I do feel I'm at the same point with Maison Ikkoku as I am with Steins Gate and Monster of I know what's going to happen. In this show specifically, Godai's gonna fuck the manager. We have...
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, right.
Where are you standing? Are you about to go do something, or... Oh, I got farted on directly point blank.
But anyway, Godai's obviously gonna fuck the manager. If that's not clear, I don't feel I need to say spoiler alert for this show, except for Godai's gonna fuck the manager. Who
Here's
fucking
a
cares?
cool skeleton I saw walking around the other day.
Oh, and a Jeep Gladiator.
Look, there's a skeleton in there. He's a skelly man. Alright, now we're on Revolutionary Girl Utsuda, because I forgot to hit the pause button.
Could you believe it? Anthe and her brother are having sex.
That doesn't happen until the very end of this episode.
It happens enough in this episode for me to start the episode by saying, can you believe it? Anthe and her brother are having sex. Isn't that a problem?
It's definitely not good. It's not our favorite. Nobody liked that. It would be a good way to put it.
I don't even think, like, Dios liked that.
No, probably not. I don't think anybody liked
Anthe's brother is engaged, also. I mean,
yeah.
I only had to bring that up because of the weird fucking imagery we're seeing on screen now. Which is, that's Anthe's brother, right?
Neither of these is Anthe's brother.
That's not Anthe's brother? Who the fuck
No.
is that guy? Right, that was another thing we went through on this episode, is who the fuck is that guy?
Yeah, so on the left here, if
we
you're
know
watching
who the left
the
guy is.
imagery here, Mikage gets introduced pretty thoroughly in this episode. He's a pink-haired genius.
He's like a ghost. Or something.
Something like that. That's a spoiler, but yeah, Mikage...
Is that a spoiler?
It is. They don't really reveal what his deal is until, like, much later. Mikage, mysterious genius who works at the school and runs this seminar, and then he's got this twink who looks just like the prince that we've seen, but in a different outfit, physically manifested and talking to this guy, and Mikage really wants to make this guy the Rose Bride. And he's like, isn't a Rose Bride usually a girl? And he's like, dude, you're a girl. Shut the fuck up. You're the Rose Bride. So yeah, they're clearly an item. Apparently, Toga Kiryu, the student council president, has not been at school lately. This is basically a way of saying that Toga, who was kind of the most influential character in the first arc, will not be in this one. He's too busy reeling from getting, ass blasted by Utena. So, he's off somewhere else. And, meanwhile, Utena's like, why is it I never see Anthe on Saturdays? She's just never around.
She's doing something.
And Anthe's like, I always go to see my brother on Saturdays. She's like, you have a fucking brother? What? She's like, yeah, my brother lives...
It's been... I mean, the last episode was a recap episode and we skipped it because I fucking hate recap episodes.
Yeah.
But it's been 14 episodes and Anthe chooses now to go, yeah, on Saturdays, go to see my brother.
I think it's just because Utena asked. She never asked before. And then she was like, where do
we
you go?
didn't have a concept of time.
No, we don't really know how much time
until
has
this
passed.
episode.
Yeah. But yeah, so Utena and Anthe go to visit her brother because Utena's interested, and her brother just lives at the top of this super giant.
And when they
tower.
go to visit her, her brother is just making out with what we learn is his fiance.
Yeah.
And Utena goes, maybe we shouldn't be here right now.
I think I'm going to go ahead and say...
It was on purpose.
Yeah, even just based on what we learn in this episode, in order to obfuscate whatever he's doing with Anthe, he has to seem like super sexual with his... He's just trying to make Utena think he is really close and intimate with his fiancé. Because that's the image he wants to portray. Not that he is totally cold and distant towards her and only fucking his sister, which is the truth. So
Yay, I didn't need to hold back anything because she said it first.
yeah. So yeah, that's why they're doing this. And
Why is he fucking his sister?
here's them pretending like they're close, but look at how awkward it is. Like they're like holding hands, but they're like not touching. You know what I mean? Look at him. Like he's not like she's kind of leaned in a direction towards him.
But he's just sitting up straight, like Utna, right?
Yeah,
You don't bang me, Utna, right?
that is literally what he's thinking.
I
right now.
know what he's thinking.
He's
I've
definitely
spoiled
thinking,
this
"I'm
show
going to
more
bang
than any
that
other
dude."
show. The problem is, it's really hard to spoil the show for yourself.
It doesn't make any fucking sense if you're just reading a raw description.
This
of what
guy
happens.
appearing has made a lot more of the spoilers I've read make a lot more sense.
Yeah, Akio's pretty fucking important. You could call him
Akio
kind of the main
Otori.
bad guy of the show.
He is, and the wikis do say that.
Yeah.
This is the antagonist.
He is the real... I mean, he's the one who's got Anthe by the neck, if you will. In so many ways. So yeah, this poor hapless woman really doesn't understand shit. She doesn't know what's really going on. Mikage might. This guy, boy genius, the great charismatic high school sponsor of the Mikage seminar. Basically, this guy has been doing some kind of ridiculously advanced shit that none of the teachers understand. They don't really know what he's doing, but he keeps writing their papers for them and like getting them grants and shit. So basically, the only reason the school can be as like prestigious as it is right now is that this guy is like,
good
really,
at what he's
really,
doing.
Really good. Yeah. He's
Which is
just beyond,
bad at
he's
what
beyond
he's
all the
doing.
adults to the point that the adults don't even understand what he's doing.
Well, because at this point, he is an adult.
Yeah.
He's like the pseudo-chairman or something.
Yes. And so Mikage, I mean, we already know his goal is make Twink Boy Rose Bride. We don't really know why or what he's going
Who's
for.
Mikage?
but That's him. Pink Man is Mikage.
Akio Otori.
Akio is the brother.
But Mikage is the guy we don't know the name of?
Mikage is this guy, the pink-haired guy right there. Him.
Okay.
On the screen.
The guy
Genius,
who
boy
turns
genius.
his fiance into a duelist.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
So in this scene was intriguing to me because it's kind of pointless to the episode, at least in terms of what we know so far. But it's mostly to establish the difference between Mikage and Miki, because Miki was already a boy genius. We already have a child prodigy in this show. And Mikage has invited Miki to join his seminar, but Miki, reading over it, decided it was not for him. And he just ends up not doing it. And in this scene...
Because Miki's already a duelist.
That's probably why. But yeah, in this scene, the two of them... They're this really reminded me of the video In Praise of Chairs by Every Frame a Painting, where he talks about the way chairs are used in cinema. But using this particular type of chair where Mikage can super lounge back and just look unbelievably like calm and collected, and Miki is like sitting with his knees together, hands perfectly like holding his tea, like very proper, and it just gives the sense that they're, in spite of both being boy geniuses, so to speak, very different people. And this huge pillar is in between the two of them the whole scene. They're never in the same shot without this pillar there. I really think everything about this scene was just to show how different Mikage is from the next comparable guy. Like, yeah, they're both boy geniuses, but this one is a totally different type of dude. And
one of them only wants the best for Anthe, and the other one
literally wants her
to
dead.
fucking murder Anthe.
Yeah, exactly. That is actually a great way to describe the chasm of difference between them.
The chasm of difference between them isn't going to be explained until the end of the episode, or until this guy gets the fiance to be a duelist or whatever, and that doesn't even make sense, to be honest.
So apparently a long time ago, 100 boys were buried alive in this building that Mikage runs out of. Mysterious.
I wonder
Raises
if Mikage
questions.
is some kind of mysterious ghost or something. Wow, 100 guys died, and now he's just giving up the rings of the 100
this is
guys
just a
that
scene
died?
where he's telling this twink, like, you're gonna be my rose bride, and he's just like, if you say so, whatever.
Who the fuck is this guy? I know who
It's
the
very
pink-haired guy
mysterious.
is. Who the fuck is the other guy?
So, Akio's wife, or to-be, fiance goes into the seminar, and it's essentially like dark therapy. Like, instead of helping you become better, it's about worsening your state of mind until you decide to do something violent in order to fix it. So, basically, Mikage puts people in, like, a confessional box that is also an elevator, where they have some kind
Just
of
go
symbol.
into an elevator and think about your thoughts.
Yeah.
It will solve most.
And the elevator just goes down and down. Fukaku, moto fukaku, deeper. Go deeper, he keeps
Go
saying.
into an elevator of a 50-story building.
Yeah.
Go to the top of the elevator, and then go down to the ground floor.
Yeah. And
You will
sit there
experience this.
talking about your feelings and your negativity. So basically, her
I wasn't
problem
talking about
is
that. I was talking about being in an elevator.
she
I don't like being in an elevator.
she is saying how she's been with this man, Akio. She likes him, but like the rumors are that she actually brought up during the scene. I forgot to mention this.
Oh my
on
god,
the
is
couch.
Akio fucking his sister?
She, well, yes, but like that's not the point of this part. When she's on the couch with them earlier, she's saying that the people think Akio only got with her so that he could get to the facilities on the top floor of the tower, which are this like gigantic telescope.
No shit, Sherlock.
So it's
No shit.
It's basically implying
No
that
shit, Sherlock.
he's
no
using her,
fucking shit.
and she kind of knows he's using her, but not enough to really do something about it. But she's really confused about Anthe because she's been trying to be friends with her.
Because
And
she's
Anthe is
watching her fiance fuck Anthe and thinking...
She doesn't know that her fiance is fucking Anthe. She just thinks Anthe's a weirdo who won't like her. She can't figure out why Anthe doesn't respect her. It's because she's an idiot. Is why. Anthe doesn't respect most people because they don't understand what's happening and why she's suffering so much more than any of them are.
Anthe doesn't respect anyone who doesn't know all of the lyrics to The Who's song, Shug Shug.
How many people do you think know all the lyrics to Sugar Sugar?
I know what I said.
Anyways,
And I think it's about accurate how many people
when you
Anthe
reach the
respects.
bottom of the elevator, you're in a room full of all the shoes of the dead guys, and clearly their caskets are there. And they were all apparently duelists. They were like created as duelists, but when you die as a duelist, your ring turns black. But you can have this black ring redistributed to turn somebody else into a duelist. It's just that it's like a dark emotions version. Like instead of you're fighting for good, you're fighting for evil or something. Yeah.
Or something.
So he gives her a ring, and now in the dueling arena, there's like all these desks with shit on them and a bunch of outlines of dead people on the ground.
I'll be honest. You told me, start of this arc, there's going to be
Yeah.
a lot of fucking things that fuck with people in
Yeah.
dueling. The desks didn't really do that much.
They don't do that much. It's mostly that each episode there will be something different on the desks that is symbolically
When it
representative.
was like in the last arc, they're playing cricket. Or
Yeah.
that is not something they did. But like, they're all of the
I
student
wouldn't be
council.
surprised if they played cricket sometime.
No, and that's what I mean. Like the last
Yeah.
arc was like, you said, the student council
Yeah.
always gonna have like,
They're always going to be doing something weird, yeah.
and they pretty much always were, but most of it was, Utena sucks, doesn't she?
Right.
Doesn't Utena
In this
suck?
arc, there's a lot more stuff that, like... Because, I mean, in the first arc, there's this sense of repetition of, like, she's always going to go up to the dueling arena. There's always going to be the elevator thing. And some of that stuff has obvious symbolism, but it's a lot more broad. In this arc, like, every episode, the stuff that changes is very particular to that character. Like, I, personally, who does not know flower language, does not recognize this flower. I know for a fact, whatever
black rose.
flower that is... No, this one. That's not a black rose. The white flower. That's on all the desks.
I literally thought that was a person wearing a flower.
You
because
are
the
blind.
show has ruined me.
The people, the flowers in the vases, I do not know what they are, but I will 100% guarantee you that if you look up in flower language what those flowers stand for, it is immediately relevant to the character fighting the duel. Just as well as the butterfly that was in the frame when she was going down the elevator. Every character is going to have a different combination of symbols that means something. Sometimes it's a little more evident, depends on what you know. I mean, there's always been symbolism in the song lyrics and stuff, but most of that's like borderline nonsense, like that Ikuhara wrote during like a drunken fever pitch at 9 a.m. one night. All of them. I think he literally wrote all the lyrics in like a night or two, he said. So yeah, like the symbolism is mostly just there to be cool. It's not there to like necessarily make the story deeper. But if you get it, then you're like, oh wow, the flowers mean like the same thing as her emotions. Oh yeah, and she claims that the way she's acting right now is the real her. It's the version of her that's buried deep inside, which just wants to murder Anthe. It's just like, hey, if she was just gone, everything would probably be fine. This is not true, of course. We know her life. We know the truth. Getting rid of Anthe won't help. But it seems like the implication here seems to be that because Mikage wants Anthe dead so that his twink can become the new Rose Bride, he's going to just find people who have a reason to want to kill Anthe and keep sending them after her. And, of course, like, I don't know how they could possibly stand a chance against God Mode Utena. But, yeah, this woman gets slain. She falls into one of the, like, weird things on the ground, and then she forgets everything. Also, one of the caskets is, like, cast into the flames. So I guess he has as many attempts as there are.
Duel. The person that
she had her ring from, Mikage.
Mikage gave the ring to her from of the 100 duelists.
Yeah.
That guy finally got to go to rest.
That's true.
Is how I view it, but who fucking knows? I don't get this. Because we got to see the fiance go through like an elevator of seeing all of these people dead.
Yeah.
All of their caskets. And then she happened to get the one. And I can, I've seen a fair enough amount of Utena to understand. The next arc, all going to be these casket motherfuckers getting incinerated. And all of these people who have not been duelists from this point onward, to be duelists. For some reason. Who knows? I'm not happy with where it's going. It's just making it harder to explain. Which... I can explain Monster. I can explain Steins Gate. I know where they're going. Utena? Real hard to explain. I have no fucking clue where the show is going. And I don't think that's a bad thing like I do with Monster and Steins Gate. I know exactly what's going to happen in those two shows. Utena? No clue. Genuinely.
Well, we know these two are fucking. Anthe's fucking Akio.
Well, because the episode ends with Akio... it's the second time they meet together, and it's just Akio and Anthe, and Akio pretty much immediately goes, "Get over here!"
Can we talk about how fucking brilliantly subtle this show is compared to any other anime? We knew these characters were fucking based on, like, a couple glances. Like, it's just the way he's sitting on the couch.
Yep.
The way Anthe walks in, she takes off her glasses. She gives him a look she's never given anyone before. He gives her this, like, real sly look. It's like, come over here. And then she starts walking that way, and all the shutters just go... And that's the end of the episode. And you're like, wow, they're about to fuck.
Do not fuck your sister
it is
or
maybe
brother.
the least direct but most heavy implication that two people are about to have sex I've ever seen in an anime. It's brilliant. It's Game of Thrones wishes it could understand nuance like this.
No, it doesn't.
No, you're right. Never mind.
Damien and Benioff, or whatever their fucking names are, got to...
Damien and Benioff.
Whatever their fucking names are. The people in charge of Game
The
of
people
Thrones.
who ruined Game of Thrones, you mean.
They were in charge of Game of Thrones for the whole point.
Sure.
So it was good because of them, and then
Yeah.
it became bad because they thought, we get to do the Star Wars now.
Gary always gave us $5 and said, if you haven't watched RRR yet and aren't planning to, you are actively choosing to live a worse life than you could.
I'm going to be honest, my only exposure to RRR is the meme where it goes, it's the Oscars, and a woman goes,
Yeah.
and the Oscar for best blah blah is RRR.
Mm-hmm.
And then you see a bunch of seals being real excited. RRR, RRR, RRR. I have mental illness.
I saw a lot of gifs from that movie, and I've seen reviews of it, and generally it does not seem like my type of thing. But
I have watched at least half
I've
of
heard good
RRR,
things.
and I think RRR stands up. You don't like it. I know why you don't like it.
do you think it's... Wait, you've seen half of it? When did you see half of RRR? Are you talking about through clips, or like you watched half of it?
Yeah,
When?
it's on Netflix.
Bird has seen literally everything. When I sleep, Bird watches the rest of Netflix that he missed when I was awake, apparently.
Welcome to the Larberto Expansion Tour.
Alright.
It's after 10 p.m., which means this is the adult tour. Which means,
This
we
is not how
can
it
drink
goes.
if we want.
This is not the quote.
Yeah, I
This
know.
is not a successful memorization. Alright, we're on Monster now.
Jizz,
Like cum shot?
like horsecock.
Uh,
Monster sucks. I'm sorry. I was really trying to give this show a look. This show is the show that Watch Mojo told me was the best anime for all of my upbringing. I'm not kidding.
fucking watch.
I'm not kidding. I'm
Mojo.
not joking.
Yeah, no, I believe it.
And now that I've gotten into Monster, I'm sorry. The show doesn't suck. That's a little bit of an exaggeration, but the show is a strong 6 out of 10.
It has very much yet to take off. People keep telling me that like it really picks up after a certain point, and that you kind of forget how like shit it was at the start.
The way I explained
I'm waiting
Monster
patiently, like
to the pool guy that was playing pool by
Yeah.
himself was, yeah, I've heard like the best things ever about any anime that I've ever heard about this show.
yeah.
And I'm 14 episodes in now, and I'm going, I know what happens in the show. There's 60 episodes left?
Yeah.
There's 60 episodes left?
How can there be 60 episodes? I mean, I assume some of the shit that happens is exciting. Kexi was like, look, this show's going to be a crazy ride. Like, and I'm just sitting here like, so far it has been an incredibly milquetoast, average, normal ride. Like, and I can see the show taking crazy spins because I've read others, like I've read 20th Century Boys, which does that. But it was also obvious that was going to happen from way earlier. What the fuck are you showing me? It's like a really cutesy shoujo drawing of Revolutionary Girl Utena with like a cartoon dick on her face. And it says, I take great dickings in my turd cutter, ooh woo. My turd cutter.
Do you think I just show that to you for fun? Who do you think? Come on.
What are you trying to tell me? Landon sent you that. Okay. Turd cutter. That's a new one for me.
Landon, I'm with you.
Turd cutter.
Landon, I want you to know most of the opinions you have about anime that I've given more than an 8-episode run to watching, I'm with you.
Landon, what's your favorite anime that we are covering right now? I'm curious.
That is a good question.
I know your favorite's Jujutsu Kaisen.
No,
right?
it isn't.
No, what's your favorite that we're covering?
Speed Racer.
Okay, Speed Racer. Fair enough. What's the second?
Probably Jujutsu
What's the
Kaisen.
third? Because I know my top 3. My number 1's Utena.
Maison Ikkoku, probably.
Interesting. You seemed fed up with it when we were covering the previous episode just now.
I'm kind of at the point with most of these anime that I'm fed up with them.
Okay, well, fair enough. Utena's my favorite.
Utena's good. I will not take that away from it.
Then probably Mobile Suit Gundam, and then Steins Gate, I think. I know you're not really enjoying Steins Gate.
Hey, have you ever seen the best character die 8 times in a row? If you haven't, you're gonna really enjoy
I'll tell
Steins
you,
Gate.
the first time I saw Steins Gate, I had not really registered Mayushi's existence at all until she started dying.
Mayushi is the most important character.
Now I think so.
No, and I gathered
it's amazing to me how little I really appreciate.
I gathered that from the first
time.
14 episodes where she isn't being killed constantly.
Yeah.
Mayushi is the most important character
She is the
because
heart
she's the
and soul
only
of the
one
show.
who is grounding Ocarine.
Yeah.
Everyone else is just kind of like, yeah, you can build a time machine, guy.
So in this episode of Monster, we meet a small town doctor. He's told that somebody got hit by a car, and he goes to check, and the guy has already been cared for, and the nurse is like, yeah, this Asian dude just came through, fixed this guy, and left this money. The doctor's like, I would have fixed this guy for free. I'm not taking this money.
No,
Fuck
specifically
that guy.
what the doctor does is the doctor finds Tenma, gives him the money back, and goes, I know that this motherfucker is a drunk degenerate. I wasn't expecting payment from him. I'm a small-town doctor, you asshole. I get paid in eggs and milk.
Yeah.
I'm not expecting anything from him.
Meanwhile,
Fuck off.
Tenma is at a cafe with Dita, who looks adorable.
Landon's favorite is Gundam.
Dita looks adorable.
Landon's
with his little
favorite
suspenders.
is
I heard
Gundam.
you. I got it. Gundam's good. It's my second favorite after Utena. Look at how fucking adorable Dieter is. And his little goddamn
Dieter's fine.
Fucking, he's like, Tenma's like, you should have
Dieter's
friends.
not going to be as fun of a character as you think he is.
I hope he gets shot in the fucking head.
I know Dieter's not going to die, and that's not because of
That's
spoilers.
unfortunate.
It's just because anime will not kill children.
I hope he fucking dies.
Dieter's not going to die. Dieter's going to be an important character. Sorry. You think
maybe he'll grow up. Maybe we'll see
No,
him
I don't
age.
even think that.
There'll probably be a time skip and we'll
No.
see him as like a 20-year-old.
Nope. I don't even think that. I think
What
Dieter
do
is
you
going to split off from Tenma because it's been hinted at too many times for it to not happen.
I think Dieter's going to kill Johan.
No. Maybe. Yeah. Okay, actually. Maybe.
I think he's
But
gonna
Dieter's
fucking
not
kill
going to stick
Johan.
with Tenma the whole time. I don't believe that for a fucking second.
No, he's not. He can't.
Dieter's going to do something. I don't
Dieter's
think
just gonna
Dieter's
go
gonna
off
die.
and get way harder than Tenma, and he's gonna be the one who kills Johan. That's my theory right now. Or he'll get shot in the fucking head. One of those things has to happen, or else I hate him. But he this scene is cute because Tenma's like, you need to make a friend, and he's like, I have a friend, Tenma.
Dieter does suck as a
Fucking
character
die.
right now, which
Fucking
is
get
why I
shot, get
want him
killed.
to fuck off from Tenma.
So,
Tenma's not that interesting of a person. I'm sorry.
neither is Dieter.
No, but Dieter was raised in like a
An interesting.
not that
environment, yeah.
interesting person program.
That's not
Tenma's
a
just
program
like
to make you a not that interesting of a person.
Tenma's just like a guy who was raised in a rural farming medicine place in Japan, and then he happened to get a really good job in Germany, and then he fucked it all up. Fucked it all up. If he didn't save Johan, this show would not be existent.
It's true. All right, we're gonna get through this as quickly as possible. The country doctor, he's in love with this woman named Petra, but he can't get her to go to the doctor because she doesn't trust doctors. And her son is a dumbass police officer who is like, "Oh, my mom's gonna be fine. She'll never die. She's never been to the doctor."
And then
whatever.
the doctor
And
goes,
the doctor's like, "Your mom
"You're
is
stupid.
amazing, and you're an idiot, and she's gonna die because you're not doing anything about it." So then he gets Tenma to help him fix up everybody in town. They're having a good time, just fixing people up, doing it good. And then they find out The cops find out Tenma is actually the runaway guy who might be a murderer.
And the cops try to kill Tenma, and the doctor goes, "He's literally operating on your mother right now."
Before that, they get to the mom's house. He convinces her to let them in because she's like, "Oh, doctors all think they're God," and Tenma's like, "I don't think I'm God. I'm really scared when I operate on people." And she's like, "All right, I trust you." And they come into the house, and she immediately collapses, and they're like, "We gotta operate. She's dying."
Well, because before this point
She's
in
having
the
a fucking
episode,
brain hemorrhage.
the country doctor has explained to the cop, like, your mother has a debilitating sickness.
Yeah, your mom is definitely dying.
Your mom's gonna die unless we do something to her. Please convince your mom that we can do something to her.
Yeah.
Please, in
They
any
don't
way,
have a
shape, or
surgical
form.
microscope. What are they gonna do?
And then Tenma comes in because he is the best doctor in Germany as far as we're concerned for this episode, the show, the entire show.
He is pretty much the greatest doctor of all time. Is the implication.
Which
is
a really good story point.
As he's operating on this guy's mom's brain, the cop comes
breaks into the room.
He's like, "Stop operating on her. I don't trust you." And the doctor's just like, "Dude,
the small town doctor.
First of all, your mom's gonna fucking die. Second of all,
this is a
your
sterile
mom makes
operating
the
room.
greatest soup of all time. Have you ever had your mom's soup? You don't understand, because he keeps telling, like, this guy just thinks his mom's like, whatever, she's old.
And third of all,
your mom's got life left.
Third of all,
eat her fucking
this
soup.
is a sterile operating room.
Yeah.
You barging in here with your gun
Could do it yourself.
You could kill your mom right now.
Yeah.
Do you want to kill your mom right now?
Yeah. And so he scares him out of the room, and then he, fixes the mom. So the guy trusts Tenma. Everybody's like, this guy's a cool man. And, we find out the doctor...
You cannot read this text out loud.
Oh, boy.
The most recent one.
That's hilarious. But
I'm
anyways,
sorry, Landon. We can't read that one out loud.
This doctor, he...
But I do agree. Anyone who calls Monster their favorite anime is a cringe-ass fucking person. Are you kidding me?
That's true. Anyway, this guy, he's like, my wife had symptoms, and then she died, and I wasn't there for her.
Have you ever considered being an original human being? Like, oh, wow. My favorite anime is Monster. Really?
I have a whole video about
Watch
this.
any other anime other than Monster. You will understand anime better than you do.
Well, it's just that people treat... Okay, here's the problem with Monster. It's fucking trite. Anybody could have written this story.
Can I... Can I explain my biggest problem with Monster? I grew up watching Criminal Minds.
It's the same type of shit.
Criminal Minds, literally every episode, they find and stop a serial killer in the span of 45 minutes.
And Monster, it's taking him 72 episodes.
Monster, they know who the serial killer is. They know what he looks like. They know how to shoot him. The main character has interacted with him past saving his life at this point. And just wasn't enough of a man to shoot him in the head. Kill Johan.
I just think this show is really thin. It just feels like every episode we're introduced to some characters whose story is just generic enough that it can be told. I was okay with
Rat Guy,
in
though.
an episode. He was also a cliche, though.
But I liked Rat Guy. Rat Guy would have been a character.
I like this guy. I like this country doctor.
I do too.
He's a good stereotype.
But Tenma's a fucking asshole and leaves.
That's not all that bothers me about this episode. I thought this was a solid episode. I did not dislike this one, but it also made me of the opinion that Monster is currently a slice of life anime. Monster is not a thriller. It's not a mystery. There is no mystery right now. There's no compelling urge that makes... There's no page-turning, fervor. He showed up in a small town and fixed some people's bones.
Oh man, you're such a good doctor. We could hide your identity for the rest of your life. And I'm going to say right now, as someone who does not understand the Japanese legal system... Or the German legal system, more importantly. No, you couldn't.
I think,
no, you couldn't. You couldn't hide Tenma for the rest of your life. You could pretend to. You could pretend that he was the best doctor ever, but eventually Tenma's gonna like do something in a doctor-y way.
Yeah.
It's gonna go, hang on a second. That's that guy, isn't it?
I think the issue I have with this show is that it is realistic in its presentation, but not in what is actually happening in the story. The story is built out of cliches. It's built out of, like, commonplace ideas or, like, things that we understand to be, like, facsimiles of people, but nothing feels realistic in how it happens. It is so driven by coincidence
first
and
American
incident.
person I've ever heard call it a facsimile.
Did I say facsimile just now?
You did.
Oh.
Props to you. As opposed to, if you don't know what I have a problem with, facsimile.
Oh, yeah. I get what you mean. But yeah, no, the
I don't give you a lot of props.
there's anime that's... So, Shirobako is one of my favorite anime.
That's the anime about making anime, right?
Yes, and the way that the characters all interact is incredibly realistic, and the things that happen in the story are incredibly realistic. There are moments when it breaks from reality to do, like, a little fun, fantastical thing, but it never interrupts the realism of the actual story events. It feels like it's a little fun, fantastical break, but it doesn't interrupt the story.
M said all monster characters are either boring or are convenient plot devices.
Yes, convenient
the show
plot
gets slightly
devices.
better, but Tenma stays boring. Which makes me, like, genuinely, I have had this show talked up to me from Watch Mojo, and then from some of my own best friends.
Yeah.
This show, I don't get it.
I think most people who have the reaction to the show they do are in the same boat as me watching Haruhi as 16, where it's just like, you haven't seen this yet. Like, Monster is not like a lot of other anime, but if you've watched a lot of live-action TV shows, it's not as good as the ones that it's comparable to.
Have you ever wanted Monster to be condensed into, like, let's say 3 seasons that are out currently? Watch The Fucking Boys. Watch The Boys. Just
that's a
watch The
way
Boys.
more terrifying show.
Homelander
than
is Monster.
If you
Homelander is Johan.
If you want to watch a show that will actually make you feel deeply fucking uncomfortable and, like, make your skin crawl and every moment is tense and you feel like you're gonna fucking die watching it, watch The Boys. The Monster has nothing on
The
show.
Boys. But,
not even in the same, like, ranking.
But Homelander,
category.
or I guess Soldier Boy, those are the 2 characters that I can relate. Or, no. Those 2, more than anyone else.
Yeah.
That's Johan. Homelander is Johan. It's not that interesting now that The Boys exists. In the same way that I think Haruhi isn't that as interesting because other things exist.
I get what you mean, especially because of actually another example. There's a movie called Kingdom of Heaven, made by Ridley Scott, and the director's cut of that movie I used to think was really good until I watched Game of Thrones. And Game of Thrones did the concept so much better.
Can you explain the concept, please?
Kingdom of Heaven is about the Crusades, but mainly the plot is, like, noble people are evil and they're gonna, like, make war happen to further their own ends. But, like, in that movie, all the bad guys feel very, like, mustache twirling. Like, their motivation is that they're evil. Whereas, like, in Game of Thrones, it's just that much more reasonable and that much more nuanced.
Chaos is a ladder.
Yeah, that, like, you feel like, oh, okay, I get how all this really... Like, these people seem real to me, even though they're fucked up, in a way that they didn't in Kingdom of Heaven. It made rewatching the movie, like, impossible.
That is why I like K so much. Is because K is very much fantastical, stupid anime.
Yeah.
But every single character... and most of the characters that matter are characters that have the sword of Damocles over their head. But most of the characters deal with that in a very understandable human way. And in the first season, what I'm trying to say is the Red King basically goes, yeah, I'm overusing my power. The sword's gonna fall on me. What are you gonna fucking do about it? I'm gonna keep doing it till the sword falls. You're gonna have to kill me first. Because in K, the conceit is basically...
The sword of Damocles is hanging over everyone's heads.
Well, in K, the conceit is there are 7 kings of different powers.
We're now talking about K in the middle of the monster discussion, in case you were wondering how we will manage to take an hour to talk about every single anime in this podcast.
In K, the conceit is every single king, and there are 7 of them, of different
1 a.m.
colors, but the main one in the first season that you're concerned about is the Red King. They have this sword over them anytime they manifest their powers. And if they use them too much, the sword of Damocles will come down on them, which is a reference to a very ancient Greek proverb. There's no water in that. But basically, when a sword comes down on one of the kings, it is referred to as almost essentially a nuclear event because it destroys as much.
God damn.
It's called Damocles down. If that happens, wherever so the whole first season is basically, we need to kill the Red King before he does this. We can't have a Shibuya incident on our hands. I'm referencing a lot of different animes here. But we can't have the Red King's sword drop on the middle of a very populated area and result in whatever that results in. And so we have to kill him first. That does happen. Spoiler alert. Please let us cover K. Please.
Holy fucking shit. So they
Isn't
saved
Monster so
the
uninteresting?
Wife. They saved her.
And then the doctor, who's the
Tenma.
small town doctor, goes, "Hey Tenma, we could just have you here, you know?
Yeah.
You'd be safe for the rest of your life."
And he's
Tenma
like,
and
I gotta
Dieter
go
run
kill
off.
a man. There is one line I really like in this episode. It's when the doctor, Tenma tells this guy, I have to go kill a guy, and the doctor says, you can't do that. Like, I don't believe
Because he's
you
correct.
have it in you to
Because
do
he
that.
is
Yeah,
right.
he's obviously right. Look, I don't believe for one fucking second that Tenma will shoot. This show is 70 episodes long because halfway through, he's going to get the opportunity to kill that man, and he's not going to be able to do it. I fucking would put $10,000 on the line.
Unless Johan's sister dies halfway through the show, Johan's sister is going to be the one to kill Johan.
Her or Dieter. I can see
The
Dieter doing it.
problem is I've spoiled the show for myself, and I know in another monster Johan's alive, or whatever. And I know a lot of people don't like another monster in the same way you don't like the Fooly Cooly retrospectives or whatever.
Well, those are made by different people, so they're like extra fucked. I assume the monster thing was at least made by the guy.
Kinda.
Okay.
I think in the same respect as Fooly Cooly, we didn't need more seasons of that.
No.
Even-
You very rarely do, unless I haven't read the new Chainsaw Man. I can't take a stance on that, but like I rarely feel like the story that has concluded needed to have another one.
Jujutsu Kaisen in the manga is reaching that point of you better
End this shit.
you
soon.
better do something,
Yeah.
or it's so like I'm not.
Yeah.
Whatever he look.
Interest waning quickly.
Your stance for power through the whole 32, I'll say, because I don't remember the exact chapter.
Real quick, remember the part where the old man tells Dieter to continue going with Tenma? When Dieter was perfectly, seemingly going to just stay in the village, be safe there, and then the old man's like, but Tenma needs guidance, so small child, you go be his moral compass. What the fuck? He's going to kill a man.
I think he knows that Dieter is not that good of a moral compass.
Maybe.
Dieter,
Do you
I'm
think
sorry.
he thinks that Dieter will encourage him to kill the guy harder? Is that what you think he's there for?
Look, Dieter's doing his best. Dieter is not a good person.
Dieter is a deeply abused child. He doesn't really have the capacity to be a good person yet, I don't think.
But going back to what I was trying to say, if Jujutsu Kaisen doesn't do something really cool with Hakari in the next chapter, I'll be really disappointed and upset, and I'm probably going to start shitting on it.
Alright, we're going to take another short break so that I can wake myself back up and maybe get another caffeinated beverage. We'll be back to talk about more anime. Oh, before we do that, did we ever thank our
No, we
fucking
didn't.
patrons? Alright. $10 and $15 patrons.
Inactive.
True
Fox
Fox
1. Abby
Alright,
K.
Bird's gonna
Ice
go.
Bear. Dylan. I don't get to do this that often. Fuck you. Devin Hall. Amy Worrell. Amy Worrell, thank you. Last S's, thank you. M2.
That's MN and M, I think.
Oh,
also.
well, thank you. He won. Hidden Music Island. You're not always there for the lives, but thank you. Anathema Badesu. Thank you.
Susu too.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I'm...
Shude.
Shune. Zero Sun Game.
Soko
Soko
Soap.
Soap.
And-
Your Momu.
Did we have Soko Soap last time?
No, we didn't. Soko Soap's new.
Welcome, Soko Soap, to the $15 tier.
No, that was 10.
Whatever. Whatever you sub to. All right. We're going to take a little break. I don't know how many of you are still going to be awake when we get
real
back,
quick,
but
hang
I'll
on,
see
hang
you
on.
then.
Blah, blah,
What
blah.
are we doing? What are you happening?
Anonymous said, hey, are they reading Patreon? Does this mean the stream is over? No.
No, we just kind of did that because we realized we hadn't yet. We still... Hold on. Let me
How long have we
open
been
up...
going right
Let me
now?
open up our playlist here. We're like less than halfway done with this podcast. So
I'm not upset with that.
we'll be back in like 10, 20 minutes to do another 5 hours, I guess. Oh my god. The 8 of you who are still here.
Oh my god.
I ain't done shit all
My life.
I'm about to spend 4, about 5. I'm about to spend all this money. Bird has heard this song before. So we finished
Welcome
Monster.
back.
Welcome back to the
We heard
most
some really
ADHD
bad
podcast.
karaoke.
Our room is directly over top of a dive bar that has a karaoke night every night, I think.
I love it, actually.
And
It's
they're
my
open till
favorite
2.
spot in Portland.
And they have a shot and a beer for $10. So Bird did another one of those, and I got a Diet Coke so I could wake the fuck up, and did
You
like
drank half of a
12,
beer.
13, 25 sativa shot hits of the pen, whatever. I woke up. We're back. Jesus
Skip
Christ.
out of Monster,
Will this podcast
please.
ever end?
I want
we'll
to be
find out.
interested in
Oh my
what
god,
we're
it's Steins
watching.
Gate. Are you interested in this? How do you feel about this? How do you feel about this specific image? Because, Steins Gate, you all know what happened in the last episode. Mayushi got shot for the first time. We see it again
This is
laboriously in
I was
detail at
about
the start
to
of this
say
episode.
things bad.
Um,
This is time traveler girl
yes.
punching Moika, right?
She comes in, so, like, first of all, why did she leave the fucking room? Because if you remember, in the last episode, she found out that they had gotten into certain systems, and she's like, oh, fuck, oh, shit, and she leaves. I assume she went to, like, go get her gun, but she took way too long to come back. Because these guys rush in.
Get your gun!
They kill Mayushi. She comes running in after them. She kind of, like, beats up a bunch of dudes, and then her and Moika have each other in a Mexican standoff in a really cool position. This shot... I think I might have seen this in the visual novel, and it looks even cooler. But it in my mind, I remember this just being even more dynamic than it is.
Gate is who would you rather fuck, Moika or what's her name?
Oh fuck! I keep remembering.
It's not just a me thing then.
Her voice actress is Yukari Tamura, and I remembered that name before I remembered the name of the actual character.
For me, the answer is purely Moika.
Moika's pretty hot. You're with, I think, best guy ever on that one. I think Moika was his
I agree with
favorite.
best guy ever. I don't know that I like that.
But he also insists that the anime is worthless because he played the visual novel and it has better art. So he's just like,
I
see
think
why
they're
you would...
both worthless.
I definitely don't want to spend 50 hours reading as compared to watching anime.
Cyberpunk and all of its side quests, even the meaningless ones, has so much more meaningful content than Steins Gate ever could possibly.
I can believe that, and I haven't really played Cyberpunk myself. Steins Gate, I think, for me, what makes this show work is, like, all the stuff in the first half with all, like, the chemistry between the characters and just... I do think it's kind of a time and place thing, not too unlike Haruhi, where, like, it did a lot of things that were...
No one's an asshole here, though.
No, the characters are just so much more deep and likable and nuanced and have so much better banter. Like,
I'll be honest, I had to spoil myself a little bit for this show.
To be able to watch it?
To be able to understand it. Because
Like,
6 episodes into this show, I went, what the fuck?
Yeah.
What's happening?
What's the point? What are we getting at here? A lot of people feel that way. A lot of people don't like the early part of this show. A lot of people think it only gets good around this part.
And I know I was really harsh on it last episode. I'm still going to be really harsh on it until something happens that I...
Because this episode is kind of just a repeat of the last one.
Mayushi dies.
Yeah.
3 times. 4 times. I don't even know.
Actually, it only happens 2 more times after this first one.
Watch.
It's not. It's traumatizing. And that's all that's really happening in this episode is Ocarine being traumatized by this death.
Well, it's
over and over
Ocarine
again.
trying to stop Mayushi dying.
Yeah.
And then, whoops. The first time Mayushi dies because he's an idiot and he doesn't take enough precautions. The second time she dies, same deal. And then the third time, a little girl, Mr. Braun's daughter, right?
I think John
Mr.
Titor
Braun's
is
daughter.
hotter than Moika.
I agree.
I think she's the hotter one because she bikes and she's like athletic and
can you imagine
she could
how
probably
pissed
kick
off
me in the
Daru
face
would be?
really hard. And yeah, I would love to piss off Daru because he's like a
Daru's a
two-channeler.
fucking asshole.
And
Everyone, every single character,
Mayushi is too underaged.
except Mayushi and Ruka.
Christina's also too underaged. Ruka might be underaged, but would eventually be
May I
really
make
hot.
my point?
Yeah.
Everyone in this anime, except for Mayushi, Ruka, and yeah, that's it, are terrible human beings.
Most of them are. Well, I wouldn't say they're terrible. I think.
I don't think Ocarina is doing anything except for himself.
I just think Ocarina wanted to bring.
Because that's the guy,
I just think
right?
he wanted to have fun with these people. Like he just thought
That's bad.
me and my homies are gonna make this cool thing, and we're all gonna be legendary. It's gonna be sick, and the only thing that he was worried about is that maybe this, like, which okay, in reality, no one is afraid of CERN. CERN is not a company anybody thinks is doing anything evil, which is why it's so funny.
What if they were creating time traveling machines?
But like the joke of the show is that CERN is so like.
What if they go back in time to prevent this episode from existing?
like,
What if they don't?
I mean,
want
if CERN was
us to
doing
be
something
talking
evil,
about
would they have taken this anime off, or would they leave it up so that everybody thinks that it's way more innocent than what they're really doing? I don't know.
I'm going to visit CERN one day, you assholes.
My point is that Ocarina had every reason to think he might just be being delusional by thinking they were in danger. And everybody else got really gung-ho at the point where he actually started pulling back. Like, when they hacked into CERN, he was like,
You're
is this really a good
of
idea?
being in danger?
Yeah.
What is wrong with you?
And then,
Be in danger. It
everyone-
must be fun. How do you think the people that took photos of Chernobyl lived? Because they were
dangerously.
interested in danger.
Yeah. So,
You might die 2 or 3 days after that.
because they have now built so it's important to remember this is the first actual time travel that happens in the show. There have been sending
And that's
messages
why I'm saying
back in
all
time.
these die things. Because
Yeah,
in Science Gate it doesn't matter.
kind of.
Or something. They transmit messages
It
back
kind of
into
matters
each other's
because all of these
brains.
universes still technically exist where these things happened, I think.
Well, it kind of does, right? But then they're just... We
It's-
haven't gotten that far.
It's a little unclear.
Steins
but-
Gate is the hardest thing to spoil yourself on.
You've brought this up, other than Utana, that is.
No. Utana I pretty much understand at this point.
Okay.
Steins Gate is really hard to grasp at any
mean,
point,
so-
even if you have read everything.
I'll say, because most of this episode is like more
Because there's
dramatically
4
paced.
different world lines.
The world, well, there's more than. Like I said,
That's
technically
the
all
game.
of these are different world lines. I think. I
The
think
game-
every single universe exists.
If I remember correctly, the game is 4.
I have
different worlds.
know nothing about the game.
Wikipedia.
I know nothing about the game. I don't care. I watch anime. I don't play fucking visual
I
novels.
also watch anime, but I'm trying to understand what I'm watching.
I think trying to understand what you're watching through researching the visual novel, it can be helpful, but ultimately,
I mostly understood that Mayushi was going to die a lot, and I was going to be really sad about it.
that's what you see happen here. Like I was saying, it's more like dramatically paced this episode. There's not a major advancement in the story except to basically prove that Mayushi will die regardless of whether she is actually killed. Because even though she gets killed by Moeka again by car after he sends his memories back and tries to prevent her death, he does it again. I don't know how the fuck he got back to the lab. He's like in the street, held down by guys. Mayushi gets killed. Question mark, question mark, question mark. He makes it back to the lab and sends his memories back in time. Ruka's really embarrassed because she thinks that they're having they're gonna go on like a lover's getaway or something.
Because Ruka's the best. Ruka is best girl. Or guy.
But yeah,
whatever.
no, best girl.
Girl.
Mr. Brown's daughter accidentally pushes Mayushi
Who?
in front of a train. Mr. Brown.
Thank you.
And then, yeah, Okabe just
And
has
then
like
the
the horrified
episode ends.
realization.
This is gonna happen over and over and over again.
It was explained by John Titor in an earlier episode that
John Titor.
world lines are essentially grouped together, where like a group of similar world lines are all sort of stacked, and that in order for you to make it to a significantly different world line, you would have to make something really different happen. In this timeline where Mayushi is dead, like, he can only send his memories back 2 days. That's the maximum they were able to figure out.
That's the maximum amount of
He can keep
brain
going.
rewriting that the brain can take.
Something.
Is kind of
It's
how
just like
they
the
explain
data
it.
limit or something. I don't know. He can send his memories back like 2 days, and so he has to try to figure out how within this problem. Now, he cannot solve this within 2 days, as we see in this episode. But
Over and
if he has a
over and
lot of
over
2 days,
again.
at some point maybe he'll figure something out. But
2
his
days
first
is a lot of time.
his first instinct is just get Mayushi out of that place. Get her away from the people trying to kill her.
Go stay
That
with
doesn't
Ruka.
work.
Go do more cosplays.
It's clear that when her watch breaks, she's going to die. And basically, this is an event that is so, like, central to this batch of world lines that he would have to make, like, a really huge difference to make it not happen. So that's the concept of Steins Gate, the phrase.
I don't mean...
Eventually becomes that is the name of the threshold that he has to cross in order to get to a new world line batch where she's alive.
I don't mean to be offensive, but I'd probably just fuck Moika.
Yeah, just
And
go,
get it over
just
with.
go bang Moika and see if that'll fix her. Or
You know,
whatever.
you don't have to worry about time travel or
Are you saying just let Mayushi die, or are you fucking Moika to prevent Mayushi from dying?
6 different world lines worrying about Moisha dying?
Moisha? It's a
Maishu.
different. It's the Witch from Mercury, the season finale.
Wow, this episode was actually kind of interesting. I think we watched,
Little bits of it were, I think.
I think this is the episode we watched too early before we watched everything else.
This episode is mostly a whole bunch of fighting between people I don't know, don't care about, have no idea really why they're fighting. A lot of it's being kept mysterious on purpose. They keep having like babble about what they're doing that means nothing to me because this show's never made me care about a location or a character, like any fucking proper noun other than Miorine or Suleta. I don't give a shit.
But they're in space.
A lot of people are
Two witches from Earth
Yeah.
want to fight the witch from Mercury. And aside from all of that, Miorine's dad is dying, and Guel's dad is fighting. In
Yeah.
a fucking mech or something.
It seems like basically what I've gathered, because they haven't said much about the intents of the characters, is that blonde dude was like, I really want to like buy everybody's companies, and they were all like, no, and he's like, fine, I'm gonna fucking murder all of the people who run your companies and see what you do after that. Seems like a pretty good strat, considering that nobody seemed ready for this at all, despite the fact that they're all like weapons manufacturers, and like their whole school has been training kids for combat, but none of them are ready for combat on any psychological level or like realistic level. It's just a massacre. Like these guys just come in and start killing everybody, and it's like, oh wow, they sure. Which is how I felt.
What you've seen
in the
if you
prologue.
watch the prologue.
Which I also felt that way in the prologue, where it was like, wow, they just came in and fucking wiped these guys out? Like,
They just
how
murdered
did
everyone?
they just do that?
That was okay? Question mark, question mark, question mark?
It
It was not.
was wild. So it happens again here. These guys just show up and start killing everybody. It's basically a war now. And most of the okay, there's this one part where like a guy tries to fight the girl. She's in an Earth Gundam, and like we see her doing the thing where she hurts herself to power up, and then just like fucking
Permit
destroys
score
this
2.
guy. Yeah.
Or 3 or 4 or whatever. Permit score. That's the thing. We saw I'm sorry, I shouldn't say we. We saw Soletta's dad kill himself.
He like tries to help her, and then he gets hit with the shrapnel, I guess, and he
Permit
dies.
score 4 before he did any of that.
Oh yeah, he was fighting too. I keep forgetting that both of the dads end up fighting. Like
And Soletta's dad. I'm talking about the prologue.
Oh, okay.
Ariel has been around since then.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about Miorine's dad, who's dead on screen right now.
No, he doesn't get in the Gundam.
Okay, well that's why you confused the shit out of me, because I didn't know you were talking about the other dad. Bird is like not looking at the screen, like head hung low, borderline asleep right now. But anyway, Miorine's dad gets killed. I thought it was a little hilarious that like all the dads just die. Like this episode is such a hard left turn from what the show has been up to this point, and I knew it was coming because people have told me, and also the prologue kind of is more like this. So if you've seen the prologue, you're kind of spinning the whole show like, when does the violence start? And then if you hadn't seen the prologue, you'd probably be like, what the fuck is happening? Why is it so violent all of a sudden?
If I hadn't seen the prologue, I would not enjoy the show as much as I did.
No, for sure. The
It
prologue
wouldn't make sense.
made a huge difference in like thinking that anything would happen. And again, like a lot of this episode, a lot of the stuff that the guys are shouting at each other while they're fighting, I just didn't care. I was like, I don't know who any of you fucking people are.
But then Soletta's mom comes in and fucking murks a bunch of people.
Well, not only does Miorine's dad die, but
Well,
also
who cares
Guel's
about that?
dad.
But Soletta's mom fucking shoots people in the head.
Guel's dad, I don't.
Guel's dad also dies. Doesn't Guel?
He's like, I'm
kill
gonna,
Guel?
Yeah, he kills his dad. It's like a whole. The dad like gets into a Gundam or gets into a mech and is like, I'm gonna feast. And of course, because Guel is in an enemy mech, he attacks him. And Guel's like trying to communicate, no, I'm on your side, whoever you are, I'm Guel, Jet Turk, you shouldn't be fighting. He can't get the communication through before he devastatingly does the killing blow to his dad's mech. And then dad opens up comms, finds out it's his son, and like is, I don't know, vaguely proud of him or something before he explodes. And Guel's like, oh my fucking god, I killed my dad. So that's probably not going to rest well on his... Yeah. So, yeah, Soletta's mom is, like, murdering people in front of her, and Soletta's all scared, and then her mom's just like, well, look, you have to protect Miorine, which means you've got to go kill a bunch of people. And Soletta's like, hey, okay, like, no longer gives a fuck at all. Human life now meaningless.
The person with her Gundam with the fist, not the fist. She like swats.
She also has like this massive laser cannon thing.
That didn't stand out to me as much as
well, yeah. The post-credit scene is fucking crazy. Like, it's Miorine getting attacked by a guy. He's like pointing a rifle at her, and then Soletta just comes bursting in with the Gundam and literally swats this man like a fly. Just hand down. And the way it's animated, it's
terrifying.
It's shocking and comical and scary
it's not
all at once.
Comical.
It's definitely comical. She swats him like a fly. It's hilarious. And she does it like with a jump. She's like, nope, bonk, and like just smacks this guy.
I am with Miorine on this.
She gets out of the mech and she's just like, all right, took care of that dude. Aren't you happy?
Miorine
like
says murderer.
Miorina's like, what the fuck? Like, You feel
just
you're
made
like
this guy's arm fly across
you're
my
just
plate.
you seem really excited about having just murdered
No.
that guy, motherfucker. What is wrong with you? She's terrified. I think I have a shot. Yeah, look at her face. She's like, oh yeah, here's the splat. Tell me that's not funny. Tell me that is not hilarious.
Funny.
Look at it.
I'm picturing it right now.
It's funnier than it is in my mind's eye. I think it's pretty hilarious.
It's a good.
Splat.
It's well animated.
It's very well animated. There's her being all afraid of it.
But if I was Miorine, and the guy's arm flew in front of my face, and then his blood flew across my visor, I would be concerned.
I will say that every dramatic moment that happened in this episode was memorable and made me laugh. They were all scenes that I thought were comical because of the fact that I had so little emotional investment because I was waiting for something to happen, and the fact that when things start happening have such emotional weight to them, it makes it like, oh, all right. Oh, we're doing it like this. Okay, like, all right. How many people am I gonna get seen like turned into fucking flesh butter or whatever? Like, it just feels like a different type of show. Like, I don't feel like I'm necessarily meant to take it seriously in the way I do original Gundam, because nobody gets swatted like a fly and then the pilot comes out cheerily being like, hey friend, let's get in the Gundam. Like, it's just so fucking over the top that it's, to me, really funny. But effective. Memorable. It's Jujunko Bunko now. I need you to wake up because I don't know what the fuck is happening in this show at all. And we have 2 whole episodes worth of it. 11 and 12. Do you know what's happening in this little graphic here? Bird? Bird, are you alright? Bird is no longer communicating. Do you ready to talk? Do we need to end the podcast now? Alright. Bird's gotten too drunk to continue the podcast, so we are going to continue this tomorrow, I guess.